A, B, C.
Mic check one, two.
There are times when you're given a chance to do something that truly makes a difference.
A chance to stand in the gap, to open a door, to say, I believe in what's possible.
If that's where you're here for, then you're in the right place because today we're putting belief into action and we're making an investment that lasts.
We're sharing the stories, the people, the momentum that make Grambling State a force of excellence. And trust me, you're going to feel the energy all day long.
This is that moment, and this is your chance. 1901 Day of Giving starts right now.
You're on a historical campus called Grambling State University. Is there anybody proud to be a Tiger?
I invite you to tell them we're building.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the inaugural live broadcast of 1901 Day of Giving, the one day where we will all come together to make a difference in the future of Grambling State University. So today we are going to start off with the man, this broadcast with the person that lives in the intersection of mission and impact. He is Brandon Logan. He serves as the Vice President for University Advancement and Innovation. And he is here leading the charge to connect mission to momentum and ensure that faculty, staff, students have everything they need to advance Grambling State University together. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Well, good morning, Ms. Arnold. How are you today?
Wonderful. We are here. This has been a long road to get to this point, and just happy to share this moment with you. So to open up, for someone who's watching who might not be familiar, tell me about the Division of University Advancement and Innovation.
Well, first let me just say thank you for tuning in. This is an amazing opportunity to celebrate the excellence that lives in Grambling State University. When you think about the work of the Division of Advancement and Innovation, we think about establishing and positioning Grambling State University as the epicenter for advancing pathways and possibilities. And what that means is that we want to establish a reputation of excellence across the enterprise, and ensuring that we have individuals that understand that Grambling leads from the front, and we're not a reactionary brand. And so we're super excited about our work day in and day out to elevate the mission of the university, but also advance the work of the institution as well.
Awesome. So you've described the work that we do that has essentially three aspirations. Can you give us some insight into what those aspirations are?
So the very first aspiration we have as a university is to become the #1 HBCU for social and economic mobility. When you consider the type of student that we have the privilege of serving every single day, over 90%, 95% of these students are on some form of financial aid, but their aptitude is high. But when you have some resource constraints, you have to make sure that we have a chance to fulfill those gaps. And so when you're dealing with some opportunities to help fuel financial growth through the private sector, it allows us to make a financial difference in the lives of these students. And so when students have a chance to go out and graduate, earn a great education here, and then go out in industry and make a difference, you know, we are moving them up economically and socially. And so we want to position ourselves as the very first HBCU for social and economic mobility. That's number one. Number two is that we want to create a citizen scholar campus culture. What that means is we have aspirations for every student to be connected to some student organization, whether you play athletics, whether you're in the choir, whether you're in the band, whether you're in a Greek fraternity or sorority. We want every student to be aligned with an organization. And furthermore, we want every student to serve 25 hours in the community. We want to make sure that students are well-rounded and equipped to make a difference on a global scale. you're talking about a campus environment that has 44 states and 32 countries represented. So we want to make sure not only do they have the industry skill sets, but they also have a conscientious mindset to make a difference within the communities that they live and serve.
That's awesome. So, especially when you talk about how those three aspirations work to foster tiger mentality and what our students should walk away with once they graduate from this institution. So, let's look a little bit at the past year. What are some of the key outcomes and achievements that you would like to highlight?
Number one, I think that we have proven that trust is in motion, and our investor pool has grown by, 20-fold. And when you think about having a larger pool of investors, it gives you a chance to have multiple touch points throughout the year, giving them updates on areas of interest of their choice, but also reminding them the opportunity that we no longer view you as a donor, we view you as an investor. And when you have that type of alignment with being an investor, there's always a certain return that you expect, whether it's economic or social. So we want to ensure that people realize that we are treating you as an investor. Your investments are worth the return, and we're going to continue to report out on a consistent basis for you. The other thing is, I think, just the pool of resource that we've been able to grow. So over the last 3 fiscal years, our revenue has grown by 95%. So when you think about having an expanded pool of resources through an expanded pool of investors, the net outcome is that we have the ability to distribute more scholarships. So just in 3 short years, we went from distributing $80,000 to over $500,000 this fiscal year. So you think about the hundreds of students that you touched with your individual investment. It could be $10 on a recurring basis. All that comes together to make a financial difference in the lives of our students.
That is amazing. Those are amazing, transformative stats that you've shared with us this morning. So let's zoom out for just a moment. Can you give me an overview for this year's 1901 Day of Giving campaign, and outline the 6 impact areas that will be benefited today?
Yeah, so this is our 4th annual 1901 Day of Giving. The first annual we raised a little over $100,000. Second year we raised over $200,000. In the third year, we doubled that impact and raised over $500,000. Now we are integrating a new element of storytelling for 8 consecutive hours, but our financial goal remained the same, of $500,000. We want to treat this initiative as a sustainability initiative. So when you think about all the growth that I shared earlier, we want to make sure that that's sustainable and repeatable on a recurring basis. And so when you think about the impact areas, we wanted to create areas that had full-scale touch to the enterprise. Academic excellence, right? That is the reason why we're all centered here today, is to ensure that we have success in the classroom. And then you shift to the student experience and engagement, thinking about all the elements that make the student experience what it is. And then you switch over to Tiger Athletics, right? That athletic is the front porch to the story of Grambling State University. There's no ignoring over the last near 100 years what athletics has done on a global scale. And then you think about the GAP scholarship. As you consider the type of student we're serving, there's normally a gap that we have to fill between what student has in hand versus what they owe to the institution. And that's what that scholarship represents, our ability to fill that gap so they can work, persist towards completion. And then lastly is presidential priorities. Our president, Dr. Martin Lamel, has set an ambitious vision. He is a transformative leader, he's a visionary, but he's a man of action. And one of the things that we want to convey today is those priorities that the president has set in motion. So you have 6 key areas to find alignment with your resources, and I always encourage people to give to the area of their highest interest. When you have alignment and you're creating value, dollars will always follow that value.
That's awesome. Let's talk a little bit about the investors. So what have you seen historically across these last 4 years as far as the demographics of the investors and maybe what they're really starting to look at over the last course of this campaign?
I think what's really good about that is investors are understanding our areas of interest. They understand the vision and the aspirations of the university, and they are finding their personal fit into where we are seeking to go as an institution. When you have that type of alignment, it helps for sustainability. And that's really what we wanted to shift our model in, is being less transactional and more transformational. We are interested in being in a relationship with those individuals. And what that comes with is added benefits, where you know people by their first name. You understand that we are expressing gratitude for every transaction that comes to this campus. And I think when you start to know that you care and appreciate the dollars that are being invested in, those dollars will continue to flow.
Absolutely. So with everything that you've shared so far, the progress, the vision, the momentum, you'll have to ask, will you be being involved in this campaign yourself?
Well, you know what's interesting, anytime, just my personal philosophy, anytime that I make an ask for someone to give, I have to lead from the front. That's been evident in all the other campaigns. It's been evident in our work. But today is even more special, and I'm glad that you asked the question. My family and I are going to establish an endowment this year in the amount of $25,000. And so,
That's amazing.
if nothing else, we have $25,000 secured in this campaign. I hope that that will fuel my friends, my family, the current investors of Grambling State University, alums, current students, to give what you can. But as a leader in this institution, as the vice president, I am committing $25,000 to this campaign.
Well, you've heard it here. He's leading from the front. We'll be back shortly after this. All right. Let's get And welcome back. Thank you again for joining us for the 1901 Day of Giving. I am joined here by Mr. Ronald Guillory from Sodexo Magic. You know, there is, from campus dining and facilities, there's something to be said about having a transformative partner, an operating partner that really is a part of the everyday that our students experience when they're on campus. So, you know, Mr. Guillory, thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. So for those who may not know, can you introduce Sodexo Magic, what you all do, what you aim to do when you partner with campuses?
Absolutely. Sodexo Magic is a partnership between Sodexo and Magic Johnson Enterprises. We've been on campus since 2019. We are located in over 50 countries and do business on college campuses, corporate business accounts, healthcare, and all sorts of different segments, both food, facilities, construction, and a lot of other areas.
Awesome. So as an operating partner, what does this partnership model look like in action at Grambling State University?
Yeah, great question. You know, we've been here, like I said, since 2019, and you know, really it's about the students at first and foremost, right? None of us are here without the students. And for me, with a college student of my own now, so I sort of see it with a bit of a different lens, but it really is about the student, understanding that today's student and their needs are not necessarily what tomorrow's student will need as well, right? So we're dealing with Gen Z right now and understanding that we have to meet students where they are. From a food perspective, understanding that they are dealing with other things outside of the classroom as well. Anxiety has become mental, health has become a big deal in today's student. And the good thing though is the students are being able to recognize some of those things and be able to call it out. But one of the things we say a lot is that there's no other place on campus that gets to touch a student as much as we do in the dining hall, 3 times a day. So from the cashier to the lady at the salad bar, or the guy in the dish room, being able to know students by name as if they were an aunt or uncle or grandparent is super important for that person to see a familiar face on a day-to-day basis.
Absolutely. So when you talk about, catering to students' needs and meeting them where they are, how do you figure out that? How do you gather data to learn more about your clientele?
Yeah, so super important to be able to have the data. Right now we understand that, and we use a lot of national information to be able to pull, from zip coding. We want to understand not only from the student perspective, but even from the parent perspective, but understanding what students are looking for. Today's students, if we talk specifically about Louisiana, for instance, one of the disparities right now is when you think about African American males, the graduation rates continue to drop. They're below 40% right now. We do know that the data says that students who are on campus that feel a sense of community, have a sense of belonging, and they want that. So dining is a place where people come to the table to
Absolutely.
break bread and talk and meet new friends. Those type of things allow not only for us to be able to help keep satisfaction up, but also for dining to play an integral role in retaining our students and getting them across that graduation stage.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about the ethos for Sodexo Magic. What is your ethos, and how do you tie that into the services you offer here at Grambling?
Yeah, so when we think about the breadth of Sodexo Magic, I mean, it just really spans. I think I mentioned earlier, we're located in over 50 countries. Our headquarters for Sodexo is in Paris. Magic Johnson Enterprises is in LA. Our North American headquarters are in Maryland. And again, the idea is, how do we tap into resources beyond Grambling when we need to bring resources here? I'll give you an example. A few years ago, we started partnering with the UL system, which Grambling is a part of, one of those 9 institutions. And the Reginald Lewis Scholars Program was created. We were tapped, and we were the first food service provider to partner with the system and provide resources for 2 students at each of the schools, including Grambling, over the last 4 years, that has taken a trip to Paris, and we've helped support those efforts over the last 4 years, where they've been able to have food dine at the Eiffel Tower, and so many other things in Paris. But yeah, we try to use resources that we have in other places to certainly make sure that we are impacting what's happening here at Grambling.
That's amazing. So as we wrap up this part of our segment, of course, you all have stepped up in a very big way here. Is there anything else you'd like to mention as far as how Sodexo plans to partner with Grambling State?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. We will continue to move forward with the university, and actually are in conversations right now about what does the future look like. So we're super excited about that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
What a joy it is to welcome you to this magnificent occasion.
This program is all about equipping our students to become global leaders. After all, we're not just raising funds, we're raising futures. And trust me, your investment will generate a great social and economic return. In fact, your investment will help our students get out of the classroom and into the world, literally.
And so I want you all to celebrate with us. I hope you find a little piece of joy in tonight and reflect on the journey that you traveled as I share a little bit of mine.
I try to come closer, but could not walk. Said I dreamed of it ever since. Come on, if I said I built a
And welcome back. You know, leading your alma mater is more than a calling. For our next guest, it is more than a role for him, and he is been prepared for this particular role for every step of his journey. I'm speaking of none other than Dr. Martin Lamel Jr. As president of Grambling State University, he brings not only a deep connection to this community, but a clear sense of purpose and a bold approach to leadership. Dr. Lamel, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So happy to have you with us today.
It's a great day at Grambling State University.
Indeed, indeed. So let's jump right in.
Logan's mic.
You recently celebrated a year in this role, so congratulations to you for that. So this is an amazing milestone, and your journey that brought you back home. What does it mean to you to now lead the place that shaped you?
It's an honor. You know, we get to do this work, and as I look at all the students who are powering today's connectivity, their joy, their inspiration, their futures is why we get up every day to make Grambling State University a place of pathways and possibilities to continue to advance the social and economic fabric of our communities, and we get to do it in a place that I grew up and a place that I now lead.
Awesome. So what does it feel like when you come over the hill every morning and you get to do this work?
It's nostalgic, right? You're flooded with memories of being a student at Alma J. Brown, and I was at the musical Spectrum last night and got to see Ms. Roebuck, one of my teachers in middle school, who literally helped me learn how to research on the internet.
Wow.
And so today, we're now having conversations about students leading careers in cybersecurity and cloud computing, gaining internships with companies like Deloitte and Meta. And so to see the evolution of Grambling is very special.
That's amazing. So since you graduated, when you graduated from Grambling State, you've had the opportunity to be in some amazing spaces. Can you just kind of walk us through just a portion of that journey and those moments that really mattered to you?
You know, with a Grambling degree, you can go anywhere and do anything. Everything is possible. And so I started my career, like many of our students, in our College of Business and Public Accounting. I was fortunate to start their career in Dallas, Texas, then joined the General Electric Financial Management Program through the Thurgood Marshall College Fund Leadership Institute, a program that's still going on today and a lot of our students participate in. And that program took me across the world, really shaped who I was as a finance leader. And that journey inspired my interest in studying abroad and ultimately doing my doctoral studies in Paris. And so, again, with Grambling, everything is possible.
That is amazing. Walk me back into how you got into finance, though. Such an interesting background to have a CFO, curation essentially, team building, world travel, and now university president. So how did we start? How did you start there?
That path, like many of us, really was a path of generations, right? And so my great aunt, Willie Huey, studied accounting here at Grambling State University. The next iteration of that journey was my mom studying accounting here at Grambling State University. And so, yes, I had the power of choice and exploration, but I saw the career paths that they were on and the success that they had and the foundation that a great business education does for leadership. And so that was my entree, and certainly it's been a skill that has paid off throughout my career.
That is amazing. So it's interesting how you look at the intersection of the influence of legacy and then you choose your own path. When you were abroad in those different experiences, what did you see that was a common correlation between, okay, well, I've already been through this when I attended Grambling State, and how did that help you build your confidence when you were there?
You know, James Baldwin says, I discovered many things when I travel. I even found myself. And so when I think about self-discovery and resilience, we build that right here at Grambling State University. And so whether you are in Grambling or Ghana, you are prepared to lead through different situations. Whether you're in Bogalusa or Bermuda, you're prepared to engage yourself in the culture and the customs and the richness of who you are. And so we want that fabric to be a part of the experience for every student here at Grambling.
I love that. So tell me how, when you were there, all those experiences, even though you started here, you went out there, you went out into the world, and you're bringing all that back. How does that influence how you lead Grambling State today?
It's really a combination of what we like to call global. So global impact, but also local understanding. And so our students are here in North Louisiana, a gem within our country, being connected to students from across the world. And so diversity of perspective, diversity of food. We just had our partners here from Sodexo Magic who are doing some wonderful culinary experiences for our students. Whether you have a taste for Cajun or vegan, you can get it right here at Grambling State University. And so we are pioneering what it means to be the HBCU of choice, and that goes through the academic experience, the social experience, as well as campus community and campus life.
Absolutely. So your approach to leadership it seems to be reflective but future focused and global. I'm going to use that word moving forward. But tell me more about how you're defining the kind of leadership that's needed in this moment.
Yeah, you know, we're leaders, born of leaders who continue to build leaders. And when I think about that journey, right, from Booker T. Washington and Charles P. Adams to Joseph B. Johnson and Rick Gallo, Dr. Neary Warner and Dr. Cynthia Warwick, and so many pioneers who've helped Grambling be who we are today, it requires a deep commitment to love. And so I think at the foundation, love is what saves the day. Each and every day that we're here, because we love what we do. We love our students, and when you love the people that you lead, you can create the legacy that outlasts generations.
Absolutely. So when you think about Grambling State, what is it that you just absolutely love about your alma mater?
You know, I love the crisp fall air, the sounds of the world-famed Tiger Marching Band, particularly the trumpets, because I play trumpet. When the fight song cues up, right, and the drum major blows that whistle, the Arquisas Dance Company get into formation, and you know it's game time, right? You know that you're about to be engulfed in an experience in arts, athletics, entertainment, and yes, education. So the fall is my favorite season, and the sounds of the world fame combined with our athletic tradition really are what make Grambling special for me. Absolutely.
So we talked about what you love. But I also want to talk about, you know, maybe what excites you the most. You think about the work that you're doing here, not just structurally, but culturally, academically. What excites you the most about the work that you get to do?
It's exciting to build new facilities, like the Student Success Center that's under construction right now, but also to build new processes and create a sustainable impact for the institution. And so we're looking at everything from the way we leverage technology, to the way that we secure our campus, to how we think about innovative academic programs. Won't share all of the news now, but we've got a couple of new programs on the board agenda coming up. And so we're always thinking about, yes, what's possible for today, but what will the future look like? You know, we were talking yesterday about Gen Alpha and what the needs are for those students. You know, my goddaughter today will tell you she has a particular type of popcorn that she eats. And so when you have that aptitude and preference for taste at 7, what will her appetite look like for college, right?
Absolutely.
And so we have to be prepared to position ourselves to be the institution of choice with an HBCU experience.
You know, when you talk about the appetite and this different taste, what did Martin Lamel Jr., when he was attending here, how did that taste change from what you see now with Gen Z and then, you know, ultimately Gen Alpha?
Yeah, you know, I think I'm a millennial, right? And so we had a lot of influence from boomers on our career choices, right? When you think about organizations in the corporate context, there was a certain PowerPoint deck, dialect, outfit all the things that you had to be prepared for. What I am seeing today, and it's very inspiring for our students, is again this power of choice, aligning with organizations that reflect their unique value proposition. And so we're seeing more students be entrepreneurs. We're seeing students, yes, still go the corporate path, but particularly want to focus in tech because they like the vibe, they like the environment. And so I think that that is exciting. It gives me great joy to see them being very authentic in their choices and their decision making, but also being very grounded in what the purpose is for not just themselves, but for the future generations.
Absolutely. So when you think about just the whole student, and I love that you mentioned authenticity, because I think you are one of the most authentic leaders I've met in a long, absolutely, in a long time. And that does speak volumes, and it goes deeper than just a, you know, just an experience you get to see marketing and that type of thing, but it's the brand experience that ultimately defines and retains and attracts the student. So what do you see now, I guess, for the future of Grambling State? Give us maybe just a snippet of what your strategic plan looks like.
And so I am big on co-creation, and as we are working through our priorities right now, that's really focused on student success and student experience. So this journey from application to graduation, how do we ensure that each step in that process is one that is executed with excellence and that promotes the brand in a way that endears that perception? And so we're focused on, yes, driving new academic programs, focusing on retention and graduation, because at the core of who we are is teaching and learning, and then focusing on social and economic impact. So our goal is that when you choose Grambling State University, you ultimately will graduate, you'll go into a career or field of your choice, and that also from an economic standpoint, you are leaving with minimal to zero debt. And so we are able to do that because of the generosity of our alums and supporters and investors across this world.
That is amazing. I remember when you first came back that you talked about the zero debt proposition, and I love that that is a focus on your strategic plan.
Absolutely.
So I remember last fall you had a collaborative conversation with the board, the foundation, with the National Alumni. So when you talk about co-creation, I think about the collaborative efforts that you have. Let's kind of zero in on the city of Grambling. So how important is it that you get into this co-creative collaborative space with the city?
So I'm an OG, right? An original Gramblingite. I've grown up Grambling from Alma J. Brown to Grambling Middle Magnet, Grambling Lab, and now Grambling State University. And so I'm excited that our mayor is here today, our First Lady of Grambling. The Bradley family has been near and dear to me my entire life. And so when we think about growth in Grambling and economic engine, we are tied together. And so this town-gown relationship is important, and it is very key to the success, not just for the city, but also for the institution.
That's amazing. Well, we are at the end of this particular segment, but when we come back, everyone, you'll be able to witness an important step in building a stronger connection with the community where Grambling State resides. Stay with us.
Thank you.
When you come to Grambling State for an education, what you'll find is the strength to overcome any challenge. It's not just about bouncing back. It's about rising higher together to aim for excellence and lead from anywhere. When you're in the right place, you can rewrite your story to become something more because you're building something special. Your future.
you're on the road for a while and you come up on a Whataburger, you feel like you're a little bit closer to home. And everybody likes the feeling of home. What a burger!
Whataburger, bring back our mushroom Swiss burger. I heard corporate said it's never gonna happen.
Corporate here. We're aligned.
The mushroom Swiss burger is back.
We're bringing back the hits.
What a burger!
When you're on the road for a while and you come up on a Whataburger, you feel like you're a little bit closer to home. And everybody likes the feeling of home. What a burger!
And welcome back. You know, we believe that progress happens when communities and universities align. And at this moment, we're about to witness the signing of a memorandum of understanding between Grambling State University and the city of Grambling. So right now, we will pause. This agreement represents more than just shared goals. It represents a shared commitment to the success of both the city and the institution. So right now, we will pause to have the signing by President Lamel. And now we will have a signing by Mayor Alvin Bradley. We're also joined on set by members of the Grambling City Council who are here to witness this event. All right. Okay.
Want to get one witness?
Yes, we'll
Ms.
have
Smith?
the witness sign this. Thank you.
Nine. The nine.
She's a long one.
Yes.
All right, and our second witness.
Okay. Long time coming. I'm
So if we will pause for just a brief moment. So President Lamel, can you give us just a rundown of what this memorandum of understanding really entails?
Absolutely. So I want to start with the vision and the inspiration from Mayor Bradley and the council to proactively engage with the university community around shared partnership and understanding to ensure that our community thrives together. So business oftentimes operates under standard practice. To elevate business, we wanted to cement this with official documentation. So the spirit of partnership has always been here.
Yes.
We are taking this next step to elevate that partnership with core and aligned goals and strategy. And so can't say enough about the mayor and the team in the city of Grambling for being invested in Grambling State University. And Mayor, anything you'd like to add about the partnership?
Certainly, it will give us an opportunity for student internships, collaboration with infrastructure projects, and the like. And we're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to it.
Absolutely. So what does collaboration like this really mean when you talk about partnering with the very city where you reside?
You know, for me, it's an opportunity to continually give back. Right, and so when we think about the next generation of citizens who are growing up in Grambling, they will have an opportunity to take part of summer programs here at Grambling State University. And so we're building future Tigers each and every day. When we think about economic development,
absolutely,
we are tied together on that journey.
Yes.
We're both in the process of developing campus master plan and city master plan.
Yes.
And so there's a lot of synergy to keep economic impact right here in Lincoln Parish, but particularly here in Grambling.
That
Yes.
is amazing. Yes, well, I'm definitely appreciative of all of you for being here today, for having this memorandum of understanding, for just the willingness to want to continue to partner with this institution, because together we truly can make this city a very special place.
Yes.
So when we return, we'll have more from President Lamel as we talk through resilience and the persistence of spirit for support. Stay with us.
When you're on the road for a while and you come up on a Whataburger, you feel like you're a little bit closer to home. And everybody likes the feeling of home. What a burger!
This is a burger run for Whataburger's Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger. 2 fresh all-beef patties with melty cheese, crispy bacon, and sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Good thing you picked up an extra. The all-time favorite Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger, just like you like it.
Whataburger, bring back our mushroom Swiss burger. I heard corporate said it's never gonna happen.
Corporate here. We're aligned.
The mushroom Swiss burger is back.
We're bringing back the hits.
What a burger!
This is a burger run for Whataburger's Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger. 2 fresh all-beef patties with melty cheese, crispy bacon, and sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Good thing you picked up an extra. The all-time favorite Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger, just like you like it.
When you're on the road for a while and you come up on a Whataburger, you feel like you're a little bit closer to home. And everybody likes the feeling of home. What a burger!
Whataburger, bring back our mushroom Swiss burger. I heard corporate said it's never gonna happen.
Corporate here. We're aligned.
The mushroom Swiss burger is back.
We're bringing back the hits.
What a burger!
This is a burger run for Whataburger's Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger. 2 fresh all-beef patties with melty cheese, crispy bacon, and sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Good thing you picked up an extra. The all-time favorite Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger, just like you like it.
And welcome back. So, you know, we've been through a lot in these first couple of segments. We talked about your background, we talked about just your approach to leadership, and then we just saw that in action with this memorandum of understanding with the city of Grambling. So now I want to really pivot and talk about the campaign specifically, and you're one of the 6 impact areas. So we're talking about presidential priorities. So when you look at that, we're really talking about the things that you think we need to invest in to really move this institution forward. So before we really unpack them, just tell me what guided your thinking on selecting the ones that you chose.
Really guided through the lens of my experience and deep active listening and feedback.
Yeah.
You know, one of the programs that we're highlighting is the High Ability Program. It's a program for talented students in their junior year of high school to immerse themselves on the campus of Grambling State University, experience the college academic life, but also the social fabric. It's a program that I participated in when I was a junior in high school, and it really is a starting point for recruiting our next generation of scholars and students within the Honors College, and that's a very important pipeline for us.
Absolutely, and we have another installation of that happening this summer on campus,
we do.
So definitely looking forward to that. So let's talk about the annual fund. You know, it provides flexible resources. Needs. So why is that adaptability?
Think about an organization like a college or university. Priorities are always coming up, and the immediate need to pivot and respond to the challenge of the day. And this institution continues to have over 5,000 students, 500 plus faculty and staff. And so investing in their support, whether that's additional research opportunities, finding ways for our musicians to go to conferences like our jazz band, who's hopefully in the air right now, headed to Virginia. And so those opportunities are oftentimes once in a lifetime for some of our students, and so we always want to have that flexibility to support those ongoing needs. And sometimes those opportunities come within a moment's notice. And so the annual fund certainly gives us a space to be able to support those type of initiatives.
Absolutely. So I want to talk you through a visual, if I could.
Okay.
So let's say we're coming over, we've taken exit 81. We are now passing through the first part of the city of Grambling, and we arrive at College Avenue and Jones Drive.
Okay.
And so the first thing you see on your left is this digital sign, and then on the right side you see this monumental sign.
Yes.
And so ultimately what we want the rest of that experience to look like, it should be coherent or cohesive to what you want people to experience. So that brings me to one of your others, which is campus beautification and wayfinding. So talk us through what that means for this campaign.
Have you ever been on a college campus and gotten lost?
Yes.
I think most have had that experience, and so illuminating with the right light, the right wayfinding, those little subtle factors of the brand really start to endure the perception, particularly if you have not had the Grambling experience before. And so everything from the type of landscaping that we use across the campus, to your point around signage and directions, that starts to impact from the start of the journey, the experience for a campus tour. And so we are very focused on how do we continue to enhance this beautiful campus through those type of efforts.
Absolutely. So I remember when during your investiture ceremony, you announced the launching of a new endowment.
Yes.
And it's really informed by and influenced by your global travel.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit more about this global and experiential learning endowment.
Yes, and so when you think about global education, 1 in 5 of our first-year students in this last first-year cohort are from an international destination.
That's right.
And so we are starting to infuse this great microcosm of scholars from across the world. And so what happens when a student from right here in Monroe, Louisiana, gets an opportunity to study abroad in Montreal? And when we think about the experiential side, you know, finding ways for students to apply to ultimately have Grambling's first Rhodes Scholar, right? To have students who are part of fellowships that lead to Fulbright opportunities. And so we really want to immerse our students in the best of the best, and Grambling State University has students who are ready to compete at that level, and so we want to provide the financial support for them to have those experiences.
Absolutely, and I love that. I love the focus of that. So, you know, as we wrap up this segment, and I just love having you here.
It's been great.
And
the crew is great.
They're working it.
Yes.
So, you know, when you try to put all these things together, it's important that people stay committed. And so we're about to roll your package where you spoke at that church where you said, we just cannot give up now. We've come too far to turn around.
Absolutely.
So why is it so important that people continue to stay the course and support Grambling State University?
Yes, that's a message that's near and dear to me. You know, when you think about the power of HBCUs, over 300 HBCUs during Reconstruction to just over 100 today, some are not here today. And so our commitment is to ensure that we are punching above our weight, we're in every space of impact, and that we are singing the praises of Grambling State University.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Lamel.
Thank you all
for your presence.
All right.
Stay with us.
Have a great day.
Nobody told me the road would be easy, and I don't believe he's brought me this far to leave me. We can't give up on our students who need scholarships, on our institutions that need investment, on our mission that needs momentum. We can't give up on fighting for faculty pay, for research funding, for infrastructure support, and for policy protection. We can't give up on raising our voices, registering our voters, and restoring our vision. So as you leave this place today, if anybody asks you what you're doing, I want you to tell them this. I want you to tell them that you're writing like Charles Blow. I want you to tell them that you're singing like Beyonce, that you're organizing like Rustin, that you're dancing like Alvin Ailey, you're leading like Shirley Chisholm, you're innovating like Katherine Johnson, and you're creating like Amy Sherrill. You're speaking like Frederick Douglass, you're discovering like George Washington Carver, you're engineering like Lonnie Johnson, and you're fighting like Harriet Tubman. Tell them that we just can't give up now. Tell them that you're strategizing like Booker T. Washington, that you're on the keys composing like Duke Ellington, that you're legislating like John Lewis, and that you're educating like Mary McLeod Bethune, that you're defending justice like Charles Hamilton Houston, and that you're healing the world like Dr. Daniel Hale Williams. You're inventing like Madam C.J. Walker, and you're inspiring like Maya Angelou. And tell them that you are breaking barriers like the legendary Eddie Robinson. Tell them, Elizabeth Baptist, that you just can't give up now. God bless you.
It is from the proceeds of our Giving Sunday that we want to sow a seed into Grambling University of $10,000 as we seek to be a blessing to the work that God has called them to fulfill. Come on, DC, you can show greater assignment than that.
Such inspiring words by our president, Dr. Martin LaMelle Jr. You know, I sat down with Dr. Connie Walton, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs. And what I heard is
Dr. Walton, thank you so much for joining me today.
Inspire Future Scientists is where we had that conversation. Her passion for chemistry started early, and it still drives how she leads and teaches today. Here's our conversation.
Well, greetings, Dr. Walton. Thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you for inviting me. Absolutely, absolutely. I want to start with your Grambling State story. Tell me about how you got here.
All right, so to begin, I'm going to take you back to high school. So I attended Mendon High School, right down the street from North Louisiana, so west of here, and had a chemistry and physics teacher by the name of Miss Ruby G. Lee Musco. Got to give her whole name, right?
Wow.
And this, she looked like me, right? And she knew her stuff in chemistry and physics. And so I knew I wanted to go to college and major in chemistry. I wanted to be like Miss Musco. And so at some point, she asked me what universities was I applying to. So I gave her a whole list of universities, and Grambling was not in it. And so she asked me, she said, Connie, you need to apply to Grambling State University. And so I applied at the 9th hour because of the respect that I had for Mrs. Musgrove. And I entered Grambling State University as a freshman student majoring in chemistry in 1979. And that was because of the impact my high school chemistry teacher had on me, and the fact that I could see myself in her.
Well, obviously, it resonated very deeply because, ultimately, you earned your PhD and you started working in industry, which included a stint in Germany. So, what brought you back to Grambling State?
So, when I was a student at Grambling, I understood why Ms. Musgrove wanted me to attend Grambling State University. So, I was a first generation college student. So my mother and father attended college. My mother graduated from high school. My father dropped out at 8th grade to help his family, right? And so when I got to Grambling and I met Dr. Gerald Ellis. Dr. Gerald Ellis was my freshman general chemistry level chemistry instructor. And so he noticed me because I was doing quite well in all of these exams. And that had to do with my high school chemistry teacher. She gave us the American Chemical Society standardized exam in high school. So I really knew chemistry. But Dr. Ellis took the time, he asked me, what do you want to do? I said, well, I want to graduate probably in about 3 years, go year round. And he took the time to educate me that being a scientist, it was critical that I had summer internship experience while at Grambling State University. And while at Grambling State University, one of the very first second internship I had was at Bell Lab. That was in Murray Hill, New Jersey. I worked in the laboratory of Dr. John Goodley, an Englishman. He was working on liquid crystal chemistry. And so we were synthesizing liquid crystal compounds. And so during that summer, they had professors from other universities to visit. So they had Dr. Ansel Griffin from the University of Southern Mississippi. And he introduced Dr. Goodley, introduced Dr. Griffin to me as one of the best liquid crystal chemists in the world. So that's where I went to grad school. And I worked with one of the best liquid crystal chemists in the world.
And ultimately that led to a patent.
So when I once I graduated, earned my PhD, I joined a company called Herb Sullivan's in Summit, New Jersey. And so they had done a lot of work on liquid crystal compounds. And so I was hired to work with liquid crystal compounds for polymers. And so 2 of the patents that I received in the United States deal with liquid crystal polymers.
Wow. Wow. So you've done a lot. But ultimately you came back here and took on several roles, during your time. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, you'll hear more about how Dr. Walton is preparing students to take their seat at the table.
When you're on the road for a while and you come up on a Whataburger, you feel like you're a little bit closer to home. And everybody likes the feeling of home. What a burger!
You talked about your experience in Germany, working with one of the best in the world, and then ultimately working and being a part of 2 patents. So ultimately, you've held a lot of roles when you came back to Grambling State. Can you tell me when you came back, and then of all the roles that you've held here over your 30-plus year tenure, what are you most proud of?
So I joined the faculty as a chemistry professor in 1992. At Grambling State University. And I knew when I graduated from Grambling as an undergrad student, that's where I wanted to be. In the classroom, teaching students, impacting the lives of students the way my life and my family's life was impacted at Grambling State University. So if you look at all the positions that I've held, I have always taught my organic chemistry class. I want to be right there in the midst with students because that's why I'm at Grambling. I'm at Grambling to have hands-on experience with students and help shape their lives. So that's what I'm most proud of, is being a teacher, a faculty at Grambling State University. And then the other things that I've been able to do, I always try to do the things that will help make Grambling State University better and a stronger university. And so whether that is dealing with accreditation or, taking students to a competition where they're going to have to present and talk about their research, is always about making Grambling State University better and serving the needs of our students and our faculty.
Well, we certainly benefit from having leaders like yourself in the classroom and outside. So obviously you love teaching, and I love that. But at some point you've answered the call to work on the administrative side. So what keeps you passionate about that side of work?
Well, I think that because I understand, so I'm in academic affairs and I still teach, because I stay connected with the students and the faculty, that gives me a little bit more insight as to the challenges that our faculty face, as well as the challenges that our students face. So when we return back fully in the classroom after COVID, I was teaching my organic chemistry class, and I noticed that assignments or exams that in the past, my students just easily got, they were not. So I gave them a survey. I wanted them to tell me how things were different. And so some of the things they told me during the pandemic, everything was in Zoom, right? They forgot how to take notes. And I never would have thought about that. So when I got information like that, they forgot how to take notes. They forgot how to study in groups. They were having anxiety being in groups of individuals because they just spent the time in their bed, many of them sitting up in their beds or in the chairs in their bedrooms, you know, watching Zoom, taking exams, and they had forgotten these skills. So one of the things that I did is I took it back to the family. And I'm like, this is what I found out about the students. And I never would have thought they forgot how to take notes. But it makes sense. If during that time they didn't have to take notes, they just rewatched those Zoom videos, it made sense. And so, you know, this really helped me by being connected in the classroom to help the faculty to see, okay, it's not just me that's seeing these things. And now I have a better understanding and direct resources to the faculty for training that will help them be more effective with, you know, our students are changing a lot, right? Each generation. And so as a faculty member, we have to.
Well, you know, obviously, you're very passionate about both sides of the pen. So as you talk about allocating resources, let's talk about what that means when you refer to students that either not taken notes before or they've never even been to college. So when you know, one of the things you speak about a lot are first generation students and really all students, making sure that they have a seat at the table. So how does that translate into decisions you make and the programs that you prioritize?
So we really want to make sure that our students have a really well-rounded experience. So those first-gen students, those students who are in, but they are away from home, we want to make sure that they have experiences where they are attending conferences. So when you look at the operating budget and in many grants, you have only a limited number of individuals that you can support. So by donors donate to academic affairs, we can make sure that students, the faculty that's escorting those students, get a chance to attend national conferences. When I was a student at Grambling, I also had the opportunity not on work study, but to earn wages doing research, doing tutoring, so we can provide those types of work experience donations. We can say, okay, we're going to pay you to tutor organic chemistry, or we're going to pay you to tutor calculus 3. And so those funds will support that. And then for those first generation students where they really don't have enough aid to support them to fund their entire college, supplement awards that we give to students so that they won't have to take out so many student loans.
Don't go far. When we come back, you'll learn how your support today can support Grambling State's academic mission.
This is a burger run for Whataburger's Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger. 2 fresh all-beef patties with melty cheese, crispy bacon, and sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Good thing you picked up an extra. The all-time favorite Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger. Just like you like it.
bring back our mushroom Swiss burger. I heard corporate said it's never gonna happen.
Corporate here. We're aligned.
The mushroom Swiss burger is back.
We're bringing back the hits.
What a burger!
When you come to Grambling State for an education, what you'll find is the strength to overcome any challenge. It's not just about bouncing back. It's about rising higher together to aim for excellence and lead from anywhere. When you're in the right place, you can rewrite your story to become something more because you're building something special. Your future.
All right, so, obviously we're about affording opportunity, and academic excellence is the core of what we're trying to achieve with this 1901 Day of Giving. So in all of the things that you've discussed with me so far, what academic programs just really bring you excitement right now?
So we have quite a few new programs that we are working on, and these programs are all designed to be aligned with workforce needs. And so at the National Alumni Meeting this past summer, I talked to the group about this, our first STEM master's level program, and it's a degree in sustainability. So as we speak, we've gone through a lot of the internal procedures that we needed to go through to get the proposal developed. We submitted it to the Board of Regents, who put together and identified it. We have implemented those, the feedback that the external reviewer gave to us. And so our hope is we're going to email this evening the final proposal for the MS in Sustainability degree program. That's going to have concentrations in green buildings, alternative energy sources. These are concentrations that will be managed by engineering technology, and also air and water quality that's going to be managed by our biological sciences. But this particular program is interdisciplinary. So you have courses that sociology faculty will be involved with. We have courses that public administration faculty will be involved with. And so I'm excited about that degree program. I'm also excited about the fact that we are of 6 schools where we are offering undergraduate cybersecurity courses for those students that don't have a computer background. So they're not cybersecurity students, they're not computer science students. So we have students that are taking the first 2 classes that are 6 weeks in length, that are from kinesiology, that's from psychology, in the College of Business, and of course we have some that are STEM. And we at Grambling, this particular consortium has 6 courses that have been identified that will lead to an undergraduate certificate program in cybersecurity. And again, targeting those individuals that have no programming. So we're going to be writing a proposal to offer this undergraduate certificate program in cybersecurity, targeting not students who are STEM, right? But targeting the way that Grambling State University can make sure that we're contributing to the needs that are out there for professionals in the cybersecurity field. We actually have alum who are taking these courses right now. So we had 21 students from Grambling that are enrolled in these. Student takes a course. Not only are they earning a grade in the course, it's linked with a nationally recognized certification. And so for the last few years, from a grant, we've been targeting students earning add-on credentials in getting started with threat intelligence and hunting, artificial intelligence, and data analytics. And so we're going to see more and more opportunities for our students to earn those add-on credentials that's going to make them more marketable.
123 years ago.
Say bless, say bless, yeah!
Booker T. Washington of Tuskegee Institute sent Charles P. Adams to Louisiana to create a place of learning and opportunity. That vision took root and grew into what is now Grambling State University, an institution recognized nationally and internationally as the place, y'all help me out, where everybody is somebody.
And welcome back. Such an inspiring conversation with Dr. Walton and just what inspired her to get into chemistry and research. We're going to continue that conversation with Mr. Theodore Callier. He is the Vice President for Research and Sponsored Programs. Mr. Callier, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you here. So, you know, when you talk about, you describe research as a gateway to discovery. And I think in our conversations, we talked about how it really fosters curiosity. So when you think about that, how does research at Grambling State really nurture curiosity and help students learn to ask the big questions?
Excellent question. And I think Provost Walton's personal story really tells that story, right?
Yeah.
So research is that gateway. Research activities provide students an opportunity to explore curiosity and sometimes find fields that they thought they wanted to go in, but then when they really kind of engage in research and work one-on-one with faculty mentors, it really sparks some additional interest, right? So listening to my colleague, Dr. Walton, talk, it really kind of paints the picture for why research is so important for what we do here at the university. It provides so many opportunities for so many students that you ordinarily wouldn't think have that opportunity, right? So because what my wonderful faculty colleagues do in terms of research and other creative works, it gives some wonderful opportunities for students.
Absolutely. So let's pivot to your story.
Absolutely.
So you worked a couple of places before you came to Grambling State, and you yourself are an alumnus of this institution. So tell me about what got you into doing this particular type of work.
Interesting. So yeah, but prior to here, I worked at two other institutions, right? Primarily within my very first job in higher ed was in TRIO programs, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
I was a TRIO counselor and was really excited to do it. And when the time came to renew our application, I was asked to assist. So when we started to renew that application, I worked on it with a director at the time, and someone within administration noticed the writing abilities and offered me an opportunity to see if we could explore, and at that institution establish an Office of Sponsored Programs, and we did.
Nice.
So, and from there, we just kind of continued the journey. So it was, it's the pinnacle to be able to come back to your alma mater and serve in a capacity of this sort. So, and to come to Grambling, back to Grambling, and to see the great works that our faculty colleagues were engaged in, I was ultra excited to come back here and do this.
Well, that's a great segue, because actually I do want to talk about research and sponsored programs at Grambling State. For those who are not aware, kind of take us through what that covers at Grambling State.
Sure. Our division primarily manages grants from start to finish, right? So when faculty members, we say from ideation to close out. So when there's an idea that a faculty member may have about a particular research topic or a particular project they want to engage in, we hope to be the first place that they turn to, and we will go out and seek sources of funding, potential sources of funding that can be applied for. So we'll work with faculty members to take their project from ideation, right, all the way to the point where there's an application, and when the application is submitted, and if it's funded, then our post-award team manages those funds and makes sure that there's a seamless transition for them.
That's amazing. So take us through what that looks like from a national landscape with research statistics. What does funding look like, I guess, if we talk about the HBCU diaspora? What does that look like from a national landscape?
Yeah. So we're seeing some great things. So we're seeing a number of HBCUs reach that R2 and some even R1 status across the nation, which had been so elusive for so long.
Yeah.
We're signals that we've always been doing great work. We've always had faculty doing great research, doing great work. But a lot of that's becoming more recognized now, and more funding is being made available to do that work. So what we're seeing in terms of STEM is always strong, but we're seeing, like I take for instance Grambling, we're seeing research happening across a number of disciplines here, right? You'll talk to Dr. Holt later. that's doing virtual reality work is now just being accepted into a digital network as well. So, and you're seeing things from chemistry and from cybersecurity that you heard from Provost Walton earlier. So it's some great work here at Grambling, of course, and you'll see other great works that are happening at other institutions as well. So it's good to see that that landscape is tipping up, but there's still a great bit of work to do. There's still a great bit of research equity that needs to happen.
And so what does it look like at Grambling State? Let's drill down into that data. How much, take me through what's been awarded at this point, maybe versus what you are requesting.
Absolutely.
And how that growth, will you see that trending?
So yeah, we're excited about that. So as I said, great work was already happening when I returned to the institution. For instance, so right now we're at a point where even for this current fiscal year, over the last fiscal year, between last fiscal year and this fiscal year, faculty and staff have requested over $50 million in requests from different federal and foundational sources, right? The year just prior to closed out at about $14–15 million in sponsored research funding. So there's an active portfolio of things that were funded before and things that are currently funded of well over $20–25 million in active awards that's going on right now on campus.
That's amazing. Absolutely, that is amazing. Let me backpedal just a bit when you talk about R1 and R2 distinction. What does that mean? And then how does that affect maybe access to funds when it comes to research?
Sure. So those R1 institutions are those institutions that are highly research active. There's a certain threshold in R&D expenditures that they have to reach per year, and the number of doctoral degrees that are granted, or two other factors that are considered. Those are two more common factors. In R2 institutions, it tiers down as you go further down. So those R1 institutions are the most research active institutions that you probably hear about all the time. And as I said, a number of HBCUs have entered to that R2 space. So Grambling, we're pushing there too, right? But that's a goal for us as well. That's aspirational for us as well.
Well, that's a great segue, because actually my next question was going to be, where do you see this division going next? And how are you trying to prepare students and faculty, for what's ahead?
Sure. Right now, we're trending upward, and we're excited about that. As we get more and more faculty engaged in the process, it's interesting, as when I first came to the institution to work in this capacity, one of the first things I did was kind of a tour, if you will. I met with a number of faculty on campus and found out, everybody else was knowing, but I was new, and found out there was some great work going on, some very interesting work going on. So as more and more faculty engage in this process, we'll see those numbers continue to go up for us. We'll see the level of engagement continue to go up for us, and we'll be looking for those research distinctions as well, those Carnegie research distinctions as well at some point.
Very high aspirations indeed. So I guess you answered part of my question, but what keeps you most inspired by the work you get to do every day, and what do you hope others will see when they look at the role of research and how that helps support Grambling State University?
I think what's key for us to keep in mind, as excited I am about this faculty engagement and my colleagues, faculty and staff engagement in the process, is what these opportunities mean for students, right?
Absolutely.
So when students get to work one-on-one or even in group settings with faculty on research projects, they are that much more prepared for graduate and professional school, right? Mm-hmm. They become that much more competitive in the graduate school place. So as much as we engage, what keeps me so motivated is we can continue these opportunities flowing, if we can continue to secure grants, secure research dollars from foundations and the like, that's that many more opportunities that we give our students to be competitive once they leave here.
That is awesome. Well, Mr. Callier, thank you for showing us how research at Grambling State is transforming students by challenging them to ask better questions, solve real problems, and think beyond what's expected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Morgan Patton, your 2024-2025 Student Government Association President.
And I am Jocelyn Sanders, your 71st Miss Grambling State University.
At Grambling State University, we are excited because today is 1901 Day of Giving, and this is an opportunity for you to support our mission of excellence for all students.
That's right. We are dedicated to academic success. Your contributions today strengthen our programs and resources, preparing students for a successful future. When you give, you help us create a learning environment that fosters growth and innovation.
This year, We have segmented our campaign into 6 key categories that highlight our focus areas, and they are
academic excellence, strengthening programs and resources that prepare students for the future, access and opportunities, funding experimental learning, essential resources, and career development.
Gap Scholarship Fund, helping students overcome financial barriers in their final semester, presidential priorities, advancing key university initiatives, campus enhancements, and student success.
Student experience and engagement, creating transformative spaces and enriching student life. Tiger Athletics, supporting our student athletes and the spirit of competition.
I think this day is so important to me, Justin, just because I know Grambling has done so much for me, especially in my position as SGA president. It has molded me into the man I am today that will be a great leader moving forward.
Likewise, Morgan, as Miss Grambling, I wouldn't be the woman I am today or have the experience I've had if I wasn't afforded the resources from our generous investors. I am proof that every dollar, every act of kindness, and every investment in a student truly matters, and I am a living testament of that.
1901 Day of Giving is a vital fundraiser initiative that promotes a spirit of community and collaboration among alumni, students, faculty, staff, and supporters of GSU. It's a chance for everyone connected to our university to come together and make a meaningful contribution that supports our mission and various programs.
By participating in this collective effort, your generous contributions will benefit fund scholarships, improve facilities, support innovative research, and provide essential resources that empower our students and faculty to thrive.
Additionally, as a special thank you, when you contribute a gift of $250 or more, you will receive a custom Grambling State flag. This flag is not just a piece of fabric. It symbolizes pride, unity, and support of our vibrant community.
When you wave this flag high, you're not only celebrating your commitment to Grambling State, but also showcasing your connection to our rich heritage of excellence in education.
So, for 24 hours, alumni, friends, and supporters will unite to make an undeniable impact on Grambling State University. Today is our moment to champion the students, programs, and experience that define Grambling State. Your gift, big or small, fuels excellence, expands opportunities, and ensures that the legacy of innovation, leaderships, and success continues for generations.
Together, we can make a profound impact with one day,
one gift,
one Grambling.
Welcome back. Earlier, we explored how research builds knowledge. Now, we turn the work of a department that's using that knowledge to shape perspective and prepare students for what's ahead. Joining us today, Dr. Edward Holt, who leads the history department at Grambling State, where students are building career skills and preserving the moments that impact us. Dr. Holt, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Pleasure to have you here. So let's jump right in. The department recently received the American Historical Association Equity Award, which is an incredible recognition. So what does that award represent to you and your team?
Yeah, so in essence, the Equity Award is really the Best History Department Award. And what it's handed out is handed out to people and departments that are doing the work to make sure students are getting the skills that they need and they're getting placed to the places they go. And it's a great recognition because we're actually the third HBCU to get it. Howard's gotten it, NCCU's got it, now Grambling's got it. And most of the rest of the ones are R1s like Duke, Amherst, those sort of top things. So it really is a recognition of really all the things that we're doing in the department to make sure that students get the training they need and then get launched into the vocations that they are called to.
You know, I think people may not always put the correlation together when you talk about history and just workforce readiness and being able to go out into diverse fields. So I want to talk about that because you've also built workforce readiness directly into your curriculum through the employability certification. So this is the only one of its kind in Louisiana, right? So how are your students using that training to prepare for what's next?
Absolutely. So with the QA Commons, we've been certified for essential employability skills. We're in fact the only program in the state that has that certification. And what it means is it means that we've had a comprehensive program review to say how we've embedded workforce ready skills that if you look on any survey, it says employees need X, Y, and Z. We've embedded those into the classroom. And we're helping students to be able to articulate it, be able to say, these are the skills that I am learning, so that employers, it speaks to them and that they're able to do that. And so then they're using these ones to go into a variety of things. We think of some common typical ones, but they're going to things like masters in entrepreneurship, masters in data analysis, and really using the critical thinking, the analysis, and the figuring out how and why things happen to help them go into a variety of things with history as the base, but so many other things.
I love, that's so interesting because there's almost a juxtaposition there. People don't equate history with all of these diversification of fields. So you talked about tech, you talked about some of those other areas. I want to talk a little bit about pre-law. So your department has a pre-law program that continues to grow, you know, with strong partnerships, real student outcomes. What kind of impact are you seeing in that area?
We're seeing a great outcome in getting students into fields where they can make a real difference. So last week we had our 3rd annual pre-law day. We had 6 law schools nationally and regionally come in to sort of demystify the process, to let students know, hey, you are qualified, but here are some of the steps to make sure that you are able to present the work that you've been doing. And on top of that, we actually had some near-peer engagement. We brought in an alumni who is graduating from Emory University this spring, and she was able to speak to that experience about how Grambling really laid the foundation for her to be in her current place and then to go on to work with as in sort of the criminal defense areas.
Yeah. I love that you talk about preparedness and just the goal of making sure that students are able to go out in whatever field they so desire. And I'm loving how it's just, people don't equate it to a history department. So can you take me through a little bit more of your strategic plan and how you arrived at just all of these partnerships and initiatives within your department?
Absolutely. So we're not here unless the students are here. And if we're going to make the commitment to accept students, then we're making the commitment to graduate the students, but not just graduate with a diploma, graduate with something so that they can go out and thrive in the world with the foundation that we gave them. So the idea is, what are the steps that we can do to do that? Where are the areas that we can leverage for students to go into? Where are the partnerships that we can build? And how can we make sure that we're able to articulate that work that's happening, the skills that students are doing, so that hopefully in a couple years it's not a surprise that history is the one that prepares you. But of course, history can be beneficial in all these areas. And so that was really the thought process. We're not here unless we're helping students thrive, and so let's make sure that we double down on that so that students can go and thrive out in the world.
Absolutely. I love that. So I would be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about your background, because ultimately you were the one, and maybe informed by your faculty or in the student data, to form this plan. But what got you to Grambling State, and ultimately what got you into history in your own right?
Absolutely. So I'm from North Carolina. I did my undergraduate at Duke University, and I did my graduate work at St. Louis University. But in between that, I did 2 years of Teach for America in Tallulah, Louisiana, about an hour and a half down the road, which really made me enjoy this part of the state, this area. And so when I graduated, an opportunity opened up at Grambling, and so I applied to it to come and do history here and really help students. And what's been really interesting is Grambling's afforded me the ability to pivot. So I'm a medieval historian. I still do a lot with kings, crusades, and all of that. But I've pivoted much more into the digital. And so in that sense, we've been pivoting as a department into integrating those future workforce digital skills into the department through a variety of things that we're doing. And so that sort of led to where we are as a department right now.
Well, you read my mind, because I was definitely going to mention the Voices of Grambling project. So take us through the timeline of how that began, and then where we are now with your recent Mellon Foundation funding. So start from the beginning. So essentially, I'm going to ask you to tell me a story. How did it start with the Voices of Grambling project? Why do that? And then how it's evolved now.
Yeah, so the Voices of Grambling sort of really came out of two crucial moments. The first being the loss of A.C. Lewis, the loss of our library and all of those materials within it. So how do you understand Grambling's history? How do you have a record of things happening if you don't have the repository that those records are in? At that same time, we're also dealing with the COVID pandemic. We had to send out an unfortunate, like every day, we had memos saying that we'd lost another person. And those are just the memos that we saw. We know there was an amazing unfortunate amount loss of life. And so you take those two things and say, okay, the people that are the knowledge bearers, the people that understand where Grambling was, the people that planted those trees, we love to say the trees that create that shade, the people that planted those trees, we're losing them. So how do we make sure that we can preserve not just the history of Grambling, but the history of the city, the history sort of northern Louisiana? And so we came with this idea of the Voices of Grambling as a way to encapsulate this. And the voices are not just the presidential figures, not just the top figures, but everybody. Everybody has a voice, everybody has a contribution. And so we said, how are we going to make this happen? So we made this happen with a conscious decision for student involvement and external grant writing. So to date, we are about $800,000 of external grants from the National Endowment for the Humanities, Social Science Research Council, Louisiana Endowment for the Humanities, the most recent grant from the Mellon Foundation, as well as other places like, the Albert LePage Center at Villanova University. And collectively, they've given us the opportunity to build a resource room, to do podcast series of preserving history, to bring people to campus to really engage with our students, a bunch of student experiential learning activities, and our next venture, which is creating Grambling in 3D. We are going to create Grambling in virtual reality in 3D in 1967, so that students can, or anybody can be able to walk through the campus protest that happened in 1967, which really launched the university at that moment when it was going from a college to a university, advocating for educational attainment, advocating for a betterment of everybody, and so really be able a chance to explore that and see in a historical moment. Students were making the change then, just like we hope that students are able to make a change today.
Oh wow, that is a lot. There's a lot going on there. Tell me about how students are helping with that project. How are you utilizing students to help with this 3D visualization of this historic moment?
Absolutely. So all of this is happening because we wanted to make sure that students have, like with the workforce, that students have the skills so that they can go out and be competitive and thrive in the world. And so the ways that we're doing that are making sure that we have students at every step of the process, every step for experiential learning. Students are the ones that are recording podcasts, editing podcasts. Students are also the ones that are actually building the building. So they're building, so we're working with them. It's an architectural modeling software, and so they use that to build it, place it in, and then sort of have that conversation about how we continue to represent the spaces, how we continue to weave in those historical narratives and lay them on top of it. So anything that you see coming out of us is coming out because students are there with us every step of the way, really sort of experiencing what it means to be a historian, what it means to sort of do that work wherever they end up, whatever vocation they end up in.
That is amazing. What feedback have you heard already from them just being so hands-on with this project, and how you maybe think it's influencing the way they will take because of their experience with this research project?
So we've had great feedback from it, and I guess to give you an example, if you go to the history department's website, we actually have a GIS map of where our students are being placed, and so you can actually go and interact with it, see the different fellowships, the different graduate programs that they're having, and large results of being able to have these internships, these experiences. And so we have a lot of positive feedback and look forward to being able to scale it up even more and be able to bring in even more people to work with us.
Nice. So when you talked about things that are rolling out, take us through the timeline of kind of where you are with the project and when you anticipate the public being able to consume this virtual reality world of 1967 and that particular protest?
So it is a 3-year project.
Okay.
And so we're at the early phases. We have a prototype of it, and so what we're doing is refining that and laying the things on it. Actually, our podcast that goes along with this is available now, so if you just search Voices of Grambling wherever podcasts are streamed, you can listen to those. We have another series coming out in a couple weeks that's dealing with Grambling's impact with Hurricane Katrina, and so that will be rolling out. But in terms of the virtual reality, it's a three-year project, and so we're phasing it in, and so sort of every semester, new pieces will be added, and we're gradually releasing more and more of that to the public.
That is amazing. All good things coming out of the history department. Dr. Holt, thank you so much for being with us and showing us how the study of history is really just opening doors and careers for deeper connection into the stories that have shaped us all. When we come back, we'll hear a little bit more. Stay with us.
I love Grambling State University. Class of 98!
You're on a historical campus called Grambling State University. Is there anybody proud to be a Titan?
I invite you to tell them we're building.
And welcome back to the live Grambling 1901 Day of Giving. It's so happy to have you here. You know, when it comes to solving real-world problems, Grambling State's researchers are asking bold questions and working side by side with students to find the answers. We're joined today with Dr. Paul Kim, who will tell us a little bit more about some of the researches he's doing. His work during the COVID-19 pandemic was collaborative and critical, and today he continues to lead with curiosity and purpose. Dr. Kim, thank you so much for being here.
Hi, Tisha. Thanks for having me here.
Absolutely. So I want to talk a bit about your collaborative work with COVID-19. Can you take us through what was discovered during that process?
Right. So there were two really approaches to our COVID-19 project. You might remember during the early days of the pandemic, it was really hard to get testing. There were all these shortages, and this was before the rapid tests came out. So we wanted to find out how could we use our existing research infrastructure to help with that. And one virus is species.
Interesting.
So by measuring sewage, we can get some broad view of how much virus is circulating in our community. So one of our projects was working with Louisiana Tech to monitor the amount of the SARS-CoV-2 virus that's in our wastewater.
So before you go any further, we're going to have to take a quick break, but when we come back, I definitely want to hear more about where it's discovered. Stay with us. Yeah, something was
His mic pack is dead.
Can you say the ABCs?
It's off. Tell him it's off.
It's off.
Parrish,
It's
listen
off.
to me.
actually there are cases of people being infected through
All right, Dr. Kim, let's continue our conversation. You were really giving us a revelation, the fact that COVID-19 is shed through fecal matter. So if you could continue on that and give me more information about what you also discovered as a result of finding that out.
Right. So since community testing was so limited, individuals couldn't really get the diagnostic testing. We took this approach of monitoring the wastewater. So this is wastewater-based epidemiology. And so we had students working with us who would collect the sewage. It was safe to do because they were using these automated pumps to collect the wastewater. Then we would take it into our lab, we would process it, and we would measure how much of this virus was present in the sewage. And we actually created a dashboard that the public could go to and look at, and it would track the amount of virus that was being released into our sewage system.
That is, I'm still just trying to process that.
And it's really interesting that if you look at some of the events that were happening on campus or in the city of Grambling or Louisiana Tech or Ruston, the flux of people coming in and out of our community is actually tracked with how much virus we could detect in our wastewater. So we wanted it to be like a sort of an early warning system or a real-time system so that people could understand that there's a lot of virus circulating right now, so maybe I want to take some precautions. Maybe I want to distance or wear a mask or take some other precautions. So that was really a kind of a public health service project.
That's amazing. So was that data shared with the Department of Health, or how did that, I guess, what did these other agencies use from your data to make sure that it was informed?
We created a website where people could track what's happening. So like, you remember there were a lot of dashboards at the time?
Indeed, yes.
But I think Grambling is probably the smallest community in the US that had its own dashboard to track the amount of SARS-CoV-2 in the wastewater. There were large states and cities in California and other places that had their own dashboard, but I think we were unique in having one for a community of our size. And our administration would also get updates, regular updates about how much virus is circulating in the campus.
Wow, that's amazing. Just to be a part of that. How did that affect you as far as being a part of that type of collaborative research and knowing that you made such a profound impact in the way we were informed about the spread?
Well, one of the products of that research was a publication co-authored with Jamie Newman's lab at Louisiana Tech. And we actually had some of our Grambling undergraduates who were working on that project. They helped with executing the experiment and writing the publication, writing the manuscript. So they are now published co-authors on that paper.
Nice.
And they've gone on to do some great things after graduating. So I think we always want to focus on the impact that we're having on our students when we conduct research.
Absolutely.
By engaging them in that work. And that project actually led to a much bigger project, which was funded by the Rockefeller Foundation.
Nice. Okay, that's amazing. So I know we talked about that project, but you've got some other things going on. Can you just kind of give me a rundown of the projects you're currently working on and maybe highlight one that is particularly significant for you?
Yeah, okay. So one of our projects is working with a consortium. It's called the Miss Delta program. And the idea is that we want to engage our students in the Gulf workforce. So the Gulf coastline is threatened. There's a lot of erosion happening. And there are people who are working on studying the evolution of that, but the workforce is not very, it doesn't really represent the population of Louisiana. So we're exposing our students to some of that material, and we're taking them to the Gulf. We're exposing them to some of the research that's happening so that they could maybe enter into that workforce, maybe be interested in joining the solution. So that's one. Another is working with, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm trying to think through the different projects.
Yeah. And I think that's, I mean, it sounds like you're very intentional about the types of projects you choose based on maybe the exposure that students can gain. So apart from, you know, you talk about COVID, you talk about the Miss Delta project. What else does that, how do you think students benefit from doing, you know, research alongside faculty? And is that guiding ultimately how you choose additional projects?
Yeah, ultimately it's all about what we're able to do for our students. You know, recently we had some students win first place at the Louisiana Academy of Sciences. They were working with our faculty in biology and in math and physics, and they were recognized for doing excellent research. We've also had students go on to secure some really great summer internships at prestigious places like MD Anderson or Chan Zuckerberg BioHub, and so on. So I guess their outcomes are really what guides our motivation for doing research.
Yeah, yeah. So as a researcher yourself, what, I guess, qualities are you hoping that you can pass along to your students when they do this type of work?
Well, besides the technical skills of being able to execute research in the lab, I think maybe a sense of identity that I am a scientist, that I belong in this area, that I can do this, that if I don't know the answer, I can research it and I can try to find a solution on my own. So some type of self-sufficiency.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, Dr. Kim, thank you so much for the work that you do and for showing us how research moves us into communities, classrooms, and futures. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more. Up next, we'll hear from a leader who's pushing the boundaries of technology and helping students unlock real-world opportunities in the process. Stay with us. Grambling 1901 Day of Giving will return.
Hello, I am Morgan Patton, your 2024-2025 Student Government Association President.
And I am Jocelyn Sanders, your 71st Miss Grambling State University.
At Grambling State University, we are excited because today is 1901 Day of Giving, and this is an opportunity for you to support our mission of excellence for all students.
That's right. We are dedicated to academic success. Your contributions today strengthen our programs and resources, preparing students for a successful future. When you give, you help us create a learning environment that fosters growth and innovation.
This year, we have segmented our campaign into 6 key categories that highlight our focus areas, and they are
academic excellence, strengthening programs and resources that prepare students for the future, access and opportunities, funding experimental learning, essential resources, and career development.
Gap Scholarship Fund, helping students overcome financial barriers in their final semester, presidential priorities, advancing key university initiatives, campus enhancements, and student success.
Student experience and engagement, creating transformative spaces and enriching student life. Tiger Athletics, supporting our student athletes and the spirit of competition.
I think this day is so important to me, Justin, just because I know Grambling has done so much for me, especially in my position as SGA president. It has molded me into the man I am today that will be a great leader moving forward.
Likewise, Morgan, as Miss Grambling, I wouldn't be the woman I am today or have the experience I've had if I wasn't afforded the resources from our generous investors. I am proof that every dollar, every act of kindness, and every investment in a student truly matters, and I am a living testament of that.
1901 Day of Giving is a vital fundraiser initiative that promotes a spirit of community and collaboration among alumni, students, faculty, staff, and supporters of GSU. It's a chance for everyone connected to our university to come together and make a meaningful contribution that supports our mission and various programs.
By participating in this collective effort, your generous contributions will benefit fund scholarships, improve facilities, support innovative research, and provide essential resources that empower our students and faculty to thrive.
Additionally, as a special thank you, when you contribute a gift of $250 or more, you will receive a custom Grambling State flag. This flag is not just a piece of fabric. It symbolizes pride, unity, and support of our vibrant community.
When you wave this flag high, you're not only celebrating your commitment to Grambling State, but also showcasing your connection to our rich heritage of excellence in education.
So, for 24 hours, alumni, friends, and supporters will unite to make an undeniable impact on Grambling State University. Today is our moment to champion the students, programs, and experience that define Grambling State. Your gift, big or small, fuels excellence, expands opportunities, and ensures that the legacy of innovation, leaderships, and success continues for generations.
Together, we can make a profound impact with one day,
one gift,
one Grambling.
Welcome back. You know, preparing the next generation of healthcare professionals requires more than textbooks and training. It takes heart, high standards, and hands-on experiences. That's the kind of preparation happening in the School of Nursing, where student outcomes speak volumes about the quality of education and the passion behind it. Joining me now is Dr. Meg Brown, Associate Professor and Dean of the School of Nursing. Dr. Brown, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Absolute pleasure having you here. So let's start with where we are right now. You're seeing a surge in interest with pre-nursing students. And so tell me more about what's fueling that growth and how you're preparing them for the next step.
I think what's fueling the growth for the profession is the shortage. And so students know that if they finish the curriculum and become licensed, then the employment is pretty much guaranteed.
Absolutely. Yep. So your program is also seeing 3 consecutive years of 100% pass rate for the NCLEX exam. So kudos to you for that. That is an amazing feat. So what do you think is behind that kind of success?
I think we have a wonderful staff and faculty. So we're going to say kudos to them as well. And they were very intentional when helping to develop the curriculum, as well as the policies that we follow. When it comes to monitoring and evaluating the students from semester to semester, we want to make sure that we put those students in a position to be successful as they progress through the program.
Absolutely. So let's dive into the curriculum a little bit more. I remember pre-COVID, or really kind of in the middle of COVID, something shifted. Maybe you went to a 12-month curriculum versus this semester type style. But something happened with your curriculum where you wanted to dive in a little bit deeper so students retain information as we go from spring semester to fall semester. So take us through what that looks like.
Well, our curriculum has always been the 5 semesters. So once the student is accepted into the professional component, they're totally immersed. So they go fall, spring, summer, fall, spring. What is unique about our curriculum is that we do have simulation already built into the practicum. And so 25% of our clinical hours are done in simulation. That helps the students to become more comfortable when they go into the actual practice setting.
That's amazing.
Now, one of the other things we changed for the curriculum is that all of the prerequisites or general ed courses are completed before they come into the professional component. And that way we don't have to compete with gen ed courses times for when students have to go to clinical.
Absolutely. Tell me more about the simulation labs. I've had an opportunity to be in that space, and I think you said there are 3 or more. So take us through the rundown of how many simulation labs you have and then what those different areas cover.
Okay, we have the high fidelity simulation lab, and that is with the high fidelity mannequins. You probably met Noah Thomas. And,
I did.
Okay, and so the students, we usually use scenarios that we work them completely through from the beginning to the end. That houses 3 high fidelity mannequins. On the second floor we have a skills lab, and that's considered more so low fidelity. There are 15 mannequins there. We try to make sure we have them different skin tones, trying to represent the population as well as different ages.
Thanks.
And then we also have the Women's Center with Lucinda she gives birth, we say, in 4 positions, as well as she has seizures. Her sclera can turn yellow or go bloodshot. And she can also crash, so we can do codes on her. That center also has children and infants in it as well, so that covers all of our sim labs.
That's amazing. I remember there's another room that has like these tabletop touch screens. Tell me more about that one.
Oh, that's a really fun room. I think we all would like to have a tabletop computer, but that room has 6 tabletop computers that we can have students in small groups of 4, where they can also work through scenarios, or if they are having difficulty learning new content, they can pull up videos to watch.
Nice, nice. And so, because you mentioned that having that simulation helps them to become more comfortable. So, you know, in addition to the exam success with the NCLEX, you also mentioned that students are earning more residency programs and entering the workforce prepared and confident. So, take me through, you know, what does that pathway look like for them, and how do you believe the School of Nursing supports that?
Initially, when we started the program, the students were applying to residency programs. Now, one of the requirements was that you have to graduate from an accredited school. Right. So that was our push to make sure our first class that walked across the stage graduated from an accredited program. They usually will apply to those programs. The most popular ones are in Texas. Parkland does a good job of recruiting our students as well. So students who graduate and they feel like they're not ready to function autonomously, then they can go into residency programs to choose which areas as well, because they may not be sure about where do I really want to work. So they can spend like 3 months in an area and rotate for maybe a year.
Gotcha. And I remember I've spoken with some of your students before. They seem to really love traveling nursing. So explain to me that, I guess maybe, is that one of the trends you're seeing, and are you seeing any other types of trends when we talk about the path that they choose after graduation?
Those who, you know, they may have as a goal to be a traveling nurse, but before they can do that, they have to meet that practice requirement. They may have to work for a couple of years before they travel. The benefit to them of traveling is the high dollars. They can go on like 13-week assignments and make a lot of money and come back, take a break. It gives them greater control as well of their work schedule.
Absolutely. So let's talk about some of the, I guess, the intangibles, because of course it's obvious that you're preparing them to be great healthcare professionals. They've got the curriculum, preparing them to make sure that they can go out into the workforce and do the work. How do you encourage those intrinsic values of being able to care for another human being, of the bedside manner, all those things that may not necessarily be on a sheet of paper, but you've got to model it and then reinforce that?
Well, you know, we tell them, I cannot make you care. I can't make you learn how to care. But what we can encourage you to do is exhibit caring behaviors. And so in order for them to learn that, then we have to role model for them. And that's the theory that we choose for our program, is modeling and role modeling.
Love that. So let's talk about that. Since we're talking about role models, let's talk about Dr. Meg Brown. How did you get into this field of nursing yourself?
That's a funny story, because I tell, when I got ready to go off to college many years ago, my goal was to actually be an interior decorator.
Interesting.
That's why I keep trying to pull all the wallpaper and everything down and paint the walls. But I had an uncle who said to me, you know, you really are not going to be able to find a job, so you need to go to school to become a nurse. And so I went to school to become a nurse. And so I tell students that, you know, because of that path, that they need to choose nursing for them and not because that's somebody else's goal for them. But going into nursing has opened so many doors. So even when I have students who start nursing school and they get to the point where they're almost finished and they start to panic and say, this is not something I really want to do, then I have to say, okay, but you've come so close, you know, let's finish. And keep in mind that nursing has so many paths for you to take, so you don't have to be a bedside nurse. You know, you may choose to be someone who runs a nonprofit or open a business.
Yeah.
So just to be open to what the opportunities are.
Absolutely. Well, so, and that's a great bridge to, I guess, the question about the mobile unit, because you talk about how you were not just bedside, where you could be a traveling nurse, but this mobile unit kind of changed the game in the way that nursing students can really experience the application of their knowledge. So tell me more about this, the mobile unit.
Okay, we named our mobile unit NOMI.
NOMI.
N-O-M-I, and that's for nursing outreach using mobile interventions. And so the mobile unit has 2 exam rooms, which the only person who can actually fit on there when we're traveling is the driver. But once we get there, the students can use that just as exam rooms, and it could be both grad and undergrad students. Yeah. We intend to go into like a 100-mile radius of the School of Nursing to maybe do education. The students are doing assessing for hypertension. They're also checking glucoses, BMIs, things like that.
That's outstanding. So you definitely have a lot going on. So when we think about this fundraiser today, how would increased support from 1901 Day of Giving really help your efforts and meet the needs that you have for nursing students?
Well, I think what people don't understand is that our curriculum, the program is an expensive program.
Indeed.
And so there are fees that other people just don't know that our students have to endure. That may be doing background checks, drug screens, uniforms, supplies, transportation to and from clinical, because they may go as far as an hour out. So we can use those funds as stipends for our students to help cut down on some of those personal costs.
Yeah, wow. Well, thank you for sharing that. This will be a great time to really talk about, ways to give. So if you would love to support programs like the School of Nursing and all of the other things that we've talked about and we'll talk about today, you can go and give online at gram.edu/givingday, or scan the QR code on your screen, or call in to our call center at 318-274-2333. Dr. Brown, thank you so much for joining us, and I wish you all the luck. I know that you'll continue to do the great work that you're doing with the School of Nursing and preparing our students to be accomplished healthcare professionals.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to share the information about our program.
Absolutely. We'll come back. Stay with us.
Greetings and welcome back to the 1901 Day of Giving. I am your co-host, Charles Talbert, here with a familiar face here at Grambling State University. The mission of Grambling State University's athletic department is simple: graduate our student athletes and compete successfully at the highest level of Division I
And another
collegiate
person
athletics,
no-show, so.
all supporting the development of our student athletes and staff. So we have no other with us than Dr. Travion Scott. How we doing, sir?
Doing well. Good morning to you. Good morning, Graham fam.
Good, good. I'm good too, man. Gosh, feels like it's been a while since we talked,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
Everything's been going so fast. I want to start with your background. Can you share a little bit of your background and what inspired you to become, involved with sports administration?
Sure. Well, former student athlete. Obviously, growing up in South Louisiana, we get opportunities to compete in almost every sport, and had a passion for sport and business, and attended university, did really well, and definitely wanted to continue, the path toward affecting the lives of students, but within a business and educational setting. And so this was perfect for me. I really began to love athletics as a graduate student. Just working at hand-to-hand with student athletes and knowing what I went through as a student athlete, and also knowing what we wanted to, of course, achieve and helping others along the way. And that was important to me. And so, every day here, I see our student athletes, I see myself and many of our student athletes who come on campus and compete when they reach what we call that aha moment, right? Yeah. When they come in as a 18 or 17-year-old freshman, or when they transfer in and they're seeking, of course, that identity, that belongingness. They want to, of course, compete, like you said, at the highest levels, but also understanding the uniqueness of the opportunity that they have. As Grambling State University, of course, is a very special place. And so that's kind of the thought process behind how I got here career-wise, and why I enjoy doing what we do every day in support of these student athletes.
So how long have you been in your role as vice president in the collegiate athletics?
So I've been the athletic director and inaugural vice president now for 4 years. And we've accomplished a lot academically, athletically, giving-wise, facilities-wise. We've grown by leaps and bounds, and we've come far, as my grandmother would say, but we've got a long way to go. And we've competed for championships. We've lost great coaches. But that's all a part of the business. But we continue to educate, unite, empower, and inspire through athletics. And so that's the goal, that's the mission, and that's what we carry forward on a day-to-day basis.
So I hear you talk about your the ups and downs. What are some of the more notable achievements that you've accomplished here at your time at Grambling State University?
I don't think anything tops last year's NCAA tournament.
Yeah, that was a big moment for us.
Yeah, you're talking about being in an international platform on a Tuesday night where you're the only game that's going on in town. You win the game. First, you win the conference. You win the regular season. You win, of course, the postseason, and then you win the first 4 games. That followed up by, of course, a personal phone call from VP Harris was really one of those moments.
Yeah, that was a special moment.
Yeah.
Like, I know personally, watching that on TV, it was like, it felt like we had made it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I would say it was part of the plan. It was. Yeah. But you have to take your hat off to those student athletes, to the coaches, to the support staff, to the administration, because we can't accomplish things without the support of all of those parties that I just named. It's important, it's critical. Of course, we can't accomplish what we want to accomplish without giving.
Exactly.
Without today's Give Day. I mean, it's important, to our sustainability, and not just getting what we need, but getting what we want and being able to push our program forward to sort of higher heights. And so that's important. It's critical. It's important that we do it together. I see the one day, one gift, one Grambling. I think that's a strong statement. If we're going to get there, we're going to have to get there together. And so, that's one moment. Since I've been here, we played for championships in softball. We won baseball. We won soccer. We're getting there in football. I think this is the year where we turn the corner. I'm really excited about what Coach Joseph and his staff are going to be able to accomplish. And so, you know, our deal is to be able to offer holistic programming. We want to be elite in everything. We talk about good to great, but I think the sentiment now is going from good to great and great to elite. And to be elite, you have to have elite resources. But not only elite resources, you have to have an elite business. And so we're trying to develop that in the hearts and minds of not only our student athletes, our administration and our support staff, but also our alums and stakeholders as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you are just tuning in, we're here with none other than Dr. Travion Scott for our 1901 Day of Giving. Now, as you all know, we have 6 impact areas of investment, Tiger Athletics being one of them. So we're just sitting down talking with Coach. I think in the next segment, we're going to get more into the giving. But right now, I still want to do a little more about your background. So in 2021, you were appointed here, like you said. How's it going with your overarching vision for the athletic program?
So the vision is clear.
Yeah.
Again, we want to be elite, and what does it take to get there? It's going well. We hadn't necessarily met certain benchmarks related to competitive excellence this year, but that's a part of the process, I'll be honest with you. And so we're excited about the coaching and the leadership that we have. We're excited about the student athletes that we're bringing in. You know, I get more excited about the assistant coaches sometimes than I do the head coaches because they carry the water, right?
Yeah.
You know, the assistant coaches are really the primary recruiters, right? They're the primary day-to-day on-floor, on-court coaches. And so, you know, looking at our assistant coaches pool, I'm starting to get very excited about being able to sustain our programs, but also growing them to eventually become head coaches and leaders of their own programs. So it's been going well. You know, again, we've competed really well in some areas. In some areas, we're going to have to accept the challenge and step up, quite frankly. But I think we've got what it takes at this point to move the entire program forward, again, in that elite fashion.
So before we go to break here, Dr. Scott, I do want to kind of touch on the giving. You mentioned it. What are some of the top priorities for campus athletics, and how do you anticipate the donations helping with those priorities?
I would say in January, I penned a letter to our alums and stakeholders just about what was to come.
Right.
And through that effort, and we haven't released it yet, but we'll be announcing Tiger NIL, which is a gift platform, Tiger's Bill, which is our facilities piece, to increase and enhance the viability and sustainability of our facilities, and then Tiger Nutrition, right? To be able to support our student athletes to be their best selves physically, right? To gain, to lose, to maintain. You know, we're already making headway in that effort. Obviously, through your gifts, you're able, of course, to help us get further faster, right? And so those are our primary tenets moving forward, Tiger NIL, Tiger's Build, and Tiger Nutrition, and that's what's going to carry us forward to being able to become the elite program that we know we have.
Awesome, awesome. I love to hear it. I think we are going to take a quick break here, it looks like. We're going to take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll wrap things up with Dr. Scott. Thank you all for joining us again for the Grambling State University 1901 Day of Giving.
Ooh, who spelled my name wrong? Jesus Christ. Tisha did it.
No, it was me. All right, we are back. We are back. Welcome. If you're just tuning in, this is the 1901 Day of Giving. We are here with Dr. Travion Scott. Noticing some errors on the teleprompter. That was actually me that put that in there. So just to let you know, it wasn't. It was blame it on my mind, not my heart.
Man,
How
no
about
blame
that?
at all. This is awesome. This is great.
Yeah.
We appreciate you, Charleston, and Tisha, and the whole University Advancement and Innovation Department, and all of these students who come out and donated their time, energy, and effort.
Yeah.
I know we had students making phone calls the past couple of days. It's noted. I got a phone call and donated.
Yeah.
Man, we're just so appreciative and so excited about what's to come at Grambling State University.
The students are a big part
Absolutely.
of what's going on today, and they are a big part of the reason why we're here today.
Absolutely.
Before we went to break, you alluded to some talks about NIL, and I know you can't get too much into stuff that you haven't officially announced yet.
Correct.
But what would you say has had a bigger impact on collegiate sports in the past year, NIL opportunities or the transfer portal?
I think pay for play.
Yeah.
But I think pay for play has affected the transfer portal now in
Yeah.
ways in which we've never seen before.
So for the uninitiated, pay for play, is that what it sounds like? Where
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
So-
yeah, absolutely. When you start talking about student athletes having agents and negotiating deals within the
Right.
millions,
Yeah.
right? It's pay for play, and not saying we won't ever have the opportunity to be there, but I think it's getting really transactional.
Yeah.
And it's important, especially here. And we tell our student athletes all the time, we stand on the shoulders of giants, and so there has to be an appreciation for the lineage here, for the history, for the tradition, for the pageantry.
Absolutely.
Obviously you can be paid, but it's all the more important to become, indoctrinated in the fabric of what Grambling is. And that's important to us because that then allows them to appreciate that experience all and much more. And then turn them into cheerful givers, right? And so, that's kind of the aim. But when you start talking about, NIL and you start talking about revenue sharing and all of these different models. I know, the House was scheduled to settle on yesterday. I think they maybe tabled it for 30 more days. The judge kind of found, some additional adjustments that need to be made. But we're essentially getting rid of what we used to call amateurism, right?
Yeah.
Kids are playing for one school one year and one school the next year and one school the next year and one school the next year, and it's legal.
Yeah, and I'm as a fan, I'm on the fence about it. I remember when I was coming up, there were no NIL deals. You just saw numbered jerseys in stores, and I think all those properties typically went back to the programs at the university. So I wonder, does that affect the administrative side, like how you run things when we're talking about, because how do you keep students here when they're being offered stuff somewhere else? You know what I mean?
Well, the first thing you do is you come up with stuff to offer yourself, right? Of course, within certain confines and boundaries, right? Like I said, I'm not going to ever say we won't be able to offer a student athlete $1 million, but today we can't. Right, and so
which is crazy to think about it as a
hey,
student.
listen, when you have kids transferring for 1.2, 1.3, $2 million to play quarterback, right, that's a very real thing.
Yeah.
And being able, again, to build something holistic where, money may be a part of it, but it's not the entire picture.
Yeah.
And then being able to, of course, attract kids who can appreciate the essence of what Grambling State University is and what she represents. That's important to us.
Yeah.
Right? That's important to us. We know we're going to have great student athletes because we have great coaches, right? Great coaches who recruit great assistant coaches who recruit great student athletes. And so, we know that, but we still have to kind of adjust and adapt to this ever-changing landscape of what college athletics is, and what it will become. Because in 30 days, we're going to look a little different. And so that's kind of why the planning is in place for the NIL piece, for the facilities piece, and for the nutrition piece, because those are three stalwart areas that really promotes that retention, right? There's some other areas on campus, student life, student engagement, enjoying the experience, right? That certainly helps. But these three primary areas are the areas that will help us, again, support our student athletes moving forward, would help us sustain and retain them. If you sustain and retain your student athletes, chances are you're going to have a better opportunity through that consistent process to be successful on the field, on the court, and on the diamond. And so that's kind of the thought process moving forward. And we ask that you give and support in that effort as we move it forward, because it's going to be a special year for us next year.
Awesome. I'm looking at one of our monitors here, and just to give our viewing audience a little update, it looks like we're right above $142,000, if I can see that correctly from here, which is amazing.
Yeah.
That means the Graham fam is showing up and
Yeah.
showing out,
Yeah.
like we anticipated.
Yeah.
You know, we do have a strong we love to give here at Grambling State University, and I think that our supporters feel the same way.
Yeah.
Now, you alluded to some challenges that you have. We know what the out front challenges are. We can see those. We read about them online. We see them on the news. What are some challenges that we may not see that affect how you do things, and how this Day of Giving can help you through some of those challenges?
Well, I think those are the main ones. You know, some things we have in our control, some things we don't, and we control the controllables, right? You have our coaches, we have our little mantras. You control what you can control, and you know, that's where we are. Not making any excuses. We've got a responsibility to be great. That's where we're going. We won't take any excuse. We won't leverage it to try to say this is why we hadn't been successful in a specific area or endeavor. And so we face whatever challenges they are head on. So I'm not going to say necessarily that we have any. I would say that the areas that, of course, we've laid out are the three primary areas where we can certainly use the support. So those would be our challenges, right? And if we get and we're able to support those areas consistently moving forward, we're going to have very good athletic programming as we move forward into the 2025-2026 academic year.
So are you able to go into more details about how funding for Tiger Athletics here today could, what benefits do we get from this financial support? What areas need that financial support? I know you said nutrition. All students want to be specimens in their field, so I can see how the nutrition but does that like the menu, or is that like an actual nutritionist? What does that look like?
So that's a menu. That's the nutritionist. That's understanding, you know, the three tenets: gain, loss, and maintenance. Right.
Yeah.
You know, what do you need to do to gain? If you need to gain, lose if you need to lose, maintain. Right. From a meal standpoint, from a strength and conditioning standpoint, how those areas support each other. Obviously, the Tigers bill is, again, to be able to have the best facilities that we can have, to be able to do updates, continually update stadium support, locker rooms for our student athletes, restrooms, all over the student athlete facilities footprint, being able to help build tennis courts. We don't have tennis courts on campus, so our student athletes have to go off campus to practice, right? And when you go off campus to practice, they tell you what time to show up and practice. So increasing and enhancing the overall experience through those three areas are going to move us forward. And then the last thing, of course, is Tiger NIL, which is the hot topic item that everyone is talking about. You know, we said NIL, I called it pay for play. Same thing.
Because that's what it is.
Correct.
I mean,
it allows us to compensate our student athletes who come here and participate intercollegiately. It allows us to get the best student athlete for the amount of money that we can spend. And you know, sometimes that doesn't amount to wins, but in a lot of cases it does. You talk about the Jimmys and the Joes, right? And so, you know, we've got the best coaches for the X's and O's. We want to be able to attract and retain the best student athletes. Again, to be able to have a sustained success within our program.
Coach, look, I'm putting titles on you. Dr. Scott, thank you so much for joining us here today. If you have one final message real quick that you could convey to and get people to donate, what do you say? What's your plea?
I would say in all things, Grambling State University, especially on this Give Day, as we move forward as an institution under the leadership of President LaMelle, let's do it together. You know, it has to be done together for us to be able to have the success that we want. Of course, every decision isn't always supported by every person, but we need to rally around each other for the betterment of Grambling State University. And I promise you, if we do that, you will see successes in ways in which you've never seen before. And so I'm excited, of course, to be a part of that process. I encourage everyone to give to the Department of Intercollegiate Athletics for all of our student athletes, all of our programs, those three key areas that we, of course, mentioned earlier. And thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy. Thank you, Graham Fam, for your effort. And we look forward to engaging here pretty soon.
Thank you for joining us, Dr. Scott. It has been a pleasure. Stay tuned. We have Dr. Obadiah Simmons up next here on Day of Giving.
I am Jay Sean Green. I'm a sophomore secondary education major from White Bear Lake, Minnesota. I'm also a brother of the Genesis chapter of United African American Men, and I'm a student recruiter for the Office of Admissions. I'd say the best part of the Grambling experience is meeting the people at Grambling. The people that I met on campus and the opportunities that I've been given here have really helped me take a step forward in learning who I want to be and who I'm trying to become. Well, before I even decided to come to Grambling State, realistically, I didn't know if I was going to be able to go to college. And during my high school experience, I had a mentor who really repped Grambling hard. He graduated from Grambling, and that's how I really heard about it. So I decided to take an opportunity and look into it more, and Grambling took a shot on me, so I took a shot on them. I ended up driving down here for the 15-hour haul that it took. Like I said, I'm from Minnesota, and it was hard going to a new place, especially never seeing it before, and finally getting there, and I'm 1,000 miles away from home, and you have nobody else, and you're just kind of on your own. So it put me in a spot to really grow as an individual. First time I actually seen Grambling was the moving day, and I attended the school. When I noticed it and I saw it, I said, man, it's kind of hot here. But I could have buckled and ran, but I didn't, and I stayed. Why did I stay? I stayed because Grambling there's no other spot like Grambling anywhere, to be honest, that I've ever experienced. The people that I met, the organizations that I joined, they really helped me grow and become a person that I didn't know who I could become, and a person who I know I can become now. Go Tigers.
Welcome back to 1901 Day of Giving. The College of Education at Grambling State has long been a foundation for excellence, preparing future educators who are not only skilled, but deeply committed to equity, compassion, and lifelong learning. Joining me now is Dr. Obadiah Simmons, Interim Dean of the College of Education, along with another special guest. Dr. Simmons, welcome.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arnold. Glad to be here.
Yes, and if you would, please introduce yourself.
This is Mr. Tavius Maddox. He's one of our student leaders, actually president of the Kinesiology Sport and Leisure Studies program.
Awesome. So I'll give you a little bit of background. When I first went into undergrad, I wanted to be a physical therapist, but the college where I attended, they did not have that. They did have kinesiology, so I didn't go down that path, but I can definitely identify with wanting to do that particular type of work. But we're going to jump in first and kind of zoom out to the college level. So obviously, the College of Education is accredited, which is an amazing feat.
Yes.
Can you tell me more about how that distinction reflects the strength and preparation that students receive here at Grambling State?
Well, the recognition, Ms. Arnold, of being accredited weighs a lot, especially in a student's decision on whether or not to pursue a degree or a teaching degree at a given institution. So having the tag or the moniker of being accredited goes a long way, and we're really excited about that. We went through the CAPE accreditation process. This was our first time. Previously, it was known as NCAPE, the accrediting agency, but changed the name, and we went through the process for the very first time 2 years ago, and we received formal recognition for accreditation in January of 2024. So we're real excited that we made it through on the first attempt. So
amazing.
That really helped us, and will go a long way in terms of students making decisions on whether or not to attend and pursue a degree in teacher education at Grambling.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it definitely speaks to the strength, excuse me, of what you're looking to do in your strategic plan to make sure that the program is viable. So let's drill down into what the College of Education offers. Take me through the different degree plans, much like our guests are with us today, but tell me all of the programs that fall under the College of Education.
The College of Education currently offers the Bachelor of Science degree in elementary education and secondary education. We also offer a bachelor's degree in special education. We offer the degrees in Department of Kinesiology, Sport and Leisure Studies. We offer the BS in Kinesiology, which has 3 different concentrations: health promotion, pedagogy for the traditional teaching of physical education. And we also offer the concentration in sport management, which is our most popular degree program. We also offer the Leisure Studies degree, which has 2 concentrations, one in general recreation for those who want to pursue a degree in municipal park and recreation settings, or we also have the therapeutic recreation concentration, with which a lot of students pursue who are considering going on to physical therapy school or becoming a licensed physical therapist or working in a more clinical setting. So those two specific degree programs are offered in the Department of Kinesiology. In our graduate program in the college, we also offer the master's degree in education, as well as in special education. We also offer a Master of Science degree in sport administration, by the way, which was the first such program back in 1974 for an HBCU.
Oh, wow. Amazing.
And so we're still in that program. Some of our famous alums, of course, Doug Williams is one, and we've had several others to go through that program. But that's the graduate level program in sport administration. And we also offer the doctorate program, again, one of the first of its kind in developmental education, the EDD program. So all together, we have about 9 different degree programs that are currently offered in the College of Education.
That's amazing. So I want to hear from you. Excuse me. I want to hear from you. How did you choose your particular major in kinesiology, and what do you ultimately want to do with that degree?
It was kind of crazy, you know, coming out of high school, trying to think about what life would be after high school, what I would want to do. In high school, I was in sports medicine, so I thought that was going to be it. And then when I seen how strenuous sports medicine was, yeah, that wasn't it. But I knew I wanted to stay in the realm of sports. So definitely looking at the administration side of sports. Did a lot of research and found out that it wasn't a lot of people that looked like us that were representing the athletes that were on the field and on the court, right? So sports administration, sports management was something that I kind of really dove into. And so coming here, looking at the sports administration program, seeing how top it was, it's like, okay, that means the undergraduate program has to be just as good, and it's been just as good, right? So really listening to the professors who've had previous experience in sports, who are still currently working in sports, you know, really interning with the athletic department. You know, those people also graduated undergrad in sports management and stuff like that from Grambling. So having those different experiences has really helped understand and validate why I chose sports management as an undergrad degree. And so my future goal is to become an athletic director.
All right.
Like Dr. Scott. So I currently, you know, intern for the athletic department. So really seeing him and understanding some of the things that we do in athletics and how valuable it is. You see it in the classroom, and then you see it in the real world practical experience. So
yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that, and I definitely, you know, wish you all the best in your endeavors. It sounds like you got your plan set out. So obviously, Dr. Simmons, you have a lot going on in the department. You've tons of programs, lots of diversity when it comes to the experiences that students can have when they're going through those different curriculums of study. But let's pivot to what the needs are. What are the challenges you're dealing with right now?
Right now, the obvious challenge is funding, Ms. Arnold. As you know, the state of Louisiana has mandated reductions in budgets, in our operating budgets. So for other areas beyond just the routine personnel, the lower line items, travel, professional development, et cetera, there are not a lot of funds available for that, supplies, operating services. So funding right now is at a premium, and any assistance that we can, we use, and we primarily try to target our students first and foremost in any available funding, trying to get them to what we call mini internship events, be it working the pre-game, post-game operations of a Super Bowl, for example. We had kids at not kids, but students. We had students at the Super Bowl in Phoenix a couple of years ago. Awesome. Our students work the NCAA men's and women's basketball championships. They help out. And so those type of experiences are critical. We try to engage our students as soon as possible before they complete their undergraduate studies. So funding really helps out in that particular way. We also have, we provide funding for professional development for our faculty to get them to professional meetings, conferences, et cetera. Another area might be a student who has a need-based situation in terms of funding to finishing a degree. we'll provide funding, or we provided funding for students who had a need to meet a scholarship or so.
Yeah, and so it sounds like all of these things, they fall under the Dean's Excellence Fund. Is that?
Yes, ma'am. Sure do.
Well, I would be remiss if I did mention to our viewers that you can always go online to graham.edu/Giving Day to give right now, or you can scan the QR code on the screen or call our call center at 318-274-2333. You know, we're about to wrap this up, but you know, I just want to thank Dr. Simmons and thank you for being here, just for showing us how the College of Education continues to speak and prepare leaders who spark curiosity and then just elevate what's possible in the classroom. When we break, you know, the work doesn't stop here. After the break, we will hear more from one initiative that is changing the face of education, literally, by investing in the voices our classrooms need the most. Stay with us.
I had never met anyone like Mr. Smith before. I was in 8th grade and he was my first black male teacher I ever had. After being in his class, I knew then I wanted to be an educator.
Less than 2% of teachers in the United States look like you and me. The Call Me Mr. program at Grambling State University exists to change that statistic. As I advanced through the program, I began to understand that the privilege of teaching others is bigger than myself.
When you become a Mr., you join a brotherhood of scholarship, and you get access to a national network that demonstrates the importance of servant leadership. All the way from financial aid to job placement. We'll be with you every step of the way.
A title is only important if one's character and integrity dictates its use.
When you address me, please verbalize my destiny.
Please do not call me by my first name.
Call me in reference to my great vision. Call me Mr.
Whataburger, bring back our mushroom Swiss burger. I heard corporate said it's never gonna happen.
Corporate here. We're aligned.
The mushroom Swiss burger is back.
We're bringing back the hits.
What a burger!
This is a burger run for Whataburger's Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger. 2 fresh all-beef patties with melty cheese, crispy bacon, and sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Good thing you picked up an extra. The all-time favorite Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger. Just like you like it.
When you're on the road for a while and you come up on a Whataburger, you feel like you're a little bit closer to home. And everybody likes the feeling of home.
What a burger!
Whataburger, bring back our mushroom Swiss burger. I heard corporate said it's never gonna happen.
Corporate here. We're aligned.
The mushroom Swiss burger is back.
We're bringing back the hits.
What a burger!
Representation matters, especially in the classroom, where seeing yourself and your teacher can change the way you see your future. That's the heart of the Call Me Mr. program. And here at Grambling State, it's growing in size, scope, and impact. Joining me now is Dr. George Knopflin, Jr., Director of the Black Male Initiative in the College of Education. Dr. Knopflin, welcome.
Thank you so much. It's a privilege and an honor for me to be here with you today.
Absolutely. So let's start with, with the Call Me Mr. program itself. For those who may not be familiar, what is the initiative and how did Grambling State come to partner with that program?
This initiative originated at Clemson University in 2000, and because of some relationships that we have there with some people at Clemson, we were able to bring that specifically here to Grambling State University in 2020. Yeah.
Awesome. So over the past 5 years, you mentioned, I guess in a different conversation, that you've seen some tremendous growth. Can you tell me more about that?
Well, we started off with 7 students the first year, and now we've reached a number of 33 students that are participating in the program. We started off very meager, very small, with a very small budget. We're very fortunate to receive a grant from Congresswoman Julia Letlow that provided scholarships for the young men, and we were able to grow that because of the grant that we received. But this is the 3rd year of that 3-year grant, so this is actually the end of that grant. And with the political atmosphere like it is, I'm not exactly sure how we're going to be able to progress. I know that at Grambling State University we will progress and we will move forward. I just can't see exactly how it's going to be.
Well, thankfully you're here, so we'll talk about what support looks like for the program. This is definitely the platform where we can garner support from all of our alumni, stakeholders, and friends and supporters and partners to support a program like this one. Let's talk statistics.
Okay.
When we talk about changing the face of education and seeing someone that looks like you in the classroom, what does that look like when you talk about black male educators in the classroom?
Less than 2%. Actually, the numbers is 1.3% of the teachers in America are black male teachers. So, and even more than statistics, the young men that we have do an outstanding job of becoming educators. As a matter of fact, and I've got to throw this in, I just got a text a minute ago from a young man who is from Rayville, Louisiana, who had never gone outside of the state of Louisiana until he became a mister. So since that time, he has gone to several states and has represented our program. He has gone to India, he's gone to Paris, France, and now he just got a text. I just got a text that he has received a position as a teacher in Rayville at Rayville Elementary School. And we're talking about Mr. Terrence Robinson.
Nice.
So who is graduating a year early. He's only, he is outstanding. That's all I'm going to say. He's outstanding.
Well, I want to say I'll congratulate Mr. Robinson on his accomplishment. That's amazing. And the fact that he's been abroad, he brings that experience and that exposure to students that for some, may not have left their community. They may have never left the parish or the state. So to have someone right there in your classroom that has been abroad and has seen different things, it really does show up in different ways.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's talk a little bit more about the types of students you have. So I remember, it seems like just yesterday when we first met and we were talking through, well, what does that incentive program look like from year to year? So as you see them progress, tell me more about the transformation that you see happen for people like Mr. Robinson.
I see the thing that I love about what I do is these young men come to me as boys and they have their own ideas and they have their own way of doing things. And through training and teaching and professional development that they receive, actually through going other places and seeing how other young men act, and also seeing how men act in that are different from the way boys act. So when you watch them grow, that's the thing that I love the most, to watch them grow from when they first come as young boys to how they mature and take on responsibility as not just men, but men that are servant leaders that are ready to give to others. That's the biggest thing, giving to others, because much has been given to them.
Yeah, yeah. It reminds me of something that happened at the very first Call Me Mr. conference that was held here at Grambling State, and the presenter at that time talked about the intangibles of a Mr. So it sounds like your program not only focuses on making sure you have the curriculum, but it's about these intangibles, making sure you're a good teacher, you're a good man, you're a good educator, you actually lead with purpose, you're here for a reason, and that is to educate students in the classroom, but to do it in a way where they can literally see who they want to be. I love that.
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit more about the intangibles. So what else do you ultimately want these young men to emerge from this program, not only as teachers, but as just as men?
Well, they have to understand, one of the big things that I want them to understand is that it's more blessed to give than it is to receive. And sometimes younger people don't get it. But once they become mature and start doing their student teaching and start performing in their residency, then they can see that there are young people that really want to be just like them because they may be the only black male in that school. And I'm reminded of another young man who is from the Jonesboro area, Mr. Palmer. So Mr. Palmer is in his residency in Jonesboro, Jonesboro Hodge Elementary. How is it that this young man ended up being the teacher of the month when there's a whole school full of certified teachers that wasn't able to receive that? But because of the intangibles, because of the way that he's taking care of his business, he ended up being a Teacher of the Month. Very proud of some of the accomplishments of these young men.
That is amazing. That is amazing. And so you've already graduated some from your cohort.
We graduated Mr. Jadaric Talbot, and we have several young men, Mr. Robinson and Mr. Palmer, Mr. London Wright, that all will be, and some others that all will be graduating this coming May.
Nice. And so one of the other things you talked about in the conference, I remember specifically, was the Aspiring Misters program.
Absolutely.
So tell me more about that, what that fuels, and how you see that growing moving forward.
So one of the things that we do that's totally different from anyone else is that we have the Aspiring Mister program. We have an MOU with several school districts, with Dallas Independent School District, with St. Charles Parish, with Rayville, and also with Bienville Parish schools, where we would take our young men and go and visit their schools and have them in front of high school and junior high students and allow them the opportunity to show them, okay, your story is not a bad story. You have to be able to tell your own story. It's not bad to make good grades. It's not bad to make a high GPA and a high ACT score. So we have our college students, young black men, not just, saying it, but also showing that kind of lesson to those younger men. And the school districts that we work with are really crazy about it, and I love the idea as well. We have to show them what they don't see, because they may not see black male teachers in the classroom.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Dr. Knopflin, you're obviously very passionate about what you do, and thank you for the work that you're doing to develop, support, and elevate the next generation of educators.
Thank you
and
so
for
much.
Absolutely, and for helping our students become the change they want to see.
Absolutely.
Now, I'll hand things over to Tamaya Johnson for a look at leadership and success on the court. Tamaya?
Whataburger, bring back our mushroom Swiss burger. I heard corporate said it's never gonna happen.
Corporate here. We're aligned.
The mushroom Swiss burger is back.
We're bringing back the hits.
What a burger!
When you're on the road for a while and you come up on a Whataburger, you feel like you're a little bit closer to home. And everybody likes the feeling of home. What a burger!
I am Tamaya Johnson, here with head women's basketball coach, Coach Courtney Simmons. Coach Simmons, how are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, so today for our 1901 Day of Giving, I would like to get into the background of you and your coaching experience. So can you share a little bit of your background in women's basketball that inspired you to become a coach?
I am going into my 18th season, believe it or not. I started off as a young pup, 21 years old, straight out of college. My first job was at UL Lafayette down in Lafayette, Louisiana. I was there for 2 years and didn't know what I was doing. I just know that I could still play, but didn't want to play and wanted to turn my passion for the game into my love for coaching. And it's just kind of matriculated over the years. And, my biggest thing is I tell people all the time, you win with people, not just necessarily on the basketball court, but off it as well. It's more important with your relationships off the court. That kind of help your success, and I've had the opportunity to be extremely successful over these past 17 years, going into my 18th season, and it's just a blessing. I tell people all the time, God has His hands on certain people, and I do believe I'm one of those people that He takes care of me, and I think as long as I continue to do right by people and try to do my best, then the success will continue to come.
I'm sure the development of the game has changed since even when you started coaching. Can you talk about the NIL impact that has happened over the years?
Yeah, I think NIL has taken the game of basketball to another level. It's almost what we all hoped it wouldn't be, which is basically play for pay. I look at a kid like Olivia Miles, who just announced that she's getting into the transfer portal from Notre Dame. and that's one of their marquee players. You know, she decided to forego going into the WNBA just so she could stay, stay in school, because the disparity between what they make in the WNBA versus what she could get in NIL money in college is two completely different entities. So, you know, right now, just the landscape of where things are, it's hard to compete where you don't compare. And so, you know, we're not comparing us to a Notre Dame, but just being able to operate in a space here in the SWAC, you know, it's extremely difficult because some teams in the league have NIL packages and revenue sharing, and we don't have that here. And so just trying to you know, move with the times before you get left behind. And so, you know, NIL has definitely been a separator in this recruiting trail so far. So
that might be one of the challenges that not just you, but the Grambling State athletics faces as a whole as basketball coach?
I think right now our funding, I said this in a press conference at the beginning of the year after we played LSU, and some people agreed and some didn't, but the disparities between just the schools in the state, having to play so many guarantees, so many money games, and not being able to keep any of that money to help supplement, you know, like pay for the girls' housing, you know, have a nutrition center, have adequate weights in the weight room. I think things like that kind of separate us from being able to compete at a higher level just in the state of Louisiana with other schools here. And I think the funding piece of it is, you know, and I hate to make things so transactional, but again, you can't compete where you don't compare. And so the funding piece of it is a major piece, and I think in a lot of regards we're behind the 8 ball in some areas with that, but just trying to implore people to continue to pour into our program, and not just in a monetary stance, because I am more than open for people to always come and be a part of what we're doing here. You know, that's a part of my umbrella of championship talk. It's more than just winning basketball games, but I want these kids to know what success looks like. And so I always invite alumni to come and be a part of what we're doing here, because it's the building of something special. But that does come with the, you know, when you're building a house, you don't start and say, we're going to build the roof first. You build the ground. And unfortunately, with the way things are going in the landscape of athletics now, that foundation has to have some pillars of financial support, but also showing these student athletes what success looks like. I'm a walking, talking, living, breathing example of what could be, but it takes hard work and dedication. But I didn't get to this point without people helping me. And so just trying to continue that realm of, you know, each one teach one, you know, and also with that financial component, it just helps take us to another level.
Of course, we're here for the 1901 Day of Giving today. So if your program receives donations from the Day of Giving, how would you allocate those funds to enhance your program?
Well, I'm not going to say if we receive funds, because we need you guys to pour into our program. My goal for this 1901 Day of Giving, you know, last year I think we brought in maybe $1,600, but this year, you know, I would love for Graham Fam to support us, and I'm going to start with a contribution of $250, and I think if we can get, you know, 40 people to donate $250, that puts us in a different space. But I would love for us to be able to raise $10,000 on the 1901 Day of Giving. You know, it will go to basically supplementing our kids' housing, so that, you know, they could at least be able to keep some of their refund check when they get it. Also, we don't have a nutrition center. It's always funded by the Simmons Foundation, which is not a real thing. That's out of my pocket. And so although I don't mind doing it, it would be helpful if I had help. And so just being able to try to get some money into these kids' pockets, because I saw that during this past season, when those refund checks hit and they were in a financial place of comfort, we started stringing together some wins, and we were able to win 8 out of our last 10 games. And so I'm not saying that it was all because of that, but who doesn't want financial freedom? I think the biggest piece for them is to feel like we're trying to invest in them so they can continue to put their best foot forward for Grambling. And we're always going to, you know, support Grambling and put Grambling in the best light possible. But what's the saying? Hell, baby, we Grambling. And so I think the biggest thing is not necessarily what that what that money, how far that money will go, because in the big scheme of things, $10,000 may not go that far, but it makes a world of difference for women's basketball.
Now, in what ways do you believe that financial support can enhance the training and develop your athletes?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, like I said, that financial freedom piece, and I think as long as the students see that we're trying to make a conscious effort to roll with the times, I think the strength and conditioning program, the nutrition side of things, just as far as the things that we can do with the girls this summer to build camaraderie. You know, the last 2 years I've had 10 incoming players, 10 new players, but with limited funds, there's only so many things that you can do with them, you know, from a financial piece, as far as team building is concerned. So I would like to be able to take the kids on a 3-day team retreat. There's plenty of teams in the country. I know LSU does it every summer. I know UL Lafayette does it every summer, and La Tech, and those 3 teams that are right here in the state. So I want to be able to take my kids on a 3-day retreat. And this day, 1901 Day of Giving, will obviously put us in a position to be able to hopefully do that if approved. So.
You've had a lot of message to the donors just sitting here today, but what message would you like to convey to potential donors to encourage them to contribute to the women's basketball program?
I want to make sure that I make eye contact when I say this. We are only as strong as the support that we receive. I think the biggest thing for us is to make sure that we always promote Grambling in a positive light. And Gram Fam, you know, it's almost a household name brand slogan. And I think the more that Grambling pours into us, the better we are. But we also want to pour into Grambling through our community service, through our acts of giving, as far as us to you guys. But we're here, we're locked in, and one Grambling. So that's all I can say. We look forward to many more years of success with you guys as well.
If and when you get your donors, how do you plan to keep them informed about how their contributions are making a difference in your program?
I think the biggest thing is making contact with them separate from what the university does. I am big on social media, and I try to engage as much as I can. I think a lot of times people that support us don't feel as connected as they should. But instead of waiting for someone else to do what I can do, I just do it myself. After each home game, no matter if it's in victory or defeat, we're going to go up in the stands and shake hands, hug babies, and kiss them as well. And it's a small token of appreciation. But I think at this point now, our faithful few expect us to do it. Right. You know, I could test that and say, well, this game we're not going to go. I'll get 12 emails after the game and say, why didn't the girls come in the stands? And so I think for me, it's just not waiting for somebody else to take the reins from the university to do something that I am more than capable of doing. And a simple thank you may not be enough, but it's a good start. And so I say thank you in advance to all of Grambling alumni, friends, and family that look to support women's basketball.
Again, that was your head women's basketball coach, Coach Courtney Simmons, and we are back to finish.
Thank you, Tamaya. You know, behind every strong institution is a commitment to sound financial leadership. As Interim Vice President for Finance, Queen Shahams helps ensure that Grambling State remains strategically aligned and financially secure. She joins us now to talk about her role and why financial stewardship is so vital to our future. Vice President Hams, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Glad to be here today.
Absolutely. So let's talk about how you got here, because you've had experience in multiple sectors of finance. Yes. So what brought you back to your alma mater?
Well, this is my second time around at my alma mater, so of course that shows how much I love the institution and love to give back to my institution. So I came back last year in a finance role, but before then I was a full-time professor at Grambling in the accounting department. And so I can see things from different lenses now. I can see things as far as a professor, even a student, because I am a product of Grambling State. And now I can see things as an administrator. So this day is really big for me because I understand as a finance professional here that we need all the support that we can from various avenues. You think about our structure as of the moment, most of our funding comes from tuition and fees, right? And some of that comes from state, but nowadays there's more tuition and fees than it is state appropriations. So what I love about our foundation is that they are very intentional about making sure that we have the additional funding coming from our donors to support the mission of the university. And that's very broad in itself, but the focus is always on students, and so not just academics, but student support And so definitely a lot of the funding that goes towards to today, the Day of Giving, would be scholarships for our students to create accessibility and affordability.
Absolutely. Yes. So let's talk about this role now. So
Yes.
now that you've come from this financial sector, you have all those different backgrounds. How does that inform your view on financial stewardship when it comes to higher education?
Again, it starts with the mission, all right? The mission and vision is our students. And so I don't think of finance as just one element. I think of it in holistically, right? Again, as I mentioned before, we are here to serve the students academically, but not only that, to support them while they're here and to help support them as they move forward. And so when I think about what we're doing today, that funding goes towards not just getting them here, but retaining them here.
Absolutely.
And scholarship funds are a very key way of keeping the students engaged and motivated to continue their studies. And also meeting the needs of not just academic or merit-based students, but need-based students as well. Because we know that with our political climate, things are changing, and so this is a great time now for us to collectively, as a universities, alumni base, to really pour our dollars into serving the students and making us sustainable and also to grow.
Absolutely. So when you think about the momentum from campaigns like this one, the 1901 Day of Giving, how does philanthropic investment really support long-term institutional strength?
It does, so various ways. Now there's ways to give, as some do with scholarships, just the one-time funding, but endowment support also helps. That ensures long-term sustainability, because when a donor gives an endowment, they're giving money, but the interest from that is growing. And so that's why it's important that we not only look at one type of giving, but look at all types of giving, especially those that can sustain us for years to come.
Well, it's obvious you're very passionate about finance. So I know you're an alumnus, but how did you get in finance? Like, what made you choose this particular field?
I think it chose me, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I can go back to when I was at Grambling. I came here wanting to major in CIS only.
Interesting.
It was when I took my first accounting course, and actually the professor is still here, Marshida Hassan, and she taught my first accounting 201 course, and I fell in love with accounting. Did not know anything about accounting, really, but took that course. And I want to speak to that because as a student, you don't really understand the hands behind supporting a student and their matriculation in accounting. I say that because I know that behind the scenes now, there was money coming in through the foundation to support the accounting department, College of Business department, even the NABA, which is the National Association of Black Accountants. And that was the organization that helped me propel my career. It was through NABA that I got my first internship, that I got my first full-time job.
Nice.
And I came back to Grambling being the advisor of NABA. And so now I understand how those extra dollars help us support students who travel to those conferences where they can be selected, can get the opportunity to interview and learn more about the industry. And so now I'm here as an administrator seeing that not just NABA needs it, but all of our organizations need additional funding to support the growth of our students.
Absolutely. So I want to dive more into your student experience when you were matriculating here. So when you were out there and you were going through these internships, what experiences did you pull from Grambling State that really helped you to understand, yes, I have been prepared to succeed?
Oh, so going beyond the classroom learning. So engaging with my professors. At that time, and even now, we still have a great career services department, and they were intentional about us being prepared for the working world. And also going to conferences like NABA, those were very instrumental to me. So I tell students today, look, don't just come just to get the education, but make sure you connect with your professors, those who are supporting the administration to help you not only leave Grambling, but leave Grambling with a great job and also a great future.
Absolutely. So I'll give you a math problem.
Oh.
So as an accountant,
Yeah.
what do you think is the right formula for student success when we talk about financial stewardship and institutional sustainability? What do you think is the right formula for a student, regardless of major, to make sure that they maximize their time here, get the experience, and then graduate?
Yes, so education, connections, and even social environment. Adjusting to that is also helpful because it helps you prepare for the real world, right?
Yeah.
I think that's an adjustment that we have to make, as students have to make. You come from high school, and you come into this whole different dynamic of learning, but also having that mindset that I'm not just here to learn, but I also need the connections to get me where I need to go beyond Grambling State.
Yep, absolutely. So when you think about how this translates to your job now, you know, whether you're still teaching in the classroom and understanding the importance of financial support outside of state funds and foundation funds, how has that perspective changed, or has it changed when you're trying to teach a student, or when you were in the classroom and they may be dealing with financial troubles? How have you seen that impact students that are going through that?
Well, I'm teaching now on the side, and so I still have the opportunity to pour into students, and I'm able to now use more real life experiences than be on the textbook. And so as of yesterday, I had a class where I talked to them about the different ways of funding, and I always use institutions as an example, because that's where I live, that's what I do every day.
Right.
And so I talk about how, yes, you have your core operations, which at Grambling, that's tuition and fees, right? Also you have some help from the government, but also knowing that you have other sources like your grants, but foundation is a very, very important avenue for us to have the resources that also complements what we do on the operating side of the university.
Absolutely. So what have you found to be the most surprising part of what you do?
The most what?
The most surprising part.
Oh, surprising part? Oh, that's a good question. You got me with that one. I don't know if I've been surprised. I am just excited to see how everything comes together. Again, I talked about my different viewpoints, and now that I'm here in my role, which is more administrative, I can see holistically how a dollar can shape in so many different ways. Yeah. And so I think for me, not so much surprising, but just it's important to see holistically how one little dollar here can really grow and help us with our outcomes, which we definitely want our students to retain, but also to graduate.
Absolutely, absolutely. So when you think about those that are watching us today, they could be investors, they could be friends, stakeholders, supporters, whomever. What would you say to them about their role that they play in the sustainability of this institution?
Oh yes, you all play such an important role, from donors to grantors to sponsors. Look, you are being a part of something that has been sustainable for years. And so no matter what has come our way, we have been able to sustain and grow from it. And so with that, again, attributing to what we're doing here on our side, the dollars help us to support various things, not just scholarships, but programs, departments who also enrich the students. And so I would say you are definitely pouring into what I call good ground here at Grambling, where we would definitely continue to grow. And so your funds will not go in vain.
Absolutely, yes. Yep. And you know, I would be remiss if I didn't mention, I want to mention this as much as possible. This is a fundraiser today. So it's important that you understand the ways to give, and that is by going to gram.edu/givingday. You can also scan the QR code on your screen, or you can call our call center at 318-274-2333. Well, Vice President Hams, thank you so much for sharing your background, for sharing with us just your experience and all of these viewpoints. I think it's so interesting that a lot of the administrators here have so many pieces that they can pull from and bring to strengthen this institution. So actually, let's talk a little bit more before we wrap. Tell me more about what you've seen from the different places that you've worked, because you've worked in a lot of different places. What are those main things, those main themes that you brought with you when you came back here to serve as CFO?
Passion. I did. I also brought an understanding of the institution and their goals. I think I always start with that. What is the institution doing? What are their strategic initiatives? And that's how it can inform what I do, right? Right. So of course, with any institution, you want to make sure you have students coming in. So I mentioned earlier, accessibility and affordability. And that's through, again, scholarships, additional gap funding, which we can definitely pour into today. Absolutely. And so I take with me everywhere I go, understanding why I'm here, my purpose in it, and bringing the passion, and keeping the main thing the main thing.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yep. All right, so I am going to ask you to jog your memory.
Oh.
Tell me an experience that really was the turning point for you when you chose this major and then you decided to go in the direction that you took in your career. Was there an inflection point that's like, okay, no? Were you wanting to be a CFO, or is this like, yeah, this might be a good path for me?
It chose me. I'm a person that I try to be guided. I try to follow the plan that's ahead of me. But I do look at my journey as that everything that I've been through or gone through in my career has led me to this moment. I wasn't planning to be a CPA. It kind of happened after I got my MBA. I said, okay, what's next? CPA. That led me to be able to teach full time, which got me more grounded into what accounting is. And then it got me to where I am today. So yeah, that was a turning point, and I just let life flow.
Well, I'm so glad the flow brought you here.
Yes, I'm glad it did as well.
Well, thank you again for doing the work that you're doing to protect the financial future of Grambling State, and for reminding us that that strategic stewardship isn't just about numbers. It's about mission, momentum, and what we make possible. After the break, we'll hear from someone working every day to shape a vibrant, supportive experience for our students outside the classroom. Stay with us.
When you're on the road for a while and you come up on a Whataburger, you feel like you're a little bit closer to home. And everybody likes the feeling of home.
What a burger!
Whataburger, bring back our mushroom Swiss burger. I heard corporate said it's never gonna happen.
Corporate here. We're aligned.
The mushroom Swiss burger is back.
We're bringing back the hits.
What a burger!
Like your Mary J. Step 2 times to the right, to the left. We can do it all night. Run up, run up, run up, run up. Cut up, cut up, cut up, cut up. Be on the lookout. It's going down at the cookout.
You better not run up on me. If you do, then I'ma trip out. You better not run up on me. If you do, then I'ma trip out. 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 Trip out. Trip out. Trip out. Trip out. You better not run up on me. Better not run up on me. Better not run up. Better not run up on me. If you do, then I'ma trip out. Trip out. I'ma trip out. I'ma trip out. Trip out. Trip out. Trip out. You better not run up on me. Better not run up on me. Better not run up. Better not run up on me. If you do, then I'ma trip out. See what you be working with.
I said a 1, a 2, you know what to do.
Welcome back. Creating an exceptional student experience means investing in the spaces, support, and programs that help students grow, not just academically, but personally and professionally. Joining me now is Dr. Rudolph Ellis, Vice President for Student Affairs, and Marcus Kennedy, who is also leading the effort with student programming. And it's a pleasure to have both of you. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I want to talk about, this is a main aim. This is one of our main 6 impact areas: student experience and engagement. Take me through your strategic vision for student affairs and why it's so important to the brand experience that they have here.
Before we begin speaking about this, I want to take this opportunity to highlight the exceptional work that the students are doing behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
If everyone could see who is actually looking at us today, the exceptional work that our students are doing now, they would be so proud. And I think this highlights what we are focusing on in student affairs. The experiences that go beyond academia and focuses on the holistic development. And one of the key things that we intend to do, and we're doing, is to make sure we develop the student holistically. Many of the experiences that we have require just involvement, but along with involvement comes financial contributions and financial efficacy. And some of the best ways for us to execute these is to ensure that we get the financial support to ensure that these programs are successful. So there are many things that we have planned throughout the coming years. There are many things that we have planned for our students that are in the initial phases. But one of the key things we want to do is to ensure that our students develop holistically. So it's beyond academia. We have to focus on the emotional, the spiritual, and the mental well-being of our students.
Absolutely.
So once we have that area and we tap into those various segments, we can definitely see growth at the end.
Absolutely. So let's talk about one of those when you talk about the body. And Marcus, I definitely want to get your insight here. Tell me more about the Whataburger Resource Center, and then you also have another grant-funded initiative. So walk us through those two things and how they tie into the student experience.
Absolutely. So the Whataburger Resource Room is a vital support mechanism on our campus. It allows us to provide basic needs to our students, toiletries, food, things like that. Food, nutrition, and food insecurity is a prevalent thing in higher ed amongst college students. So a lot of college students fight food insecurity on a daily basis. So the Whataburger Resource Room allows us to fight back and allow the student to not have to worry about where they're going to get nutritional things from, but more so how to just focus on the classroom, and there are other things. And so supporting this helps us, make sure that students are well holistically, and that we have an open resource that's for all of our students, whether they're on campus or off campus.
Absolutely. And we're also a food hub,
Yes.
correct? Yes. Tell me more about that.
So recently, probably about 6 months ago, we received notification from No Kid Hungry, which is a Share Our Strengths program that focuses on fighting food insecurity. And so with that, they identified Grambling State University as a nutrition hub, and which opened up the door to financial resources, such as some grant dollars that helps us support food insecurity programs, and more so education. A lot of resources are available to students who live in the community and live on campus because of the location we live in, the ruralness of the area, and also what they are eligible for as a college student, being a Pell eligible recipient. But a lot of the barriers come from lack of education or just not knowing. And so that this hub allows us to provide the educational resource where we're reaching out to our community partners, our Northeast Louisiana Food Bank partners, and other community sources and national sources to help us educate the students in our community, bring resources and education. So we're excited. It's in our initial phase, initial stages, but stay tuned because I believe we'll have a lot more to share.
Awesome. That's amazing. So let's talk a little bit more about FSUB when we talk about the student experience. I mean, that is a huge part of college life.
Yes.
You know, it's more than books is what I like to call it.
Yeah,
more
right.
than books. So tell me more about FSUB, why it exists, and the types of programming that you all like to offer to students.
Absolutely. So FSUB stands for the Fayetteville Student Union Board. And so it's comprised of a 25-member advisory board of students. And what they're responsible for is the programming experience for students. And so it's segmented off into 6 committees, and they plan our campus-wide activities. It's funded by student fees, which is why it's made up of student members, and those students vote and get feedback from students to help guide their programming. And so they're a very important component to campus life at Grambling State University. And this union board has been in existence since, probably like the 70s. Yeah. It's been around, and one of the great things I love about it is it's a laboratory for students where they're getting real life work experience and transferable skills that they can use outside of this college experience. They go on to be logistics managers, operations managers. You get a lot of, they learn about risk management. They learn about event production. They work to mitigate risk, and they work with artists and talent and entertainment. And so I love it because it shows them at such an early point in their college experience, even when they do not know exactly what they want to do, it shows them the opportunities of what they can do. So I love that because it's the gift that keeps giving.
Absolutely.
And one of the things I wanted to highlight is it allows them to understand how to overcome limitations.
Yes.
And I think that's one of the greatest things about it. It allows them to celebrate successes, but whenever there are limitations, it also allows them to overcome those limitations. So I think those are some of the greatest aspects of being a part of these organizations.
Yeah. It brings me to this question when you talk about just these intrinsic things that students pick up along the way through these experiences. What would you want people to know about Grambling State students? Those that are watching, whether they're investors or friends or supporters of the institution, or they may be operating partners or potential partners. How would you describe Grambling State students now because you work with them every day? What would be the best way?
Wow.
It's a good question.
And it's you can look at it from so many different perspectives.
Absolutely.
Grambling State students are like no other. We are the heart of HBCUs. That's what I would consider us to be.
Yeah.
We are uniquely different. We are dynamic. We're wholesome. We are very family oriented. We're go-getters. We're ambitious. Our students are honest. They are spirit-filled. and I come up with all of these adjectives because whenever I visited the schools, I always make that comparison. Our students do it differently. Our students are different. And you have to be in this specific role to understand how dynamic our students are. I always tell everyone, I've been through the ranks at Grambling. I was an undergrad. I worked on campus. I was a grad student. And then I came back and I did my doctorate. I always wanted to come back because it kept drawing me back to the unique experiences here. And I think some of the key things behind it is the experiences that you have and the camaraderie that you have on campus. One of the key things I think made it so unique, and maybe some of the things we need to go back to, is that development of where we bond together, because I know technology keeps being somewhat of a limitation where we don't have that camaraderie as much, but those are some of the key aspects that made us so unique. We knew everybody in our halls. We knew everybody in our classrooms. So being a part of Grambling is unique. It's when we say Gram Fam is real.
Absolutely.
It's not made up. So that's what makes it completely different. I'm passionate about anything that has to do with Grambling, especially our students, because whatever we see and whatever we feel is real.
Absolutely. So it's obvious that, you know, you have the programming in mind. You have the purpose there. You know the ethos and you know how you want to activate it. But there are obviously some challenges. So take me through just some of the challenges that you're facing, and then how you think that what that will benefit, you know, when people invest today.
I'll speak from first the Whataburger Resource Room. One of the amazing things that we have seen is increased usage, increased visitors from our students. One of the challenges in that, though, is just meeting the demands and making sure we have the resources for that support the students that come. And so having financial support or just even volunteer support to keep the room stocked, to have the proper items that the students need in the space, to meet the volume of the traffic of students that attend is a challenge. I think when it comes to the student experience and what we provide, just the net, casting the net wide. We're in a rural North Louisiana, but our beacon is really big and it's really loud here. And so continuing to get the attraction to bring all the great and amazing things that our students want to the university to enhance the student experience, and continuing to build those relationships, and then funding, of course, is always a thing when it comes to the student experience with talent and resources. It's just that we are heavily student fee oriented, and so the thing about student fees is it's a set rate. And so we can only budget to do so much, but as our students demand more, the cost of everything increases. And so we do need a lot more of financial support to do more.
So go ahead.
And as the time changes, I think one of the key things we need to highlight is that our programs have to go beyond just the fun. And we have to highlight some of the mental health initiatives that we need to do. And of course, I'm going to piggyback off what Marcus said. It is imperative that we have funding to support these programs. And those are some of the key areas that I believe need to be addressed, not only at Grambling, but at all higher education institutions. And we, like all the others, want to make sure we provide what our students need. And I think through a day of giving, like today, we could support several of these programs to make sure that they're enhanced appropriately and they provide for our students.
Absolutely. And I love that you take the mental health arc. Is there a specific type of program you'd like to talk a little bit more about that you would?
In terms of mental health, we're working on several programs at present. We're working with 2 external partners where we offer different programs that focus on student development. But some of the key areas that I want to focus on is providing spaces where students can grow. We have been working with the intramural to provide these specific spaces. We are on the verge of getting a volleyball pit built soon, and this is all a part of our initiative. We just completed a deck where students can relax outside.
Nice.
The counseling center is focusing on providing relaxing chairs or massage chairs within their spaces so students can use it. The health center is making sure that they provide education on lupus and different aspects and how they grow. So we want to make sure that we offer a plethora of different programs that focuses on the holistic development, but at the same time, throughout that holistic development, we focus on every mental aspect where the students can grow. So it's never one program, but a plethora of programs that we want to do to ensure that we offer that development that students need. And we're always welcome to get ideas on receiving ways that we can develop. Take note again, and I want to focus on this. Grambling students are different from the others. So what might work at an institution beyond Grambling may not work here. Our students are unique. So we want to make sure we identify programs that cater to our students.
So let's explore that a little bit. So, you know, obviously you both do some intentional work with professional development. When you talk about ideas, when you go to different conferences and you hear all these things, what do you pull from them usually? And then how do you try to tailor it so it would fit here at Grambling State?
I'll have Marcus go first, and I'm going to answer that.
Okay.
Well, I always like to make sure that whenever I'm representing Grambling State University at a conference or an external event, that I make sure that we're in the space, we're in the conversation. And I think that helps us, guide on the needs and what we have going on here. It's always a great opportunity to be in a space where you're hearing that some of the challenges are the same, and then also seeing how some of the things that we have here are not granted at other institutions. And so it makes you value, you know, the things that we have on an everyday basis. And so what I always try to do, though, is bring back that content. And we get with our student affairs team, we huddle every month, and then we huddle internally with our student leaders to make sure that they are up to date on best practices and current trends and what other institutions and what other students are experiencing. We keep a network between institutions with our student leaders because, like Dr. Ellis said, that mental health piece spreads vast and wide. And we also want to make sure that our leaders are prepared to deal with these challenges too, or to just be amongst their peers and help them develop as well. What I see a lot of times in the student experience space is that, you know, since COVID, you know, it's been very difficult for some of our professionals in the space to reach today's student because of technology, other distractions that may have occurred, and I think social interaction was a piece that was lost during the pandemic.
It was.
And so we take, but here at Grambling, I think there's a lot of areas where we may have not been subjective to that particular symptom. And we've been able to overcome that because our students show up in spaces, and I'm always hearing the professionals come back and say, man, those Grambling students, y'all are sharp. They're confident, you know, they speak well, they're respectful. And so we really try to do a good job of highlighting that, underscoring it, but also spreading it and making sure that the future leaders that come to our institution pick that up.
Yeah. And I like that you make the pivot to student leadership because it's important that you're dealing with all aspects and all experiences that students have when they come here. Talk more about how you prepare those students for just to take that role. I can only imagine it's different when you go from just a classmate and now you might be my class president or you might be Miss Grambling, you might be Miss Covergirl. We're going to hear from them later on today, but just wondering how do you best help them make that transition, and what have you seen them carry with them once they matriculate and get their degree?
We look at it from both perspectives because leadership can be extrinsic and intrinsic.
Yes.
Many of the students who take up these roles come with an understanding of what leadership is. Their definition or the conventional definition of what leadership is. In terms of development, we learn and they learn. No experience that you have with student leaders for that academic year is the same. And you grow as time progresses. So what do we get? It's a learning process. Pedagogy goes both ways. We will learn from whatever they have, they'll learn from us. There are professional developments that they attend, as Mr. Kennedy states. There are programs that they have to host. There are meetings that they have to do, and they're ambassadors of the institution. Apart from this, there is constant communication. There's development that they learn. They see things and they learn from it. Understand that whenever they're in these roles, and one of the key things I know we always say, you have to learn to be a follower, and you have to learn that that you're going to fail sometimes.
Indeed.
And then you learn from that failure. So it's difficult to say what they take from it, but at the end of every year, I can say we've matured from where we started. And that maturity is subjective.
Yeah.
We learned a lot from those experiences, and we make changes and we tweak to suit what's best for us. So that was a good question, but at the same time, you have to make us think about the various student leaderships that we have had and how we've looked at how they have grown. But I can safely say that individuals have left the space mature.
Yeah. So go ahead.
I would like to just add, I think for when I think about how we develop leaders, I think about how my journey was as a student here. You know, I was met where I was, and the faculty, the staff, the community met me there and then helped me and pushed me to where I needed to be. And that's the essence of how we think about our student leaders, because we don't always, like Dr. Ellis said, they don't show up the same. They show up different, but that doesn't mean that they're not capable. And so we look into where they are and we push them forward to where they need to be. And so that starts from day one. As soon as they're elected, we immediately begin. And so we work through the summer. We develop our leadership retreats. I mean, it's a full out intrusive piece. I mean, we really just flow into the space. And I think one thing about it is our students always know, because of that, they can always lean back on us when they need support. And being a leader is tough. And these are young adults. And so when life happens, we have to be there too. And it does. And so one thing that we teach them, and I think that they take away from it, is that you can survive, like Dr. Ellis said earlier, through the limitations. And that you are here for a reason and you're here for a purpose. And no matter what, there is something greater than you. And so it's about that ultimate goal of supporting the brand and leading the institution.
Yeah, I love that. So I'm gonna ask you to travel back.
Okay.
And for those of you that are joining us today, just letting you know that we're talking through student experience and engagement, and I'm joined here by Dr. Ellis, who is also the Vice President for Student Affairs, and with Marcus Kennedy as we explore just what that student experience sounds like. So I want you to travel back to when you were both students, because you said you were multiple graduate of Grambling State, and I'm astounded by just this thread of alumni who have come back here to serve and make sure that this institution sustains and grows. I'm astounded by that. I think that is so applaudable, that you come back and you bring these experiences with you to help the very place that shaped you. So tell me about a turning point for you when you were a student that really helped you understand, okay, this is what I really want to do. And was that the intent at the beginning, that you wanted to end up in student affairs, or did it kind of choose you and you took that story?
I came to Grambling to actually, because for people who don't know, I'm from Belize. I came with the intentions to go into teaching, making that difference. And after graduating with my undergrad, I had Dr. Doris Williams-Smith, already retired, and I had Dr. Newman, who is still here, who spoke to me about, you know what, do your master's, stay in education, do something different, but get your master's done. So jumped into it wholeheartedly while I was working in housing. One of the key things I learned when I was in housing was that regardless of what, and I keep going back to this, all of our students are different. And the help that you offer to one will be completely different when it comes to the other. So when it comes to loving our students, I love them differently. So it was important to show that love, but at different levels. And the want and the need to serve continued to grow when I did my master's. It just continued to grow. And the change came for student affairs when President Gallo spoke to me and said, I was voluntold, and he said, Ellis, I need you to help me out here. And ever since he said that, I've been in that position. And I realized that, again, that position was made for me. I think the profession there was made for me to serve in the aspect that I did. I believe I could serve in any role on Grambling's campus once I'm serving the students. But this one specifically is one of the service that I appreciate, and I humbly do. I don't feel like I'm at work. I literally feel like I'm having fun when I'm doing what I do.
Well, thank you for sharing that. So we're about to wrap up, but I do want you to very quickly share your experience. And,
okay, great. So my experience, I came to Grambling State University as a cheerleader. I was recruited here. I was a College of Business undergraduate, graduated from that point, didn't know what I wanted to do. So my cheerleading coach, Terrence Lilly, said, you know, just keep going, go back to school, get your master's. I was doing my work study in campus recreation, intramurals. And so from that point, I got into the program and I went to a NERSA conference, which is a recreation organization. And the keynote speaker was the vice president of student affairs at that time at an institution, but she started her background in campus rec. And I was like, immediately I saw a pathway. And so at that point, that's when my trajectory changed and I realized, okay, I can make something out of this experience. And then not to mention, while I was in undergrad, I worked with I was in F-Sub, did a lot of the campus events, so I understood the programming aspect. And so that's kind of how I got into this work. And then just wanting to give back to the people who gave back to me and coming back home to do so.
Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure just having both of you. After the break, we're going to toss to Charles, where he's going to talk us through what happens the rest of this day. Stay with us.
Welcome to the yard, where the culture is alive and the energy never stops. From leadership to legacy, this is where the heartbeat of Grambling State comes to life. Today, we're lifting up the voices and programs that shape the spirit of our campus. Let's get started. I'm sitting here with one of our student leaders here at Grambling State University. Do you mind telling us your name, where you're from, and how your experience has been here at Grambling State University?
How you doing? My name is Jakiah Brown. I'm from Little Rock, Arkansas, and my major is biology. I minor in psychology, and I'm currently a sophomore.
How has your experience been here at the Grambling State University?
My experience at Grambling State University has been amazing. I've been able to travel. I've been able to get a whole lot of internships and different opportunities at school. Being at the school, I was a little bit nervous coming in as a freshman, but as a sophomore, I've been able to, digest into all the all the opportunities that I have and all the programs that I've been into. It's been a whole lot of scholarships and opportunities that I've been able to also receive.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown, for joining us today. We are again here super excited on the yard of Grambling State University, where we are celebrating 1901 Giving Day. We want to encourage you to keep watching, but also we want to encourage you to give to Grambling State University for 1901 Giving Day.
Hello, I am Morgan Patton, your 2024-2025 Student Government Association President.
And I am Jocelyn Sanders, your 71st Miss Grambling State University.
At Grambling State University, we are excited because today is 1901 Day of Giving, and this is an opportunity for you to support our mission of excellence for all students.
That's right, we are dedicated to academic.
Hello, I am Morgan Patton, your 2024-2025 Student Government Association President.
And I am Jocelyn Sanders, your 71st Miss Grambling State University.
At Grambling State University, we are excited because today is 1901 Day of Giving, and this is an opportunity for you to support our mission of excellence for all students.
That's right, we are dedicated to academic success. Your contributions today strengthen our programs and resources, preparing students for a successful future. When you give, you help us create a learning environment that fosters growth and innovation.
This year, We have segmented our campaign into 6 key categories that highlight our focus areas, and they are
academic excellence, strengthening programs and resources that prepare students for the future, access and opportunities, funding experimental learning, essential resources, and career development.
Gap Scholarship Fund, helping students overcome financial barriers in their final semester, presidential priorities, advancing key university initiatives, campus enhancements, and student success.
Student experience and engagement, creating transformative spaces and enriching student life. Tiger Athletics, supporting our student athletes and the spirit of competition.
I think this day is so important to me just because I know Grambling has done so much for me, especially in my position as SGA president. It has molded me into the man I am today that will be a great leader moving forward.
Likewise, Morgan, as Miss Grambling, I wouldn't be the woman I am today or have the experience I've had if I wasn't afforded the resources from our generous investors. I am proof that every dollar, every act of kindness, and every investment in a student truly matters, and I am a living testament of that.
1901 Day of Giving is a vital fundraiser initiative that promotes a spirit of community and collaboration among alumni, students, faculty, staff, and supporters of GSU. It's a chance for everyone connected to our university to come together and make a meaningful contribution that supports our mission and various programs.
By participating in this collective effort, your generous contributions will benefit fund scholarships, improve facilities, support innovative research, and provide essential resources that empower our students and faculty to thrive.
Additionally, as a special thank you, when you contribute a gift of
I love Grambling State University. That's not yet.
You're on this historical campus called Grambling State University. Is there anybody proud to be a title?
I invite you to tell them we're building.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm super excited to have sitting here with me our core director, Dr. Cordera Harper. How are you today, Doc?
I'm doing excellent. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Dr. Harper, the University Choir brings soul to the stage and pride to every performance. What role does the choir play in connecting students to one another and to the university's legacy?
So when we consider the idea of the place where everybody is somebody, the university choir is comprised of students from all majors. It is a non-audition choir, so anyone can be a part of the university choir, and they come together and they work very hard to achieve academic excellence. Many of our students are represented in the academic achievement programs, and they're very visible on campus, etc.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harper. Next question. What kind of transformation do you see in your students through this work?
So being a part of the university choir allows students to gain transferable skills such as leadership skills, attention to detail. A lot of non-musical people don't realize the amount of work that goes into being a part of a major ensemble. Learning music literacy is like learning a second language. There's a business aspect around being a part of the university choir, such as marketing, recruitment materials, visibility. So our students get a glimpse as well as some hands-on experiences as well as being able to perform with excellence and achieving.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harper. We appreciate you for coming out today and sharing with us. You have anything else to share with us today?
Yes, I would like to share that your contributions are much appreciated for the university choir. It allows us to continue to grow. We are growing very quickly. And again, like I said, with us being comprised of both majors as well as non-music majors, your support helps students from all across campus. It helps them to stay, and as it relates to retention, by providing them with support, financial support, as well as allowing us to continue to grow and to continue to further the rich choral legacy here at Grambling State University.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harper. Again, that is Dr. Cordera Harper, who is our choir director here at Grambling State University. Again, we want to encourage you guys to keep on following us throughout the day and to keep on giving to Grambling State University for 1901 Giving Day. I want to remind you that the link to give is on the Grambling State University's website. Thank you so much.
Hello, I am Morgan Patton, your 2024-2025 Student Government Association President.
Wow, what a phenomenal performance from the one and only world famed Grambling State University Tiger Marching Band. They are absolutely wonderful. I'm super excited to have sitting with me the one and only Dr. Roebuck, who's the director of our band here at Grambling State University. How are you, Dr. Roebuck?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. Dr. Roebuck, the world famed Tiger Marching Band is recognized internationally. What's the heartbeat of this program, and what does it represent to you and your students?
The heartbeat of the Grambling State University world famed Tiger Marching Band program are the students. They are the heartbeat of the program. And for me, that represents the legacy that Conrad Hutchinson Jr. built from, when you think about the history of the program, and from R.W. Jones from the beginning, from 17 instruments, from Seals and Roebuck up until now, the students have always been the heartbeat of the program.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, Dr. Roebuck. With nearly a century of sound behind you, how has the composition of the band evolved, and what are you most excited about for the band's future?
So the band has evolved. Like I said, when you think about from 1926 to where we are now, 2025, the evolution of the program, we keep expanding. We keep being innovative and creative. And I'm most excited about just making sure that the legacy is preserved, and just for the students and the current staff to understand that we're standing on the shoulders of greatness, and that it's our job to make sure that we uphold this legacy, and that not only that we uphold the legacy, that we expand upon it, and that we bring some new innovative ideas to continue this tradition.
Thank you, Doc. Last question. How do donors contributions make a difference in keeping this tradition alive and strong for the next generation?
Oh, the contributions that individuals bring to the World Fame, it means a lot, because it takes a lot to move the World Fame. And we are always thankful for the support and the contributions that are donated to the World Fame. It means a lot. It helps us preserve the legacy. It helps us make the trips that we need to make. It helps with scholarships. It helps with uniforms. I mean, the list goes on and on. Instruments. So any donation, whether it's big or small, we welcome them all.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Roebuck, for joining us today, and thank you for bringing out the one and only world-famed Tiger Marching Band, and we hope you have a good day.
I love Grambling State University. Cincinnati, yay!
You're on a historical campus called Grambling State University. Is there anybody proud to be a Tiger?
I invite you to tell them we're building.
Hello, I am Morgan Patton, your 2024-2025 Student Government Association President.
And I am Jocelyn Sanders, your 71st Miss Grambling State University.
At Grambling State University, we are excited because today is 1901 Day of Giving, and this is an opportunity for you to support our mission of excellence for all students.
That's right, we are dedicated to academic success. Your contributions today strengthen our programs and resources, preparing students for a successful future. When you give, you help us create a learning environment that fosters growth and innovation.
This year, we have segmented our campaign into 6 key categories that highlight our focus areas, and they are
academic excellence, strengthening programs and resources that prepare students for the future, access and opportunity, funding experimental learning, essential resources, and career development.
Gap Scholarship Fund, helping students overcome financial barriers in their final semester, presidential priorities, advancing key university initiatives, campus enhancements, and student success.
Student experience and engagement, creating transformative spaces and enriching student life. Tiger Athletics, supporting our student athletes and the spirit of competition.
I think this day is so important to me, Justin, just because I know Grambling has done so much for me, especially in my position as SGA president. It has molded me into the man I am today that will be a great leader moving forward.
Likewise, Morgan, as Miss Grambling, I wouldn't be the woman I am today or have the experience I've had if I wasn't afforded the resources from our generous investors. I am proof that every dollar, every act of kindness, and every investment in a student truly matters, and I am a living testament of that.
1901 Day of Giving is a vital fundraiser initiative that promotes a spirit of community and collaboration among alumni, students, faculty, staff, and supporters of GSU. It's a chance for everyone connected to our university to come together and make a meaningful contribution that supports our mission and
By participating in this collective effort, your generous contributions will benefit fund scholarships, improve facilities,
As a special thank you, if you contribute a gift of $250 or more, you'll receive a custom Grambling flag. The flag is not just a piece of fabric, it symbolizes pride, unity, and support of our community.
Various backgrounds and different locations, and I think these opportunities will allow them to stay involved and motivated and a sense of belonging for the students that
To Grambling State University for 1901 Giving.
I love Grambling State University. Class of 98!
You're on a historical campus called
Okay. You want to read some? I don't know about that one. How are you doing today? Well, thank you so much for the donations. You want a refund? I don't know about that one. Okay, how are you doing today? Well, thank you so much for the donations.
Well, we are. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us and joining us today here at the yard of Grambling State University for 1901 Giving Day. I am super excited to be sitting here with the one and only Mr. Telly Lilly. He is someone who works hard behind the scenes and right in the middle of the action. He's the Dean of Students and the cheer coach. How are you today, Mr. Lilly?
I am great. It's great to be here today.
Yes, sir. We're so glad to have you. Dean Lilly, how does your dual role give you insight into what students need to thrive and stay engaged?
Well, the dual role really assists me greatly because I get to connect with the students on different levels. I get to work with them on one dimension, and I get to, work with them on another. And with the conversations that we have, I'm aware of what they need, and I'm able to support them. And that's what the Day of Giving is all about. So if I know what they need, I'm able to go and fight for them.
Thank you so much, Dean Lilly. The cheer program is full of talent and pride. How can support from 1901 Day of Giving help elevate that program?
Well, the Grambling State University Tiger Pride cheerleaders are, first of all, grateful for everything that everyone has done for us in the past. Right now, we're preparing for an national cheerleading competition. We actually leave tomorrow night. The best thing about it is, through the efforts of the university and everyone who works with the school, they were able to, pay for that trip and pay for everything that goes along with it. The cheerleaders feel very loved and supported, so I'm sure they're going to go out there and do a great job and bring that victory back. But the Day of Giving really assists the Grambling State University cheerleaders with the scholarships, with the out-of-state fees, with the tuition, along with all the camps and all the uniforms that goes along with being a part of the Grambling State University Tiger Pride cheerleaders. So the cheerleading program is grateful for the Day of Giving, and we hope it to continue.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lilly. And just before I let you go, I do believe that you attended Grambling State University yourself. Can you tell us a small bit about your experience here at Grambling State University?
Well, 100 years ago when I came to Grambling. It's been quite some time, but I know that by being a member of the Grambling State University family, it helped me to grow. It helped me to understand how the world works. It assists me to learn to work with others and deal with others. And Grambling State University taught us it's the place where everybody is somebody. And what I try to do since I'm back is keep that legacy going and make sure that everybody understands that the place where everybody is somebody is really how we feel and how we all should act. And with that being said, that somebody goes a long way with your pocketbook, because we need that coin. So come on and be somebody and help Grambling State University rise to its highest heights.
Thank you so much, Dean Lilly. Again, we want to thank you guys for tuning in with us. And don't forget, go to the website of Grambling State University and be sure you contribute to 1901 Giving Day.
Hello, I am Morgan Patton, your 2024-2025 Student Government Association President.
And I am Jocelyn Sanders, your 71st Miss Grambling State University.
At Grambling State University, we are excited because today is 1901 Day of Giving, and this is an opportunity for you to support our mission of excellence for all students.
That's right, we are dedicated to academic success. Your contributions today strengthen our programs preparing students for a successful future. When you give, you help us create a learning environment that fosters growth and
For you on the way through.
finding experiential learning, essential
Gap scholarships, helping students overcome barriers, priorities.
I'm not being tragic, not when you're brother. You the first lady that ever took seas enough for being a mother.
Student experience Tiger Athletics, supporting our student athletes in the spirit of competition.
I think this day is so important to me just because I know
Likewise, Morgan, as Miss Grambling, I wouldn't be or have the experience I've had if I wasn't afforded the resources from our generous investors. I am proof that every dollar, every act of kindness, and every
1901 Day of It's a chance for the DJ about to bring back the DJ back let me go This flag is not just a So, 24 hours. Today is our moment to champion students, programs, and experience that define big or small, students excellent, experience opportunity, ensure that the leadership and success continue to flourish.
Together, we can make a profound impact one day,
one gift,
one Grambling.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm super excited to be back here on the yard of Grambling State University for 1901 Giving Day. I have sitting with me now Ms. Jamae Griffin, who's over the Archesis here at Grambling State University. How are you, Ms. Griffin?
Doing good. How are you?
Doing great, doing great. Jamae, the Archesis Dance Company is iconic at Grambling State University. What does it mean to lead in a space so rooted in excellence and art?
Well, you
How does performance help students build confidence, connection, and identity?
So, you know, the Archesis Dance Company is booked and busy always. We perform at the football games, basketball games, events on and off campus in the surrounding communities. And so the dancers get a lot of opportunities to perform. And with that, we always talk about them finding their artistry, which is just them finding themselves as an artist. And I think that goes hand in hand with identity. We also talk about discipline, time management, the ability to be tenacious, being able to fail and then get back up every single time, but also we build confidence. And so I think that they're able to bring all of that into any space that they enter.
That's so beautiful. And last question. What can support from today's fundraiser do to strengthen your team's visibility and reach?
So I think that, you know, the most important thing for me, I think, is the idea of offering scholarships to these dancers. So we do a lot of performing, so y'all see the finished product, but it takes a lot of time in the studio to work up to that. And so it's not only them managing their time with their classes, but managing their time with the Orchesis Dance Company, and so there's very little time to have a job. And so in order to kind of alleviate some of that financial burden, I think that scholarships would really be a big help for these dancers, as well as, you know, bringing in different guest artists. So we were able to bring in Nicole Ray from Dallas Black Dance Theater one year. We also brought in Cameron Terry from Shades Dance Theater, as well as earlier this semester we brought in Zakia and her accompanist Sanu, who taught a contemporary African dance class, and we were able to also offer that to the community, and we were able to get 70 people in our little tiny studio sharing the art of dance with them, and I think that that's very important. Our founder, Catherine Williams, one of her goals was to give dance to the community, you know, spread it. And I think that we're doing that through performance, through teaching. This semester we're teaching every week at the Boys and Girls Club. The dancers are volunteering their time there, as well as choreography. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jamae. That concludes, ladies and gentlemen, the portion of today's show here on the yard of Grambling State University. We want to say thanks to everybody for watching and participating today in 1901 Giving Day. And want to give a special thanks and shout out to our DJ today, DJ Noise, who's been on the ones and twos the entire time we've been on the yard, and to everybody who participated in the yard show today. Thank you so much for watching, and I want to remind you that this is 1901 Giving Day. Please go to the website of Grambling State University, find the link, and be sure you contribute to our school, our students, and the legacy here at Grambling State University, where everybody is surely somebody.
I got King Jesus. I don't need nobody else. Do you hear me what I say? Long as I got King Jesus, I don't need nobody else. Come on.
Back here live in studio for the Grambling State University 1901 Day of Giving. I'm your co-host, Charles Talbert. Thank you to Zachary Thomas and everyone who made that scene come to life there on the yard. Took a lot of hands, a lot of bodies to make that happen. So we just appreciate everyone that is there helping us get this program through. We have a lot of familiar faces up here on stage with us today. They seem nervous. They shouldn't be, though. You guys do this all the time, so I don't know what the big deal is. But let's get some introductions here, even though your sash says it all. But
Greetings, everyone. I am Jesslyn Sanders, a proud native of Austin, Texas, the heart of the Lone Star State, a senior business management major, and I humbly serve as the 71st Miss Grambling State University.
All right.
Greetings, my name is Brooke Stewart, a senior majoring in elementary education, hailing from Dallas, Texas, and I serve as your 56th Miss Cover Girl.
Greetings, Grand Fam. I am Morgan Patton, a senior kinesiology major from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I humbly serve as your 2024-2025 Student Government Association President.
Morgan didn't want to say, but he kind of feels some type of way standing up back there.
It's all good. It's okay.
We're going to get through it. So what I want to start with is to either one of you. I guess we can go with Ms. Grambling first. How would you describe your student experience here at Grambling State University?
It's been amazing. I believe it's a place where I've blossomed. I've learned a lot about myself. People have poured into me so much being here at Grambling State University, and it's really helped me grow as an individual and really find my purpose in life.
What about you, Ms. Covergirl?
It's been an absolute honor. I'm someone who never thought I would be in the position that I'm in, so I'm always thankful and grateful for everything that I've been able to get at Grambling, and I'm able to give it to others.
Sir?
For me, piggybacking off of them, Grambling has molded me into the guy I am now. Honestly, I've loved it here, so it's been an amazing experience.
So, 3 initiatives, 3 different people. Do you all have 3 different platforms that you're kind of running on? If so, give us some background about this.
Yes. So my platform was Beyond the Mic, Unleash Your Voice, Rewrite Your Story.
Okay.
And it's about unleashing my voice so students can find their own voice and sharing my story to help other students rewrite their stories. I believe in all of us, there's power in our voice and purpose in our stories.
Absolutely. What about you?
My platform is G-Time, Grambling Tigers, Igniting Meaningful Engagement, and it was to promote volunteerism and engagement within the campus community, within events, service learning opportunities, and different things. So that's where GSU Engage comes in and helps out a lot.
And for me, it was the last dance, now or never, setting the foundation with the new administration coming in, ensuring that bridge was there for the student body and faculty advisors on campus to get their voice concerns heard across campus.
All 3 amazing causes, all very important, especially when we're talking about transitioning from one presidential candidate here on campus to the next one, and just making sure students are comfortable with the change of guards and that they're still able to express themselves to you. What are you guys most excited about as far as your roles as what you do? Does anything stand out that you're like, this was unexpected, but I like it nonetheless?
The whole experience for me, because my route to becoming Miss Covergirl is a pageant. So the whole experience on becoming Miss Covergirl and doing the pageant is something that is extremely unreal.
I think for me, just the opportunity to serve and make an impact. You never know whose life you're touching. So just, you know, being in that position and being able to touch other people's lives, being able to pour into other people and give back in a way that so many people have given to you, or giving back in a way that you wish you had when you were younger, and now you're able to, you know, help others.
I think for me, it was the unexpected rooms that I was able to step into. You know, being that voice for the student bodies, for those students that's not able to speak up for themselves, and just be that lobby for our university, not just in the state of Louisiana, but across the United States. So just to make sure I made that change beyond just Grambling State University.
Excellent, excellent. So as you may know, one of our 6 impact investment areas are student experience and engagement. So when you hear the words student experience and engagement, the funds received from donations today, in your mind, what ideally do you think the student body wants and needs with these funds that are being donated?
I would say resources.
Yeah.
Grambling State University, any college is supposed to prepare them for the 4 to 5 years to move them on to what goes on next in the real world. So making sure they have those internship opportunities, those workshops, the things that they really need, those events. Yes, of course, we're here to have fun, but we want to make sure that Grambling State University is molding these young men and women into the change makers of the world. So those resources to adapt them into the new world is what I believe that this money should go towards.
And not only, I think resources is amazing, but also scholarships. I know a lot of students may not be able to afford coming to school, and it's such a blessing to, you know, say that you attended college. So taking those donations or those investments from other people so you can pursue your goals, I think scholarships is another big one.
Yeah, you hit it right on the head. One of our 6 investment areas are also the GAP Fund. So that directly goes to helping students who need that little bit of help in between maybe a grant or some type of scholarship that they may have had, or even from paying out of pocket, or their mom and dad's paying out of pocket. It's a reality that some students face here on our campus. Everybody's not blessed enough to have the resources that everyone has. So any little bit that we can give today helps with this cause. If you are here watching us today, remember you can always give us a call at 318-274-2333, or you could go to the QR code online, or you could just go visit gram.edu/giving day so that you can make your donation for today's cause. So when we're talking about, I want to go back to your official platforms. Are there any programs or activities that you may have been spearheading on campus for the student bodies that you're like, yes, I'm proud of this one, gold star for myself?
I think for me, my Empower Her initiative, I actually started it before I won Miss Grambling, and I've had the opportunity to continue it as I've been Miss Grambling, so just to see how it's blossomed and grown. It started off as a small idea, but now I hope to turn it into a nonprofit after I graduate.
Okay, that's awesome, awesome.
I think for me, the men empowerment movement that I've been making on campus to try to push more males to be more than just those athletes and just a known guy on campus, to really make that change that we need in our society. And also probably our endowment scholarships that we have been pushing through, all three of us on campus, through scholarship programs, just for, like you said, for those students that need that extra support on campus, that's still trying to make that change, but still having 2 jobs outside of being a student leader. Just trying to take some of that stress off of them so they can really be more available to the students on campus.
Absolutely, absolutely. So anybody want to expand on the endowment with the scholarships? Because that seems like that's more on point of what we're here for, to get money for students. So did any of you receive scholarships or financial assistance in the past, or do you know any of you may have roommates or friends that receive that assistance? How does that directly affect them, like on a personal level?
I was actually able to receive tuition scholarship reimbursements from the education department and also from the National Education Association. So that helped tremendously, because I don't have to go to into my next chapter with student loans. So those were able to help a lot.
Good, good, good. Are there any parting thoughts or any last pleas that you want to tell to our listening and viewing audience to encourage them to give to one of the 6 investment areas for this year's Day of Giving?
I do want to say the amount of people that have poured into me, the investments that I have received, have completely changed my life. I know if it can change my life, it can change so many other students who just need that help, who need that boost, who need that guidance, who may not get it from home but are trying to create a better life for themselves. So thank you for all that you have done, and I say continue to pour into us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, and piggybacking off that, the donation amount doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're helping a young man or a young woman trying to reach their goals, to walk across that stage and create a new path for them that most does not have. You're looking up here as a young man that will be a first-generation graduate this upcoming month. So I've truly learned at Grambling State University, you're more than just a number in the system. It's a place where everybody is truly somebody.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you all so much for joining us. This was such a pleasure. I told you it would not be that bad. They literally thought it would be like pulling teeth, but it was not that bad. It is over already. Oh. All right, stay right with us. When we return, we'll be joined by Tasha Hurd, Interim AVP of Enrollment Management at Grambling State University. You're here with the 1901 Day of Giving.
Tira Moore, I'm from Lancaster, California. I'm a double major in accounting as well as mathematics and physics with a concentration in financial science. I'm a part of many groups on campus, including women's bowling, being the treasurer of Delta Sigma Theta, West Coast Connections, and being a student ambassador. I would say the best part of my Grambling experience would be the opportunities I've had. I've had opportunities to meet many people who have helped shape me to the person who I am today. I was never a bowler. I was a cheerleader back home. So coming to college and becoming a bowler and getting a scholarship was something I never thought would happen. Also, my mom crossed Delta here at Grambling State University, so to continue her legacy and be Delta Iota, I love that. So I chose Grambling because I always knew I wanted to go to a HBCU, and being from California, we don't have any out west. I did some research, I talked to some people, and Grambling actually ended up being in my top 3. But another factor into me coming to Grambling is my mother. My mother, she came to Grambling, she graduated back in '99. So hearing my mom's stories, hearing her memories, seeing some of her pictures, I was like, this is where I want to come to school. This is like the experience that I want to have. Thinking about that, I went ahead and I chose Grambling, and I'm
All right, we are back here for the Grambling State University 1901 Day of Giving. I'm Charles Talbert, here with none other than Tasha Hurd, Executive Director of Title III Programs and Interim Associate Vice President for Enrollment Management. How you doing today, ma'am?
I'm well. How are you?
I am doing great. So, what everything I just said for the average Joe, what does all that even mean? Let's start with Title III. What is Title III and how does that benefit the university?
Okay, good. Great question. So Title III programs is part of the United States legislature that was passed in 1965 under the Higher Education Act. So what Title III does is provide funding to HBCUs or minority institutions to be able to kind of, fill in the gap because we know that we have been underrepresented in many areas. So Title III funds are there to provide that additional support.
Awesome. So what challenges still exist on campus that are addressed by Title III, if that makes sense?
Definitely facilities. We have had, I don't think we'll ever be able to have enough Title III funds or state funds at this point to be able to address some of the issues that we have. As it relates to campus improvements in those areas.
I know specifically over at KGRM, a lot of our stuff is Title III funded, and I remind students all the time that they don't have to be mass comm students to come use those resources. These resources are available for the students campus-wide. And speaking of campus-wide, you've been with our institution for a while now. So what's your background and what brought you to Grambling State University?
Background, of course, I received my undergraduate degree here at Grambling State University. Well, I received my undergraduate and my graduate degree here at Grambling State University. So coming back has always been a dream of mine. Even though I did kind of pivot a little bit. I went to Southern for a couple of years, but of course it was still in higher education. Did Southern for probably like a year or so and then was granted the opportunity to come home and was extremely excited about that. So in 2007, I became the coordinator programs for Title III office. And since 2007, my journey has been Title III. I've been the assistant director, I've been the grants compliance officer, I've been the executive director after COVID. I received a call and asked would I like to come back to join the Title III office because I did leave Title III for a while and decided to go a different path on the academic side. Absolutely loved academics, and that brings me to now where I currently am in the enrollment management space, but did Title III for probably 16 years. So I also serve as Director of Retention, and I worked in first year experience, University College.
So when you say Director of Retention, that's specifically making sure that we provide situations where students are returning back to the university, or what exactly is your role with retention?
Correct. So in retention, our focus was first-time, full-time freshmen. So we know that's where our retention rate, where we get our retention numbers from. So it's based upon that first-year cohort and how many of those students actually progress or persist to the next fall. So it's from fall to fall.
So how did your time in the classroom prepare you for what you do now, or how did it directly affect how you do your job now?
Okay, so I'll speak to my time in the classroom and also my time as the director of retention and serving as academic
It's a
advisor.
lot. It's a lot.
And serving as academic advisor for University College. Greatly prepared me for the role that I'm currently in enrollment management, because I get to see all aspects of it. So I get to fully understand some of the challenges and some of the barriers that our students are facing. And I'm able to kind of guide them through some processes. I'm able to have those conversations with them, especially when it comes to academic advising, because we know that that could potentially be a challenge for our students, trying to locate their academic advisor. So just being that bridge, and also understanding those challenges that they face, because I've also been in that capacity to be able to help them. And now even serving in this capacity is a greater opportunity to be able to help them navigate.
Yeah, so it seems like everything you're doing is student driven, based on helping these students out. How much, I wonder, how much customer service experience does it take to navigate a role like that? I'm assuming you have to talk with a lot of different type of attitudes, different personalities. So how do you handle all that?
So some things come natural. Again, I'm a Southern girl. So, I just have that respect, a natural respect for individuals. So it does require great customer service. It does require you to talk to a lot of different individuals, faculty, staff, students, parents, alum, and just thinking back for my role in Title III, I didn't have a lot of interaction with academics or parents, some students, alum. So that has been very engaging to work with alum, and it's been exciting for the most part, to be able to work. And then not only that, the students that pass through, like some of those students are children of alum. So to be able to help navigate them and alum be excited about the path that the students are taking, and me to be able to help assist and to drive that.
Absolutely, and we know how vocal our alums can be, especially when they're satisfied, especially when they're unsatisfied. But by the looks of the numbers today, we have a lot of satisfied alums, supporters, and friends of the university. The last time I saw the numbers, we were a little over $150,000. I don't know if we can get the numbers back. Okay, so the numbers now, we have $162,000, $538. This is amazing what we're seeing here as far as the amount that people are giving. So I guess one of my questions to you would be, what challenges still exist on campus that could be addressed with Title III support, on top of the support that we're receiving from our supporters out there today?
Okay. So good question. And this is a good place to talk about how Title III and the Office of Institutional Advancement have collaborated over the years. So under Title III, we have the opportunity to match the dollars that are donated. So with those matches, we're able to grant student scholarships across campus, so with our endowments. So the funds that are donated today are donated for the 1901 Day of Giving, extremely impact student scholarships. And the more funds that we receive through events like today, the more Title III is able to match with those funds to award additional scholarships to our students.
So are you ever in situations where you have to work alongside lawmakers and or decision makers on the state government level for these funds that are available through Title III for our students? Is
So
that how that
not
works?
on the state level, but on the federal level. So we collaborate, we partner with Thurgood Marshall, and we also collaborate with the National Title III Association. And they are advocates with the Department of Education through the federal government for Title III funds. So of course they want to know, what are we doing with our with the funds that the federal government has given to the institution, and we have to be accountable for those funds. And it's great when we can say Title III has matched $1 million in funding to be able to award scholarships to our students.
So, and I'm just trying to break this down just for the normal working class citizens. So the funds that we raised with our efforts today, Title III can match those funds, but the funding that Title III is using, that's from federal government funding.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So does the current political landscape at all determine the amount of funds in which are available from the federal government through Title III?
They do. So they don't determine the amount of funds because it's a set amount that Title III can match. It's up to 20%. That's not always the case. It's kind of dependent or contingent upon the Title III award. But when you mention the administration, if administration decides to cut Title III funding to a certain degree, based on the formula that they have, that could definitely impact the institution and impact our ability to award scholarships based on our funding amount. So so just say if the federal government has been awarding on an annual basis, let's say $3 million. Well, if the federal government decides that they no longer want to fund at $3 million and cut us to $1 million, well, of course, that impedes on our ability to be able to award at the max amount.
So when it gets cut at the top, it trickles down.
Correct.
And then it affects how much money you're actually able to use in support of the students. And that makes sense. So I guess my question is, what do we do to make sure that HBCUs receive the funding necessary from Title III? Like, is it the way we vote, or is it any type of like laws, or what can we do to ensure that
it's
security
definitely,
is there?
I'm glad you asked that question, but it's definitely the way that we vote. So we have to make sure that we vote in our interest, to make sure that when we make those decisions that we're looking at it holistically, we're looking at the big picture as to who we vote for, how it is going to impact everyone. So even, again, in this political climate, we have to make decisions even in the aspects of Title III as to what we're funding, the language that we're using. So yes, we just have to make sure that we vote what's the best interest.
So I'm getting waved out here. If final plea, we got a couple of seconds. How do we get supporters to continue contributing today? What's your final plea?
So my final plea in my role is as interim Associate Vice President for Enrollment Management. I'm just asking that everyone consider how these funds are being matched and how they are able to afford students opportunities for access. So that is one of my biggest pitches is access, because it does nothing. It disheartens me when students come in my office knowing that they want an education, but for whatever reason, as you spoke of gap funding earlier, how gap funds are there to maybe bridge or fill in the gap. Well, they may have a larger gap, and additional funds may be able to help fulfill those needs. So access is very important to be able to give to our students.
Ms. Hurd, thank you so much for spending your time with us and explaining like the nitty-gritty of Title III. I'm sure a lot of people had questions about it. Coming up next, we will hear from Dr. Derek Warren, the Dean of the College of Business, right here on the Grambling 1901 Day of Giving. We'll be right back.
Well, I'll share a couple of things that people may not realize or know about me. One, I'm a son of Grambling. Both of my parents are Grambling alums. I was actually born in this area. Oh, wow. And the first 2 years of my life, I lived in a small house next to what was then known as the Collegiate Shop. My mom she was a seamstress for Mr. Wilkerson during that time. Another little known fact about me is my ancestry is directly tied to Grambling State University. Okay. My uncle was, granduncle was Semi Holland. He was my grandmother's brother. So the dormitory, Holland Hall, is actually named after my granduncle, my grandmother's brother. A little bit about me. I grew up in lovely Bastrop, Louisiana, about an hour's drive from here, and went to college, majored in computer science. I'm a computer scientist by degree with graduate degrees, an MBA, and a doctorate in business administration. Right out of college, I went straight into corporate America, and I spent 32 years with International Business Machines, otherwise known as IBM, where I retired in 2015 as Vice President of Strategy and Analytics. I consider myself a global life learner. I spent 7 years abroad, a year in Tokyo, 2 years in Shanghai, a year in Johannesburg, South Africa, and then 2 years in Shenzhen, China, which is one of the manufacturing capitals of China and the world abroad. So my focus is business and technology. I firmly believe, as my motto always says, there's no business without technology and no technology without business. So my focus here and what led me to Grambling State was actually to work toward infusing technology into all of our business disciplines. We offer 4 majors and a Bachelor of Administration degree here. Those majors include accounting, computer information systems, management, and marketing. And we are simply excited about the future of Grambling State's College of Business.
How long have you been at Grambling State, and of the many experiences you have, what's shaped your journey here at Grambling State?
Well, I've been here since August of 2023, and it has been a simply phenomenal experience. My students, my faculty, staff, they have been supportive. The shared services from around the campus, from the Provost's office in Academic Affairs to the President's office in Long John Hall. Advancement, innovation, research, the digital library, just everything about Grambling State speaks to me about innovation, and it reminds me that the future is bright here at Grambling State.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so we're just talking about the excitement for the department. What excites you the most about the College of Business and its role in preparing students for their future careers?
Well, what excites me the most about the college, candidly, are what I feel are the college's greatest assets.
Yeah.
That's our students. Our students have been doing some amazing things. They've been participating in pitch competitions, case competitions, and in fact, I like to say our students don't just participate in case and pitch competitions, they win them. Last year alone, we had students here at Grambling State that won the Golden Pitch Competition. Those winners went on to BizTech, which is held during the Bayou Classic weekend in New Orleans. And out of 11 plus teams, Grambling had 6 teams to represent our great university. And of those 6 teams, the first, they award first, second, and third place. And Grambling State took first and third in the BizTech competition. Those students won over $20,000 in total. And I'm very excited about those opportunities. I'm excited as well about our Entrepreneur in Residence program. Last year alone, and even today, we're having an Entrepreneur in Residence series with Fields Jackson visiting us. But our Entrepreneur in Residence program has yielded 4 entrepreneurs, and those entrepreneurs have been in technology fields, they've been in sports areas, they've even been in retail, hospitality, food, and catering. And they poured into our students as well and are an extension of our already distinguished faculty.
So do you mind going into detail about that program? Because this is my first time hearing about that program, the entrepreneurship program. It sounds like an incubator almost.
Well, we're working toward the actual incubator. It's in a sense a virtual incubator, but not necessarily an incubator. It's where we expose our students to already established entrepreneurs, individuals who have distinguished themselves in their respective disciplines. We had Thanos Smith, who is the CEO of the Paragon Universe. Thanos has championed VTOL devices. VTOL stands for Virtual Takeoff and Landing Gear. And Thanos is, in a sense, not necessarily the exact same comparison, but I view him in a way as our black Elon Musk.
Yeah.
He has already created batteries that fuel cars that will run twice as far as current vehicles. He's developing a battery that will be placed in a vehicle that may be able to get up to 600 miles on a charge, whereas many of the vehicles today only get 300 miles per charge. So, and some people may say, what's the relevance of that with regard to business? Well, every discipline needs business. You need managers, you need accountants, you need technologists. You need all of these various individuals to help you run a business. And that's why here at Grambling State College of Business, we really are very focused on developing an entrepreneurial mindset in all of our students. Whether they own or run their own businesses, or if they work for corporate America, we still feel having an entrepreneurial mindset, having that unique intrinsic curiosity, that problem-solving ability, all of those skill sets are critical, whether you're working for corporate America or whether you're working for your own company.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we've kind of touched on the highlights and recent achievements. Do you have any other initiatives with the department that you're bubbling on or that you're proud of right now?
Well, there are a couple of things. There's so much that I'm proud of here. I'm extremely proud of my faculty. My faculty is very focused now on driving research initiatives. And what I love most about what they're doing is they're involving students as partners in this research. So tomorrow we have a research colloquium where we have several students who partnered with faculty to present various research topics on artificial intelligence and beyond. We have a team of students, in fact 3 teams of students who will be participating in a couple of weeks in the Pelican Cup, where they've taken their research, made or proposed products that they'll be presenting, have presented in this pitch competition, which will be held at University of Louisiana Monroe. It is the biggest pitch competition held by the state of Louisiana. 6 finalists about a month ago. Guess what? 3 of those 6 finalists were Grambling State University student teams. So am I proud? Yes, I'm proud. And these are a mix of not only College of Business students, they're a mix of arts and sciences. We have folks in professional studies, even in the College of Education that's participating. 2 other initiatives that we're focused on, if I can just share them. Yeah. We've chartered what we call Grampreneurs. And just as its name implies, Grampreneurs are the student entrepreneurs that are located here on Grambling's campus.
Now let's kind of pivot to the challenges that you may face. So what are some of the key challenges facing the College of Business, particularly in today's educational and economic landscape?
Well, as we all know, it's public knowledge that right now higher education is challenged in a number of areas. The biggest is probably just in financials. We need the help and support of our alumni, of key stakeholders, of industry and beyond to really help us provide both the technology as well as the other resources for our students to truly be successful. Over 90+% of our students are on some type of financial aid. So funding from external sources outside of the state and federal government are absolutely required for us to be successful. There was a time I remember whereas the state, federal government provided probably 70% of the funding for our higher ed institutions. That has totally inverted to where now the state provides maybe 20–30%, and the institution has to provide the other 70%, which comes from tuition, industry partnerships, relationships, and other things of that nature. That's why it's so critical that we do our part and give back as well as pay it forward.
So when we're talking about the critical need for the funding for the College of Business, so what specific areas would benefit from increased financial support like we intend on receiving from the 1901 Day of Giving?
Well, a couple of areas, in particular, support of our students.
Yeah.
If we are able to provide student scholarships to our students, that will help us increase enrollment and lessen the burden on those students. We also need dollars to help supplement faculty salaries. We need dollars. It costs money to go to these case and pitch competitions.
Right.
Hotels, travel, transportation, airfare, those things are not given to us for free. And I know of very few, in fact, I don't know of any of the pitch competitions that we participated in that provided transportation to us. We had to get our students to the competition. There were some that provided hotel, and once we got there, some funding around meals and support in those spaces. But the bulk of the dollars we had to drive from alumni donations, from our various funding opportunities, like the 1901 campaign. That really has helped us to participate and expose our students to what I call experiential learning opportunities. For me, it is so critical for our students to be outside of the classroom while education occurs, of course, in the classroom through lectures. For me, I want to see our students involved in practice.
Yeah.
They need to experiment, they need to practice, they need to act and do. And that's how they truly, for me, that's how I feel our students learn the best.
To keep on task with students and student development, how does your passion for students influence the programs and opportunities you seek to provide and develop within the College of Business?
Well, here in the College of Business, we have, as I mentioned earlier, an initiative which says there is no business without technology and no technology without business. We are infusing technology into all of our business majors. While we're fortunate to have computer information systems as one of our majors, many of our current majors are either double majoring or minoring in one of the other majors. We'll have accounting majors that are double majoring in computer information systems or minoring in the area. We'll have computer information systems or management and marketing majors minoring in one of the other majors to provide what we call that full complement of knowledge and support, because we all use technology, whether we like it or not. We're encouraging all of our students now. In fact, I'm planning on potentially mandating that all of our students take foundational courses in artificial intelligence, in cybersecurity, in data science, data analytics. And we have partnerships with IBM, Google, Apple, Amazon Web Services, partnerships with Deloitte and the big four accounting firms that are helping E&Y, as well as that stands for Ernst & Young, Deloitte, a number of these firms that are helping us by providing resources to our faculty and students to help them further their own education and expose them to what's happening in the industry itself proper.
Absolutely, absolutely. So when you name drop those type of companies that are working with you and with the programs here at the College of Business, assumingly we have alumni at the university at some of these companies. So how do you, as far as engagement strategies go, how do you plan on engaging alumni and or the community to encourage their support from the College of Business from this campaign?
Well, communication is critical. And I will say we've got to enhance and evolve our communications. And we're working with VP Brandon Logan and Director Tisha Arnold in communications to expand our outreach to our alumni and other key stakeholders. We're talking now about building a council of companies. I'm so grateful for our advisory board, which is led by I call her Chair Felicia Payne. She and our advisory board have been absolutely invaluable with their support and resources. Other alums have established endowments. Most recently, I know Damon Jackson and a team of other Grambling State alums recently established a $50,000 endowment, which we are so thankful for. We have Gerald Johnson, who established a $25,000 endowment in support of the College of Business. We have alumni like Thomas Moorhead, Wayne McConnell, who are pouring into our students through their philanthropic efforts in areas. And so many more. I'm going to get in trouble because there's so many that are out there giving, and I'm so thankful to each and every one of them. But we want to touch, talk to, and let all of our alums know that we need them, that our survival is tied to their support of our College of Business. Our faculty needs them, our students need them, our staff needs them. Everyone who's part of our college really needs that support.
Okay, so how do you, if we're talking your long-term vision, right? What is your long-term vision for the College of Business, and how do you see raising these funds affecting the the achievements that you want to accomplish for the long-term goal?
Well, in a sense, what we're trying to do right now is ensure that our college and our students and faculty are what I would term future ready. There's a term out in industry now that they refer to it as future proofing in some regards. I want to say we're going to be future ready. What does that mean? That means that regardless of what changes in the environment, we're going to be flexible, we'll be adaptive, we'll be versatile, we'll be resilient, and we're going to offer training and courses to our students through our faculty that will ensure that our students are always future ready. We're going to be a future ready college that regardless of who's in office politically, whether state or federally, we'll be ready and we'll be adaptive and we'll be prepared to tackle and problem solve any situation that may come at us.
I like that. I like that because what that means is that when you get this financial support, you'll be able to still foster that innovation and entrepreneurship amongst your students, which ultimately is what this is all about, basically. So,
right now, for example, if we were to receive, and I want to say if, when we receive, I'm going to speak at a positive. I'm going to speak that into existence. When we receive funding from our faculty, we'll be able to enhance Jacob T. Stewart Hall, which is near and dear to so many alums. I love to see the graduation pictures when they come out because all of our college students make sure that they get at least one picture in front of JTS because they have spent so much time here. I see us installing a number of labs here. We want a fintech lab. We'd like to establish that where students could get the digital credentials that we currently offer in artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud, cybersecurity, the Internet of Things. And we're even offering some courses in quantum computing here in the College of Business because we feel that it's important for our students to at least be literate in these key technologies because all of the businesses out there are now using artificial intelligence. They're leveraging it. We're doing seminars in those spaces and offering credentialing in those spaces for each and every one of our students. We want our alumni, our stakeholders, and anyone who has chosen to be kind enough to give to us is aware of where those dollars are going. And they will go to students, they'll go to faculty, staff, or to our physical resources that we need here in the college.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for staying with us here at the place where everybody is somebody. My name is Charles Talbert, Operations Manager of KGRM, and your co-host here for the Grambling 1901 Day of Giving. I do want to pause for the cause here and pull up my screen and just give everyone out there an update on what the number figure is looking like. Looks like we are, let's do a refresh on that. I think we've updated since then. But from what I'm showing here on the screen is $172,481. And we're just getting started. We have 11 hours to go here today on the campus of Grambling State University. Right now, I am joined by the head of our biology department, Dr. Hill. How are you doing today, Dr. Hill?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking.
See, it's not as bad as you think it's going to be when you're sitting waiting to start, and then it starts, right?
All right, we'll see.
Okay. So just a little background information on you. Where are you from?
I am actually from Minden, Louisiana.
Really?
Yes.
That's right down the street.
Right
so
down the
not
street.
far from home.
Not far from home.
Okay. So how did you get started in biology? What gave you an interest in starting in biology?
Well, starting in biology goes back to my high school days. You know, back then we took a test called an Iowa Basic Skill Test. They don't do that any longer. And, you know, I wasn't the best student in the world at that particular time. You know, home environment wasn't the best, but I always excelled in the sciences and in particular in biology. I had a high school chemistry teacher, I call her the legend. She introduced me to a summer program. And the summer program was called the HCOP, Health Careers Opportunities Program. She had me to come to that program every Saturday. And I was kind of shy because I doubted myself. You know, I've learned since then you can't doubt yourself. You got to encourage yourself, you know. That's right. But I doubted myself. But once I graduated from high school, I came to Grambling, thank you, and Grambling embraced me. They did my schedule, and the way they did the schedule then, on a Sunday night, all freshmen would come to Woodson Hall. When you hear the name of your program called, You follow the young lady into a room, they're going to do your schedule. I was so nervous because, you know, I didn't think I could do this. I didn't want to let anybody down. I doubted myself. So they called the departments out by in alphabetical order. Do you know what I did? They said accounting. My best friend got up because she was an accounting major, and guess what I did? I followed her on too. They did my schedule. The lucky thing is that my first schedule involved a history, because it was during the summer, a history class, I had an English class, and biology. And that one biology class saved my life. After about the second week, the teacher asked to see me, and I started crying because I was just scared. I thought he was going to tell me I was messing up, or I didn't know. But what he wanted to do is ask me my major, and that's when it came out that I really wanted biology. I just didn't know how to get there. He said, well, what are you? I said, accounting. He took me to the head of the department. At that time, it was Dr. Chester Jordan. And he told Dr. Jordan, I think we got one. Yeah. And Dr. Jordan said, what are you doing, majoring in accounting? I said, I was just following somebody else because I was afraid. They changed my major on the spot, and the rest is history. So I am a proud graduate of Grambling State University. And the fact that our teachers are caring, loving, and reach out to embrace others is why I'm where I am today.
That was just an amazing testimony. You never know whose child or what student is out there in that same situation where you're kind of going with the flow, going with the crowd rather than going what's in your heart. So that was a good testimony. So how do, knowing that that's how your story starts and that, like you said, you were kind of chose for this based on your background and how successful you were being in class, how do you kind of pay that forward to students? Like, are there any ways where you kind of go the extra mile with your students to assist them when you see them in crisis mode?
I do. We have students that, you know, when I talk to my students, at one point, the previous president, President Gallo, would laugh at me because when I would talk about my biology majors, I said my babies, because that's how I think about my students. They're my babies. We range anywhere between 350 to 400 students. It fluctuates, but we range pretty big, pretty big. But I say to my students, you know, you will have an advisor in biology, but my office, which includes myself and my administrative assistant, Ms. McMurray, we're home base. I want them to feel like no matter what is going on, talk to your advisor first, but come to us as well. We've had situations to where a parent will call us, their child was in distress. I say, what you need me to do? I hadn't seen my child. Well, let me pull up the schedule and see if the child is in class. We walk to classes to see is that child there. We've had situations to where the child may be, well, I say child, that's just me being old, but you know, the student may be in distress. We've called the counseling center and say, hey, I'm sending you somebody there. When they get there, call me. You know, you are a student, but we are still home away from home, so we try to embrace all of our students. And I tell people all the time, my department includes the 4.0s on down. We don't just discriminate and say, we're only gonna teach the upper crust. Everybody is teachable, everybody is reachable, and that's my mission, is to reach as many as I can in the name of Grambling State University so that they can be successful when they leave here.
Why do you think so many students enroll in the biology field? What do you think is attracting and drawing so many students to study that field?
Biology is broad. You know, sometimes when people don't really think about it, oh, biology is nasty, it's just lizards and frogs. We are more than that. We are very broad. You can get to so many different avenues and careers by coming to us. Whether you are going to medical school, dental school, pharmacy, physician assistant, that's on the medical side, chiropractic medicine, or sometimes you want to be environmental, you know, because everything environmental and protecting our environment right now, sustainability, is really increasing and it's blowing up as people learn more about it, because we realize what you do to the environment will impact us. So we have students that choose that avenue as well. We have students that get out and they want to do just research. We have students that graduate from biology and they end up working in the governmental sector. So biology is very, very broad. It's not a small, narrow, pigeonhole major. It's one that you can do pretty much anything and everything. We even have some students that go to law school because they want to be an environmental lawyer, so to speak.
See, I never thought of that aspect of it. That's cool.
If you've ever watched a movie about Aaron Brockovich, you're looking at a law situation to where there were problems in the environment and they won a class action lawsuit to protect those that were hurt.
That was based on that case. I want to say that was in Texas, I think it was.
Yes.
Okay. So if we are, I was looking at the monitors while you were talking, and I see all the digital advancements in the biology department. How is the funding that we receive for that type of technology? Why is that so crucial for our students here at Grambling State University?
It is crucial, and I hope everybody can see this. This is called the anatomage. Some people call it anatomage table, anatomage. So when you're talking about training students to learn about the anatomy, because we teach courses in anatomy and physiology, and the great thing about our anatomy and physiology courses is not only do we teach biology majors, but we also teach those students that are in nursing as well, because that is in our house. We were fortunate and blessed enough to be able to get 2 anatomage tables. And so what happens is that we found out prior to us purchasing them is that when you go to these medical schools, that's how they're training their medical students. They're using anatomages. We realized we could not purchase a cadaver. We don't have the space or the ability to maintain and keep it, but we can keep the electronic table. So the money that we get helps to provide those tables. The money that we get, the warranties on those tables is very expensive. It helps us to maintain the warranties, and if we ever need repairs or whatever, we have to be able to pay for that. Right now we have 2. The biology department is getting larger. Nursing is getting larger, so we need more of them. Funding will allow us to be able to get more. One of my dreams and goals is eventually to have an imaging room, an anatomage imaging room, where we will have several of those tables along with smart boards that are hooked up where students can come in and interact with those tables.
Seeing that digital technology, I'm such a sci-fi nerd. It makes me think of, you remember on Star Trek where they used to have the device where you could scan a person's body and you could tell the physical ailment of that person. Seeing that device, in your opinion, how far are we from, I know that particular device may not exist, but how far are we from advancements in medical technology that, you know, just will help out society like that?
We are there, because anytime you go to get x-rays, anytime you go to get CAT scans and things of that nature, you are scanning the body. So we are there.
Okay.
Probably not with the handheld, but we are there.
Right, okay. So we are gonna go into a quick break. When we come back on the other side of the break, we're gonna talk funding, we're gonna talk research projects, we're going to talk alumni support, all that and more with Dr. Hill when we return here on the Grambling 1901 Day of Giving.
And I serve as the Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs at Grambling State University. I am really proud of how well our students do once they graduate from Grambling State University, and even before they graduate, when they are placed on summer internships or they compete in pitch competitions, they excel, which speaks to how well the faculty are preparing our students for success. So you giving to Grambling State University will support us being able to continue the external experiences that we provide for our students, as well as external training that we provide for our students. Your gift to academic excellence will support Grambling State University being able to ensure that our programs always remain at the top.
And we are back here for the Grambling State University 1901 Day of Giving. I'm Charles Talbot, your co-host. I am here with Dr. Hill. How do you pronounce your first name again?
It is
Dr.
Dagny.
Dagny. I don't know why I have so much trouble with that. I think it's because my brain sees the name and it wants to say something else. It doesn't want to say
everybody
Dagny.
does it. That is perfectly
And you
fine.
said straight out of Minden, Louisiana.
Straight out of Minden, Louisiana.
We have other. Who else is from Minden?
Dr. Beatrice McKenzie from English and Dr. Connie Walton.
Yeah. So Minden, we and they
small
have a
town represents.
Small town, but that town is big on medical technologies. My daughter and my little sister was born at the Minden Medical Center up there.
Yes.
And they have a beautiful facility.
They do.
I can only assume that we get local students who are in the field that can get over there and do work. Before we left, we were about to talk about funding. How important is funding for the Department of Biology and what you do over there?
Funding is important. First, you need to talk numbers. when you're talking about the number of biology students, we pretty much range, as I said previously, 350 to 400, give or take. But not only are we teaching our biology majors, we're teaching other majors as first. Any student that's taking the general education courses, we got them. Nursing majors, we got them. So we get so many students that we have to educate. So when you're talking about our courses, many of our courses have associated labs that go with them. Because one thing about the labs, the importance of them is that when students are learning a concept in the classroom as far as lecture is concerned, that concept may be abstract. They may not really get that. Lab is where the beauty comes alive because it's your hands-on activities that you're doing that's about the concept that you got in that lecture class. But labs are not free. Labs are not cheap. You know, some people think maybe biology, we don't use labs. We do. Chemistry, the department uses chemicals and whatnot. They do equipment. Biology does also. So some of our funding will help us to purchase more equipment because we don't want to be teaching students and we're behind the game to where they get out and we're teaching based on 1960 and everybody has moved ahead. We have to kind of keep up and technology is always moving. Technology is always evolving. So we have to stay up every year. So one of the things that you saw previously, everybody got a chance to see the anatomage. That's current technology. When we do our lab activities, as far as like the freshman labs, they start off dissecting. Well, what are they dissecting? They may have the fetal pig, they may have the heart, they may have the sheep eye, they may have the brain, but these things cost money. And you know, once you dissect, cut it up and so to speak, you can't use it anymore. So now that means we got to replenish our supply and our stock. The more students we have, the more of those that we would need to use. And the same is true about the chemicals. Some of our activities may involve experiments that the students are doing that involves chemicals. Once we use them, we got to replenish and restock. So funding is a big thing for us because it will allow us to replenish our supplies. It will allow us to purchase current cutting edge technology that will help to move our students in line where they should be or continue to be.
Right, and as we all know in higher education, the state does not hold the weight that it once did. A lot of these replacements that you're referring to, I'm assuming has to come out of your pocket or either students have to try to find their own resources. So what is your plea to the viewing audience and the listening audience today? If you could get them to understand one thing about why it's so important to give back, what would that be?
When you're thinking about biology, you're thinking about a STEM area. You want that STEM area to be in line that's equal or above any other STEM program at another university. We don't ever want to be said that Grambling State University's biology program or any other STEM program was given less than. How can we give more? We need funding. At this point, we were able to leverage enough Title III dollars to renovate every teaching laboratory that I have in the building in Carver Hall. We're in Carver Hall. Carver Hall's old building, but we still have a lot more that we need to do. You need students to be in an environment that mirrors the environment that they're going to see if they go to another school. We don't want our environment to be looking like it's 1955 and everybody else is in 2025 and beyond. We have to keep up and we have to make sure that our students are able to keep up. That means that we need to have an environment conducive to learning in STEM, which means that we need to continue to renovate the classrooms. We need to make sure that we keep up with technology. So that means that we need to have more smart boards. We need to have more computers and everything else that is technology based that we can use in STEM. We need to have more chemicals because as we use chemicals, they run out, we got to replenish them. But when you use chemicals, guess what? Now you got a waste product. What happens to that waste product? You have to pay a company that will come and dispose of it to make sure that you're still safe. That costs money. So all these things will help us by replenishing the supplies that we have, disposal of waste chemicals that we no longer need, purchasing cutting edge technology that our students can be taught on. All these things are very helpful, and your funding dollars, trust me, they will not go to waste if it gets to biology.
If you are just tuning in, down at the bottom of the screen, you can see that QR code. Why don't you go ahead and scan it? Go ahead and give what you can. No price is too little. No money amount is too little. We need all of the coins, every last bit of it. You mentioned Carver Hall. You mentioned we need to be George Jetson time and not Fred Flintstone time, basically.
Exactly.
And when you think about cutting edge technology, biology, the medical field, these are the fields that most need this cutting edge technology. It's at the end of the day, it's all about human health. It's all about helping the humans, and that's exactly what we're preparing students to do here at Grambling State University. Can we bring the numbers back up on what we're looking like for donations? So before we went to break, we were a little over $172,000. Now we're at $175,706, all thanks to you. We really appreciate what you're doing out there in Tigerland. Remember, on 1901 Day of Giving, you should call 318-274-2333 to participate, or you can go to gram.edu/giving day and go ahead and pick out what you want to give toward. Again, we have 6 impact investment areas: academic excellence, access and opportunity, gap fund scholarship, presidential priorities, student experience and engagement, Tiger athletics. When I think about biology, I think about student experience and engagement. I think about those lab settings, like you said, the cadavers. That was what you brought up. I've never thought of the expenses of that. For some reason in my mind, and probably a lot of other people's mind, you think that kind of stuff is free. It comes with the lab. Like what's the running cost on a sheep eye? You said you dissect sheep eye.
Oh my goodness. So when you buy them, it depends on which company you're going with, but each year we spend thousands on materials just for the dissecting labs.
Really?
But now keep in mind, that's a freshman level class we're talking about, Biology 116, where they begin or learn how to dissect. But the other freshman lab that we had, the Biology 115, this is where they use a lot of chemicals and whatnot. But we still have developmental biology, where it has a lecture and a lab component. We still have microbiology, where they're using microbes and doing experiments and things like that. We still have courses such as anatomy and physiology, where you saw the anatomage table, and they have other equipment and machines that they use as well in conjunction with that. We still have cell and molecular biology. So all these particular courses have an expense to them. Genetics, all of them have an expense to them, because you want to be doing activities that are comparable to what the other institutions are doing. You don't ever want to, I think you gave the analogy about you want to be Jetson and not Flintstone. We got to keep it moving for our students, and it's all for our students. So I beg anybody out there that's listening, scan that QR code, please give, because it is very much needed for our students. It is.
That's right.
Education is not free.
So if we're talking the future, what's your vision for the biology program, let's say 3 to 5 years from now? Where do you see the biology program here at Grambling State University?
I would like to continue the renovation project that we started, because as I mentioned previously, all of our teaching labs have been renovated. At this point, we have 2 research labs that are for all of the faculty. They have been researched. Dr. Kim was instrumental in getting the Tiger Lab up and running, and we have a core lab that's for all of our faculty. I would like to renovate the classroom, the lecture classrooms, because I think students learn better in a conducive environment. And my biggest plea is my lecture hall, room 22. It has some serious issues.
Not the exact
when you walk in and pass by, it may look pretty, but it has a lot of issues. But to fix those issues, to put in a projection system, to renovate and change the seating of the students, to fix everything else that's wrong with that room, it's going to cost funding, because we certainly can't do it without the funding.
Right. Money is what we get into here. We need that money. Can't express how much we need that money. It has been such a pleasure to sit here with you today.
Thank you.
Do you have any final thoughts? Anything else you want to get off your chest that can encourage folks to get off the couch, or as soon as they leave work or get free time, to go ahead and give out there for our student body here?
Please give. People giving through the years is where I'm sitting right now. When I came to Grambling as a student, I'm not going to say how many years ago, but because of my family structure, I didn't have. We couldn't afford. But people like you that gave is why I got my education. And of course, as you see, I'm giving back, because I graduated from Grambling proud to be a Grambling GSU Tiger and proud to be a Grambling GSU Tiger in biology. But I'm giving back because I'm here. So I'm not talking about what I read in the newspaper. I'm
Right.
talking
This
about
is
what
not
I know.
hearsay.
And I love Grambling State University. Please give.
I can tell. You seem very passionate about
Love
this.
my school,
And
yes.
see, this was not that bad. You thought this was going to be so bad. It's not that bad at all.
Can I faint?
Huh?
Can I faint now?
You can faint now. Thank you so much, Dr. Hill. We're going to take a little quick break. When we come back, we're going to sit down with Coach Vaughn of our men's track and field cross country team. You are tuned in to the Grambling 1901 Day of Giving. We'll be right back. As we continue here on the 1901 Day of Giving, I'm Charles Talbert, your operations manager at KGRM. As we know, there are 6 impact investment areas for today. One of them happens to be Tiger Athletics, which brings us to our next guest. We sit here with none other than Coach Lamont Vaughn Jr. Coach, how we doing today?
I'm doing excellent. Thanks for asking.
Good, good, good. I want to start with a little bit about your background. So can you share your background in track and field and what inspired you to become a coach?
I am a 1992 graduate of Chattanooga Brainerd High School in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I ran for my father, Lamont Vaughn Sr. Went on from Brainerd to the University of Kentucky, where I was a multiple-time SEC finalist and NCAA qualifier. And now I'm in my 28th year of coaching, and I've been here since 2019 at Grambling.
28 years of coaching. That's longer than some of the people we got on crew here have been alive, man. You're a seasoned guy. So how long have you been coaching again here at Grambling State University, and what's your journey been like while you've been here on campus?
I've been here since 2019. I've been the head coach since Coach Lavelle retired after 2022 season.
Okay.
It's been an enjoyable experience. We've had our challenges, but we're moving the program in the right direction.
Absolutely. We were just talking offset about the record-breaking students that you have there that you're working with. So you definitely are, which brings us to the achievement segments. What notable achievements or victories do you have with track and field team?
We've had athletes like Matthias Chaboy, who was the conference athlete of the meet in my first season as a head coach, scored 36 points at the SWAC championships. We've had athletes like Xavier Monfries, who's made multiple Jamaican under-20 teams, who won 2 conference titles as a freshman here. And we've put notable people in the regional meet at 110 hurdles, long jump, high jump. So we've done a pretty good job.
So with all those accomplishments, how do all those achievements help build to the reputation of the athletic program here at Grambling State University?
It puts you out in a national scene. It puts you out in a global scene where you have international athletes doing well, when you've had domestic athletes doing well. It spreads across the country, and it definitely reaches the eyes and ears of multiple students, coaches, athletes, alumni across the country and across the globe.
So we're talking across the country, across the globe, which makes me think of the money plays. You have a lot of students who are involved with NIL, which we know is the name, image, and likeness deal that they got going on with NCAA. So how does that affect Grambling State University and its students with track and field?
We may have a few that are impacted with NIL. It's not a big thing for track and field like it is maybe for football or a basketball.
Right.
You have to be at a pretty elite level to start getting the notice of NIL opportunities for track and field. They are there, but they're very rare in our sport.
So because of that rarity in the sport, that makes me wonder what other challenges might you face when it comes to like recruitment and things of that nature with the track and field program?
Well, we just need to reach a larger level of people. We need to have the access to reach all the international and national competitions where high-level recruits will compete. So we've got to get out. We've got to expand our outreach to get more international athletes and athletes from different parts of the country.
So in efforts to help with those international outreaches as well as local outreaches for recruitment, how crucial is funding to the track and field program to assist with initiatives like that?
Extremely important. To get to these international meets, you have to fly, you have to be in hotels, you have to eat, you have to gain entry into the meets. So it's extremely impactful to be able to have a resource like the funding to go out and recruit internationally and have a broader impact nationally in recruiting.
Okay, so we're not going to say if you receive donations. Let's say when you receive these donations, what do you foresee? Like, how would you, use those funds that you may receive during the donations?
Sustainability of staff, the sustainability of the resources that surround the student athletes, like academic support, the training table, our sports medicine, and strength and conditioning. The sustainability of resources definitely help.
So we know that we are expecting for alumni, friends, and supporters of the university to donate today. So how do you encourage them and reassure them, that the funds that you're receiving are needed and are going to be used, to support students?
You can trust the people that you're giving your money to. You can trust our administration, you can trust the coaches, you can trust the athletes, you can trust our support staff, that they are going to use those resources for our student athletes and for the benefit of Grambling State University.
What are some of your long-term plans for track and field here on campus, Coach?
Continue to keep graduating good young people, continue to keep winning SWAC championships, and continue to keep advancing to the NCAA championships and beyond.
Yeah, and that's very important, especially when we're talking about recruitment. Those young eyes see the winners here on campus, and they want to be a part of that. So I'm pretty certain that that's a good deal. Good deal. So, how do you believe that financial support can help to enhance the training and development of the students that you're working with?
Wow, to be able to expand our strength and conditioning, larger weight rooms, those type of things, to be able to sustain the staff that work within those walls. That's going to help continuity of our training, keep our athletes healthier longer, keep our athletes continuing to ascend in the skills that they need to be better on the track and off the track.
So, as we're wrapping up here, Coach, if you had one message, your one-liner, your elevator pitch to encourage individuals to donate to the program, what do you say to those people?
Watch us succeed. Watch us succeed in the classroom and across the graduation stages. Watch us get on the podiums individually and with team championships. We're coming.
So let's think future. Once we receive those funds, once you get that support from the people, how do you let them know what was used for what, like on the accountability type of deal?
I think in our sport, you see it. You see it, it's evident in the performances. You see it in the sustainability of our coaches and our staff. You'll see our staff stay here longer.
Yeah.
And I think you'll see it in those performances. I think we have one of the best young jump coaches under the age of 30 in this country. And so to be able to sustain people like that as they come in the door, and it takes longer for them to leave because they're happy and they're sustained, you'll see it in the performances of our student athletes as well.
Coach, I've had a pleasure sitting down with you in our many occurrences during getting everything done for today. If you got one more message for the people out there, what do we want to just convey to our listening audience here?
Stay with us. Keep moving forward. Keep the donations coming. Keep the faith coming. Keep the belief coming. We're on our way.
Thank you, Coach, for joining us here. Thank you all out there watching and supporting us. Remember, you can always give us a call here at 318-274-3333 to show your support here on the 1901 Day of Giving.
Hello, I am Morgan Patton, your 2024-2025 Student Government Association President.
And I am Jesslyn Sanders, your 71st Miss Grambling State University.
At Grambling State University, we are excited because today is 1901 Day of Giving, and this is an opportunity for you to support our mission of excellence for all students.
That's right. We are dedicated to academic success. Your contributions today strengthen our programs and resources, preparing students for a successful future. When you give, you help us create a learning environment that fosters growth and innovation.
This year, we have segmented our campaign into 6 key categories that highlight our focus areas, and they are
academic excellence, strengthening programs and resources that prepare students for the future, access and opportunities, funding experimental learning, essential resources, and career development.
Gap Scholarship Fund, helping students overcome financial barriers in their final semester, presidential priorities, advancing key university initiatives, campus enhancements, and student success.
Student experience and engagement, creating transformative spaces and enriching student life. Tiger Athletics, supporting our student athletes and the spirit of competition.
I think this day is so important to me just because I know Grambling has done so much for me, especially in my position as SGA president. It has molded me into the man I am today that will be a great leader moving forward.
Likewise, Morgan, as Miss Grambling, I wouldn't be the woman I am today or have the experience I've had if I wasn't afforded the resources from our generous investors. I am proof that every dollar, every act of kindness, and every investment in a student truly matters, and I am a living testament of that.
1901 Day of Giving is a vital fundraiser initiative that promotes a spirit of community and collaboration among alumni, students, faculty, staff, and supporters of GSU. It's a chance for everyone connected to our university to come together and make a meaningful contribution that supports our mission and various programs.
By participating in this collective effort, your generous contributions will benefit fund scholarships, improve facilities, support innovative research, and provide essential resources that empower our students and faculty to thrive.
Additionally, as a special thank you, when you contribute a gift of $250 or more, you will receive a custom Grambling State flag. This flag is not just a piece of fabric. It symbolizes pride, unity, and support of our vibrant community.
When you wave this flag high, you're not only celebrating your commitment to Grambling State, but also showcasing your connection to our rich heritage of excellence in education.
So, for 24 hours, alumni, friends, and supporters will unite to make an undeniable impact on Grambling State University. Today is our moment to champion the students, programs, and experience that define Grambling State. Your gift, big or small, fuels excellence, expands opportunities, and ensures that the legacy of innovation, leadership, and success continues for generations.
Together, we can make a profound impact with one day,
one gift,
one Grambling.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Tamaya Johnson, and I am here with our head soccer coach, Coach Justin Wagger. How are you?
Doing good. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Thank you for coming. So we're just going to dive right into this. Can you tell us a little bit about your soccer history here at Grambling State?
This is actually was my 7th year at Grambling State University. I started in 2017, came from Portland State University, and was here for 4 years, and then COVID canceled our season in 2020. And my daughter needed some medical care. She has cystic fibrosis. So we stepped down for about 18 months and moved our family near a children's hospital in Utah and got our treatment. And then the job came open again. And so I got a phone call from Dr. Scott, who was a new athletic director. And they said, Prez wants you back. President Gallo wants you back. What would it take to get you here? And so we had a good discussion, and you know, me and my wife, we enjoyed living in Louisiana and being out here. And so in 2022, I came back and have been here the last 3 seasons now again. So 7 years in total, 6 seasons that we played.
Well, Coach, it's good to see you, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's really good to hear, especially because a lot of good coaches come to Grambling, and a lot of good coaches make their staple here at Grambling. So I'm glad to see you here.
Thank you.
Another question I have is, was there anything that inspired you to become a head coach?
I just love sports. You know, I played everything growing up: football, basketball, soccer, volleyball, rugby. And then I was sitting in the stands when I was about, 21 years old, yelling at my sister's game, tuck in, do this, do that. I played college soccer in Hawaii. And the coach, the high school coach, kept looking up the stands and be like, you know, after the game, he came and approached me and said, why don't you come help me coach? And so I started coaching high school. And then a year later, I was added on to a D1 staff in Utah Valley University as an assistant. 3 years later, I became the youngest D1 head coach in the country at 25 years old. And so 23 years later, and I'm still coaching. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. So today is, of course, our 1901 Day of Giving. Is there anything that you and your program are looking forward to or excited about?
I think for us, it's an opportunity to just spread the word about Grambling. And, you know, having your entire team share, you know, information about Grambling and our program, getting the word out. We would love students to come to Grambling. We want to see the university continue to grow and flourish. And so anything we can do to give back to our campus community, not just about soccer, but we want Grambling to thrive. We want it to succeed. You know, we're a Graham fam. We're bought into this program. We're bought into the university. So anything we can do to spread the word about Grambling, and that, you know, it's a worthy cause here. It helps all of us as students and faculty here.
You know, it's so crazy that you say that, because I see a lot of your student athletes supporting a lot of these other sports on campus, and I think that as a woman, I think that's really, really good, because you don't get a lot of light shined on you. So they make the, you know, they take the first step in helping other sports, and I think that's really amazing.
Yep, and I know that you played softball here, you
Yes,
said, and
sir.
so a lot of softball players would come out and support our soccer games, Coach Hall supporting that, and we appreciate that. The small sports, we have to support each other. And so I always have our girls go out to a game or two each year as well. You guys get good turnouts, by the way, but we love the chance. We love the other teams that come out and support. And small sports, you've got to have each other's backs. You know, we love the big sports too, but I don't think I've ever seen football out at our games ever, unless you got a couple of guys dating a few of our girls. I don't think we get basketball too often. Men's basketball, women's basketball, they come out and support us. So the women's sports on campus, we support each other. And so anything we can do to promote and you know, enhance the women's sports here, we're all about that.
Another question I have is, are there any challenges that you all face with funding and with recruiting that you would like to bring to light?
Yeah, things have gotten a lot better since I first started here. In 2017, we didn't even have soccer balls for our team. Oh, wow. We had 12 balls for 27 players. We had 0 goalie gloves. We had, you know, gear that was 5, 6 years old that was faded. And so we would have to rely literally on donations. I had a friend and called him up, hey, we don't have soccer balls. Okay, I'll buy you 12 balls. You know, what else do you need? We need goalie gloves.
It goes a long way.
I'll buy those goalie gloves. And so he didn't donate a ton, but I mean, $1,500 got us the gear that we needed. And so, you know, fast forward 7 years, we have an Adidas contract now, we have gear, we have that support that we didn't have initially. That goes a long way. But we're still, you know, still struggling, you know, to meet ends meet with a lot of things. Anything we want to do extracurricular. Let's say when we report in every fall, we take our team for every year but COVID year, we take them camping. We go out to the lake and we rough it. The girls have never been camping before, if you've heard that we do that. Setting up tents, fishing. We teach the girls how to fish, how to, you know, they go out there and they enjoy it. We sing songs by the campfire. We karaoke. They break it down. So things like that, though, it costs to feed those girls. It costs money for the camping fees. You know, so $600, we had donations this last year that we were able to pull out of our foundation to be able to use that. And parent donors and people that support our program, that goes a long way. Those little things like that we normally don't get to do, that makes a big difference. Our pink uniforms. I've been here 7 years. For 5 years in a row, I asked for pink uniforms. Can we get, for breast cancer awareness, some of the other teams have them, all the other schools have them. And no, we don't have it, sorry. And finally, we got a donor who donated and said, you know what, we'll buy you guys pink uniforms for the first time. We had our girls go try those on. I kid you not, because we've had girls on the team whose parents have had cancer. Right. And so literally in tears, like, thank you, coach, thank you so much. It means so much to our players to get people that support our program, you know, because sometimes we don't get a lot of love. And literally, they're in tears. They're so excited. They're like, yes, this is the best. So things like that, we don't get new uniforms too often, but once every 4 or 5 years, being able to afford, you know, a new set of uniforms for our players, that goes a long way. Our girls appreciate it so much more than I think some of these big schools where they just expect it every year. Right. So yeah, it really helps whenever we get people who want to give back to Grambling and give back to our sports teams, because we're not a Power 4 team. We don't have a $20-30 million budget.
Because how many swag games have you all won? Y'all are amazing.
Thank you.
And you mentioned the small wins and the little things that you all do. How was camping with the girls? What was their reactions, their favorite parts about it? Like, how did they react to that?
It depends. Some of them are like, man, I'm too bougie for this. I'm too good for this. You know, I'm going to sleep in a tent, you know. And but you know, there's heated showers and there's electricity out there, so we hooked up fans to every tent and things like that. But you know what? Now, after it grew on them, Coach, I love it. I go fishing
wanna
all
go-
the
yeah,
time.
we wanna go camping
Can we
again."
borrow your tents? We want to go. We want to go camping. We want to do this, and they look forward to it. Not all, but most. That's something that we put on our calendar. We're like, this is an opportunity for us to go out and enjoy each other's company. They cook each other's meals. Forward, you
wow.
guys are on lunch. Here's the menu. Go cook it and serve your teammates. Defense, you guys have breakfast tomorrow morning. Pancakes, eggs, whatever. They go cook it and they serve each other. So it's more than just, hey, we're going to go sleep in a tent. It's how can we learn to bond? How can we learn to serve each other and come together to start our year off right so that you feel that you can trust each other? If you're serving them food and cooking, you got to have a little bit of trust so you don't get food poisoning.
Right.
But I think that goes a long ways for our players. They sit out at the docks till midnight, 1 a.m. You can hear them
Just
down there
enjoying
fishing.
it.
We're like yelling, go to bed.
Thank guys,
So-
no practice tomorrow or something, huh?
No, it's good.
Now, how do you plan on to keep your donors informed about their contributions to you and your program?
Anyone that donates to our program, typically, if they get me their email, I send out a newsletter every year, once or twice a year. So I sent it out to 100 people this last winter. Here's how the year went. Here's what we've got going on. Here's an alumni spotlight. The SWAC is supposed to be running a story on 7 of our alumni right now that are playing professionally or that are playing for their national teams.
Wow.
And so that's what I said is we have a lot of successful players. I've coached about 27 pro players now and 7 national team players. Grambling's had a lot of success. We're the only mid-major in the country to have a player called up to the U.S. national team.
And that's big.
We've been in 6 championships in 8 years. So I try to do a newsletter. I just sent it out in early January, right after New Year's. And I sent it out again this week for the Day of Giving. Hey, we've got this coming up. If you can share on your social media, get the word out that there's a worthy cause that we can give back to Grambling and be a part of this program.
Now, with today, of course, being 1901 Day of Giving, how do you plan to use those donations, if any, for you and your program?
Well, we've had $1,000 before I check every hour.
Okay.
$1,000 that were given so far through today. And then things that we need for our program. For example, we're filming right now. We need a filming tower. And that's something that the media department has said is if we want to have better quality film, we need a power source. We need to build a tower out there so that we can do it. We had a rain game this season and we didn't want to ruin $5,000 cameras. Right. So guess what? There's no film for that game. Our parents can't see it, they can't follow, and they can't keep up. So donations like that, it enables us to take a step forward with our program like a lot of the bigger schools have a filming booth or a press box where we can do that. We can stream our games, and then the parents and the players are happy because now we have a reliable source to be able to get them the film. Other things I mentioned, every 4 years or so, we need new uniforms. Right. So we're in need of new red uniforms. Next year, we need to buy new white uniforms. They only last so long before they start to get dingy. So things like that we get donations for, we can try to enhance our program and do things for the players like the camping trip or spring activities or whatever it is. It gives us a little bit of a leeway to do those things that we need to.
One last question, Coach. What is your favorite memory from any year at Grambling that you have with you and your players?
You know what? Honestly, it was going to the NCAA tournament. It was when we won, we won the conference championship in 2018, but then we fell in the championship game, to Howard after outshooting them 15-0 for the first 50 minutes. They got one shot and it was a goal and they win, and that's heartbreaking. So finally closing the deal, we won the championship in 2023. And we won the conference championship as well. So the dual feat, seeing those players celebrate and having that finally that, hey, we've been in a lot of championships. We were able to get it done and go to the NCAA tournament for our 3rd time in history. That was the best memory. Seeing the look on those players' faces, seeing the joy, and be able to share that with our administration and with my family, my wife and kids and everything there. That was probably one of the most memorable experiences of not just Grambling, but of my life.
Well, thank you so much, Coach Wagger. I am Tamaya Johnson. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
I love Grambling State University. Class of 98! Hey. You're on a historical campus called
We are back. Again, I am Tamaya Johnson here with a SWAC champion.
I like how you say that.
Here with Coach Davenpierre. How are you, Coach P?
I'm doing well, man. Doing well. Good to be here. Great event.
Well, it's good to see you. Now, let's just dive right in. What is some accomplishments that you have had here at Grambling State?
Well, first of all, I think one of the major accomplishments is being a Grambling grad. I think that's big for me, you know, having the opportunity to have played at this institution, got my degrees from this institution, and then had the opportunity to be the head coach for this institution. So I think that's the first thing, you know, and I think it's a little bit more passion for me, you know, having an opportunity to lead a program that you played in. And so, I think that's a big accomplishment. But one of the biggest things is that we've been able to have a stellar program and compete at a high level day in and day out and win a championship on last year. So, you know, there are a lot of big things that are happening with our program, but, you know, just being a part of this Grambling culture and this Grambling family is huge for me.
You mentioned family. Now, a couple years ago, I believe you had a twin brother here at Grambling. Now, how is that coaching and just, you know, seeing your twin brother every day?
I think that's huge, man. You know, we've been together for a long time, and now obviously he's not at Grambling anymore, but he's, you know, into his own career and doing things that's great for him. And, you know, hopefully one day, you know, he'll be leading his own program. But, you know, it was huge to be able to, you know, coach with your brother and be around your brother and enjoy his family and my family. So, you know, that's I think that's the part of Grambling that, you know, you really love, right? It's the place where everybody is somebody. And so, yeah, that's big. Family is big for me. Family is big for our program. And obviously with this, you know, 1901 campaign is big for our institution.
Another question I have is that if your program were to receive funds from the 1901 Day of Giving, how would you all disperse that between your program? Your program?
I think, you know, we're in a different time when it comes to athletics, right? And then so we want to be able to not only give our kids the Grambling experience or the Division I experience, but we also want to be able to do things to make sure that they are taken care of, right? You know, in this style now or generation of NIL and things of that nature, man, we want to make sure that these kids are, you know, if they're being compensated for their play, right? And so I think that's big for us. So we would use some of that money to make sure that we give it back to the players in whatever shape, form, or fashion that is, whether that's, you know, creating an environment where we can, you know, increase the locker room size, you know, do better with our playing surface, make sure that, you know, we can create an environment where they feel good about coming into Grambling and knowing that they're taken care of when they get to this place. So, you know, there's a lot of things that we would do, nutrition, you know, for our athletes. You know, I think all those are big things that we can accomplish, especially, you know, when, you know, the giving comes about in the way that we think it will. So, you know, we want to make sure that these guys are going to not only appreciate Grambling, play hard for Grambling, but stay at Grambling, right?
Right.
You know, we don't want our kids hopping in the portal, want our kids going to other places and things of that nature. We want to be able to keep our really good players here and let them know that, you know, this is a place where they can accomplish all their dreams and become the best version of themselves.
Mentioning the portal, you have a lot of really good young men on your team. How do you, you know, pick and choose through the portal who you bring to Grambling to become part of the family, of course?
I think, like, you know, recruiting is, you know, is different now. Now it's the game of if the older team wins. So I think for us is we always try to be balanced in the portal, always try to, you know, get the things that we need out of the portal. But man, I think the most important thing is making sure that these guys are going to be tough-minded. They understand our culture, our family vibe. They can come in and be able to support each other. It's not just the same of just going and playing, but can you support guys when you're not in the game? Can you support your teammates, you know, when they're going through the adversity? Because baseball is a tough game to play, right?
Right.
Hitting is probably one of the hardest things to do in sports. So, you know, we try to make sure that when we're recruiting guys, man, they have the identity of what we want, and that's being tough-minded, you know, not being selfless, and also, you know, wanting to buy in and be a part of the Grambling family.
So what to you does it take to be a champion?
I think one of the biggest things is, man, sacrifice, right? You know, once again, we're in an era where guys are all about me and want to do it on their own and want to get me. And I think the biggest thing is about sacrificing and being able to understand that there are some sacrifices that I'm going to have to make in order for me to win a championship. And so being committed, making sacrifices, being a part of a team, and then going out and understanding that you're going to get the best day in and day out. Coach Ellis used to tell me this when he was a coach, and he used to say, "Man, everybody wants to be Grambling, and until you get in the mix, you really don't understand
Oh,
it, right?"
yeah.
So we understand that, man. That there's everybody that want to give Grambling their best shot, and so we understand in order for us to be able to do that, we got to be committed. We got to make the sacrifices. We got to be a part of our family, and I think. We talk about all the time, it's not about the G on your hat or the G on your chest, it's about the G in your heart. So we want people a part of our team that is playing for something bigger than themselves, that's playing for Grambling State University.
What are a couple challenges that you and your program might face when it comes to funding or such?
Well, hopefully, with the camera, hopefully after the day, we're not worried about any type of challenges, right? we get the giving that we need. But I think like when you talk about challenges for us is obviously, we want a better living experience for our kids when it comes to the challenges that we have in our locker room. We want a bigger space. We want to be able to have coaches' offices. We want to be able to, open up the space for our kids to be able to do some different things in there. We want to have a better playing service for our kids. The nutrition part is big for us because we want our kids to be strong and healthy and be able to endure it throughout a season, right?
Yeah.
So those are huge things for us, and obviously, like I talked about before, the biggest thing is, man, being able to help these kids, off the field with the things that they need. And so, obviously, I think, when we can make all this money and get all this money and people start really supporting our programs, I really think that we can take the next step and be what Grambling was designed to be, and that's the best HBCU in the country.
Quick question before we head to break. Coach, what was your favorite moment from this past season?
I think one of my favorite moments is just watching the seniors that I had been with for the past, 2-3 years, man, really enjoy the experience after winning the championship. I think that last play running down the third base line with Cam Buford, who is the all-time home run hitter in our program, and all the things that he's been a part of our program, and so watching them guys, man, really experience the joy of winning a championship and enduring what we had to endure that weekend and enduring what we had to do that season was probably the biggest moment for me. And so I hope to have that same experience this year, right? We off to a slow start, but I think, we're heating up and we're getting better day in and day out. But winning a championship and watching those guys' faces and watching those guys put those rings on when I gave it to them has been a joy to me, man, for that whole entire year.
Thank you, Coach. Stay right there. We will be right back after this. Welcome back. Again, I am Tamaya Johnson here with our head baseball coach, Coach Pierre. Now, before the break, we had a little bit of background about Coach Pierre, but now I would like to know, what do you think your alumni and fan base can help you and your program with?
One is the support. Obviously, support coming to games and things of that nature is great for our kids to be able to see them. Like when we go to Houston, one of the things I admire about our alumni is that they show up. They feed our young men, they talk to our young men. And so we want to be able to, everywhere we go, allow these kids to see the Grambling pride and the family vibe that we have here. But we also know in order for you to move the needle in things, you gotta support not only with your time, but you have to support with your treasure, right? So we want them to give to our program, and we want them to have that expectation for us to be champions and to go out and win non-conference games and to go out and compete against the best of the best. We want that type of pressure. But in order for us to be able to do those things and continue to bring in quality athletes and continue to, raise the needle here, we're going to need their donation and their time to be able to build our programs the way we need to build them.
You mentioned the Grambling standard, and I understand that you hold your entire team and coaching staff to a very different high standard. Tell us a little bit about the Coach Pierre standard, not so much the Grambling standard.
For me, it's a representation of the guys that came before me. When you think about the legends of Grambling State University, you think about Eddie Robinson, you think about Fred Homney, you think about Coach Wilbert Ellis, you think about those three who have put this university on the map, along with the president, President Jones, who was also a baseball coach at Grambling State University.
Sure.
So I think that when you talk about the standard is, we're just building on it. I'm building on that. I want guys to have Grambling pride. I want guys, when they go into classrooms, they look a particular way. They have confidence a particular way. Because the overall goal is, I don't know if any of our guys are going to be Major League Baseball players. I desire for them to play at the next level. But they all going to have to play the game of life. And so the biggest thing for us is the standard is to be better husbands, better fathers, better providers for the families. And so, we're building young men here, and I think that's the biggest thing for us. So the standard is to become the best version of yourself. And so I talk to them all the time. We have an open door policy. I have an open door policy in my office. They can come talk to me all the time. And so the thing about it is, how are these guys developing in their classroom? How they're developing in their social life? How they're developing in their faith life? Who that girl I see you with in the cab, you might want to stay away from her. Like that type of deal. We want to be a family vibe and be able to hold these guys accountable for everything that they do. And I think that we're doing a good job of it. And I think, as we continue to do that, man, we can continue to make the program better, but more importantly, make these student athletes better.
I definitely will say that a lot of your young men have a very high standard for you, and sitting today, I definitely can tell that you're doing a great job, Coach.
I appreciate it.
Of course. What are you and your team's goals, and how can today, the 1901 Day of Giving, help you all reach those?
I think one of the goals that I have, and sometimes it sounds crazy, and sometimes it sounds unrealistic, but one of the goals I have is to be the first historical black college in Omaha. And so when you talk about when you talk about Omaha, you talk about the College Baseball World Series, there's never been an HBCU there. There's never been a black head coach there, all right? And so, those are dreams and goals that we desire to do. And obviously, in order for you to do that, you got to get good players, and you got to have the support, right? You don't go fight poodles with pit bulls, right? You know what I'm saying? You need a pit bull.
But you're not supposed to.
But you want to have pit bulls to go against pit bulls, So we was in that regional, and we played against Texas A&M and Texas and UL, and all of those really good teams. And so, we felt like, when you get to a regional, you're only 5 games away. You play softball, you played the game.
Yes,
we played the game, right? A hot streak, 5 games. That ain't nothing.
Yeah.
And then you're in Omaha. So I think the biggest thing is when you get a chance to support with, financially, and so we can be able to create an environment where we can bring really good athletes in here, develop them so they can stay here. And then, and I think that's how you create culture, right? You can't create culture when you in this generation, in this time right now, where you got kids here one day, they're gone tomorrow, and you're recreating the team year in and year out. And I know that's the time that we're in, but we want to be able to keep our athletes. We want to be able to continually have a culture and a system in where our kids enjoy being here, they enjoy staying here, and most importantly, they enjoy playing here and want to create not only wins here, but want to get their degree from Grambling State University.
Now, earlier we talked about how your players are held to a very high standard. What do you hope your athletes take away from you being their head coach on and off of the field?
Yeah, I hope they see a representation of what it is to be a man, right? And I think, for them is, I want them to be a part of family. That's why I keep my family around them. They see my family. They see how my daughter engages with me. They see how my son engages with me. Like, I want them to understand that men have integrity. Men are about character. Men hold each other accountable. And so, I know that, at some point, somebody gonna have to marry them. And I know at some point they're gonna have to provide for a family. So I want to be able to put them in a good situation, man, where they can provide protection, provision, and an opportunity where they can lead their families and become the best version of themselves. And so that's the biggest thing for me, man. When they watch me, I want them to understand that, yeah, man, Coach P may be doing some old stuff now, but I'm obviously I've gotten older and a little wiser. But I want them to understand that, man, they can look at me and become a representation of that.
Coach, I see this rock on your finger.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about this season and what you are expecting out of your young men.
I gotcha. Let me tell you about the details of this ring.
Okay,
though, right?
please show the camera.
Right. Can you see? So the details about this ring is, man, on the inside of this ring, we talk about is it's engraved. It's not about the G on your hat or the G on your chest. It's about the G in your heart. You get a close up. Can you see that? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so Another thing is hell, baby, we Grambling, which is something that we talk about all the time. And so, you know, it was really about the details of this ring for these guys and it's with the statements that we say all the time. But the expectation level for this year is to repeat as champions, right? It hasn't been done since I think like 84, 85 or something like that when Coach Ellis did it. And so, you know, we want to do that. We want to be able to repeat that. And then we understand it's going to be hard, right? You know, when you come in as the number 1 seed and people expect you to win, you get everybody's best. And so that's been the challenge for us this year of understanding like you're going to get everybody's best day in and day out. And so, you know, even though, you know, we were hunting last year, now we're the hunted, but we still have to have a sense of, you know, going out and getting everybody's best day in and day out. So I think we're excited about this year. We get an opportunity to go play this weekend in Prairie View, and hopefully we going to take care of business there and get ourselves back in a position to continue to compete for first place. But man, listen, I love this team. I think this team has a lot of expectations, but I do think they can meet them. And so, you know, that's the one thing we talk about all the time.
Now, we mentioned, you know, you guys were all the reigning SWAC champs. Now, we talk about what it takes to get there, but in the heart, what does it take to get back to where you all were or to go beyond?
For us, it's just, you know, playing together, playing complementary baseball. You know, it's different when you have to, you know, replace the guys that we replaced, and then you're changing teams because of transfer portal and things of that nature. And so, you know, it's just getting these guys to buy into each other. Like once they start playing for each other and not themselves and competing for the guy next to them, I think it changes for us. And that's what happened in the tournament for us, man. Guys they were all about a team and about each other and about fighting for each other. So that's the thing. And I think we're getting there. You know, the more we're in adversity, the more we're in those positions where we're competing and they're finding themselves, I think, you know, we'll get back to that point. But that's how you stay on top, and that's how you compete for a title, is when you're playing for something bigger than you. You're willing to make the sacrifice you need to make for each other.
Now, what is one thing that you would tell your younger self sitting here right now?
I would tell my younger self, are you sure you want to put your livelihood in the hands of 18 and 22-year-olds? That's what I would tell my younger self. But, you know, but I love it. I love this job. I love Grambling State University. I love, you know, trying to make a difference in these young people's life. And then more important, I love winning. I love winning. So that's why y'all need to give, so that we can continue to win.
Now, in what ways do the athletes develop the skills that they will benefit from?
You know, baseball is one sport where, you know, if you fail 7 times out of 10, you're a Hall of Famer, right? So I think adversity is the biggest thing that we talk about, and then the opportunity to go through adversity, right? You know, adversity is something else, but, you know, and I don't want to, you know, get too, you know, biblical about it, but, you know, it's something that when we go through it, it's something that God allows us to go through, right? And so when He gives us the opportunity to go through adversity, we have to appreciate it and know that, you know, if it's happening for us, then we're ready for it. And so, you know, that's the biggest thing that we talk about, man, because we play a game where you fail a lot, and then we play a game where you have to clear things very, very quickly when you make a mistake. And so that's the thing, you know, being able to get over it, get back at it, and then make the next play.
Well, thank you, Coach. Show them the ring one more time. Again, this is Coach Pierre. This is the 1901 Day of Giving. Now, please visit gram.edu/giving day to donate. And we will be right back after this.
For Whataburger's Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger. 2 fresh all-beef patties with melty cheese, crispy bacon, and sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Good thing you picked up an extra. The all-time favorite Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger. Just like you like it.
When you come to Grambling State for an education, what you'll find is the strength to overcome any challenge. It's not just about bouncing back. It's about rising higher together to aim for excellence and lead from anywhere. When you're in the right place, you can rewrite your story to become something more, because you're building something special. Your future.
Whataburger, bring back our mushroom Swiss burger. I heard corporate said it's never gonna happen.
Corporate here. We're aligned.
The mushroom Swiss burger is back.
We're bringing back the hits.
What a burger!
We are back, and right now we have our head coach for our softball team, Coach Nakia Hall. Coach, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Thank you for coming. And now, Coach, I have a couple questions for you today. Okay. And I will start with, how long have you been coaching softball at Grambling State?
This is my 7th season here at Grambling State University. It's been a pleasure.
Now, I know you came from an HBCU. Now, tell us the significance in HBCU love.
Oh, I love being in Black college softball. You know, it's a different level. It's a different love when you've been in Black college. You develop a grind. You know, you develop a culture. You know, just being around your people. You know, I came from California, so we didn't have HBCUs in you know, in the West Coast. So when I came over here and being around my people, you know, I fell in love with it. So I never went back to the West Coast. So I fell in love with being over here. So, you know, I just grew up over here. You know, they taught me to become a woman, a young lady. So that's why my team looks the way that it does. You know, because I want to continue to grow. You know,
now, what are you most excited for on this 1901 Day of Giving for your program?
To continue to build, continue to grow, hopefully to enhance, you know, facilities, to catch the eye of future, you know, Lady Tigers. So that's what we're looking to do here.
I know you have I know you're excited for a lot of these Lady Tigers you have coming in,
Yes.
and I'm excited for them as well.
Yes.
Now, are there any challenges you and your program face with recruiting and funding issues?
We do. Again, if we can continue to build our facilities up, you know, when you just look, you know, at the neighboring institutions like, you know, Louisiana Tech, you know, go 30 minutes down the road,
Monroe.
and at, you know, University of Louisiana Monroe, and look at their facilities. If we can just kind of compete with their facilities and give our young ladies some of the similarities, you know, we can kind of bring in some of the same type of student athletes, you know, so just give them some of the same type of things, like a locker room, some field enhancements, things of that nature. They would be excited about those type of things.
Can you speak a little bit more on where your funding for today would go to your program?
Just like I mentioned, locker rooms, bathrooms, field enhancements, things of that nature. Those are the key areas that I would like to use them, you know, immediately.
Right.
Yeah, that would help us.
What are a couple things that you're excited for your program and your young ladies this season?
To continue to grow, continue to build. I don't know if our host today told you, but she was a part of the Lady Tiger softball program, so she was part of the foundation of the rebuild of Lady Tiger softball. So we want to continue to
have a twin.
progress it and move it forward from where she built the foundation. So we played for a championship, you know, a couple of years ago with her, you know, her group, her team. So if we can continue to build off of that, that's what we're looking forward to do. And if we can, you know, get some donations and build in key areas, we can continue to do that.
Now, how do you plan to keep your donors informed about their contributions to you and your program?
We want to reach out to them. We're real personable. We want to get on the phone. We want to send emails. We want to let them know that their donations matter. And, you know, like I said, reach out to them and let them know that we're thankful and grateful for each donation, each gift. Nothing is too small. Nothing, you know, every donation matters. That's how we would like to reach out to them.
Well, thank you so much, Coach Hall. Again, I am Tamaya Johnson here with our head softball coach. And remember, visit gram.edu/givingday to donate.
Thank you.
To our 4th annual 1901 Day of Giving. This day is reserved for you, our Gram fans, to make an impact on our campus and in the lives of our students with your investment in Grambling State University. Visit gram.edu/Giving Day. Choose the impact area that means the most to you and be the difference one day and make.
Whataburger, bring back our mushroom Swiss burger. I heard corporate said it's never gonna happen.
Corporate here. We're aligned.
The mushroom Swiss burger is back.
We're bringing back the hits.
What a burger!
Hello, everyone. We are back. Again, I am Tamaya Johnson here with our head volleyball coach, Coach Paige Phillips. How are you?
I'm good. Really happy to be here.
I'm happy to see you. How are you feeling? I know you had your baby. Yes. I don't know if this is off script, everyone, but
no, you're good.
Oh, you look so good.
Yes, he's doing good. He's about to be 6 months. He's just growing, and yeah, it's been a great journey. You know, going into momhood. So it's been
congratulations,
good.
Coach.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to start off, and I'm just going to ask you. Can you tell us a little bit about your coaching history here at Grambling State University?
Yeah. So in August, it will be my 4th season here. I came in 2022, under, certain things, but I was very eager to get here. I think from where we started to where we are now, I think we are moving in the right direction. Win-wise, slowly coming up, developing our team cultures, improving 10 times more. So SWAC-wise, we're right there, and I'm trying to move in the right direction. Very eager to win, and my girls, really want to get a championship, hopefully soon. So moving in the right direction. But yeah, started in 2022, so going into my 4th season, and really excited about it.
So this is our first 1901 telethon, the Day of Giving Telethon. What are you and your team most excited for about today?
We're just really excited for any contribution, any kind of donation will help us tremendously. Talk to some of my girls about potentially if we could hopefully get to a foreign tour or something one day, if we are able to raise that amount of money and get there and support everyone financially so that we can get there. That money could be used for that. We like to do a lot of team bonding activities, so stuff like that really helps us. Any contribution really helps.
So since 2022, when you first got here, what has been your favorite moment or memory from coaching the young ladies?
I would say my favorite moment, I think really just kind of getting to know everyone and seeing everyone develop as players and as student athletes. You get into a situation where you are in a really long season, it's hard, kind of being like a mentor for them, like academically. I've been in their shoes before, so just being able to help them through that as a coach now instead of a student athlete, I think that's honestly been my favorite moment. We've had a lot of good wins against some really good teams, or have come very close to winning. So I think that just all of those factors are probably my favorite moments.
Now, I know that the SWAC was hard.
Yes.
But tell me, I need a little bit more. Y'all did really good, in my opinion. I'm a huge fan of the Lady Tigers, if anybody can tell. But what is the most highlighting thing about your team?
I think as we are starting to build our team culture and come more together as a family, I think that is helping us when we are, competing against some of these SWAC schools. Some of them are a little bit more experienced on the, experiencing those wins and stuff. So now that we are able to experience that, it's more of just trying to fully bring the whole package together. Our team culture is improving, trying to improve the family dynamic, and that's been something we've been able to develop more just by focusing more on, team bonding and just what it means to be at Grambling State University and be a student athlete here, trying to figure out what is really important to them and why, what is their why of being at Grambling State University.
So with today being 1901 Day of Giving, where do you, your program needs a little bit of help in?
I think if we could, get just a little bit more help with nutritional aspect of things, just being able to support them and give them more of a better student athlete experience when it comes to facilities and locker room, just like outside the court. I think that aspect could improve, and I think this foundation, not foundation, the fundraiser would help with just their overall student athlete experience.
Now, Coach, how long did you play volleyball whenever you did play?
I started playing volleyball when I was 12.
Okay.
So yeah, I've been playing for a long time. I don't play anymore, but played for a very long time, and then I played in college for 4 years as well.
What do you feel like is the difference between when you played volleyball and now in volleyball world now?
I think the difference is there is more attention now on female sports and female athletics. You know, women's basketball, volleyball has shown numbers and just attendance. Yeah, so I think now it's just a really big attention on it, and I think, you know, I didn't really have that as much when I was playing. It was slowly growing, but now it's drawn a lot of people's attention. Even at games now, we're able to get a crowd, and people are very interested in it because it's a fast-paced game, and you just never know what's really going to happen. So I think that has definitely improved since I've played. I think also just the money aspect and things, you know, things cost more money, and just with, you know, how NIL and all that stuff is going, that wasn't that big of a thing when I was playing, and now it's just a whole different ballgame and a whole different world.
What are some things that alumni, friends, or family should be looking forward to about the Lady Tigers volleyball team this year?
I would say the biggest thing is our mindset and, you know, drive to win. You know, we're trying our hardest to get to that point and bring out those wins, and, you know, we're really excited and really eager to get going, even though we got a while to go.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, overall thing that they should be happy to see is just the competitive drive. I think more of a family dynamic, and yeah.
Well, I got one more question, Coach. Now, what is something you wish to take, a place or anywhere that you wish to take your team? To play, for vacation, it does not matter.
So I would really like to go to Spain. A few years ago, I went to the Czech Republic. That was a really good experience and got to play against a couple teams there. I would like to go to Spain. Some of my girls had mentioned Brazil. So I'm like, and I have
rock, paper, scissors. So where we're going.
Right. I have 2 Brazilians on my team. I'll have one's graduating this May, and I'll have another one this upcoming in August. So yeah, I think maybe we'll just go to Brazil because it's kind of a hometown situation. But yeah, I think they're all kind of want something beachy vibes, you know.
Now, I know, I'm sorry, I said one last question, but this will be my last question. What is the difference in recruiting across the water and recruiting in hometown or in the States?
The biggest difference is not really being able to see them as much as you would be able to go out and recruit and go to Texas or wherever to actually see someone physically play. So you do kind of spend a lot of time on the phone, and you know, most people international have like an agent that they work with, so you do spend a lot of time talking to them. You watch a lot of film, breakdown of film, watching them practice. Like, you actually have to spend a little bit more time on the computer instead of being able to you know, watch people in person.
Well, thank you so much, Coach Phillips. This is Tamaya Johnson, and again, this is the 1901 Day of Giving. Please visit gram.edu/giving day, and remember, please donate.
We are back here for the Grambling State University 1901 Day of Giving. I am your co-host, Charleston, and I'm thrilled to be here with our next guest. Before coming to Grambling State University as Assistant Director of Career Services, Livingston served as the Director of Career Services and One-Stop Operations at University in Shreveport, Caddo Job Center. In addition to her career services and workforce development, she also served as Assistant Professor of Sociology and as Interim Department Chair of the Sociology and Criminal Justice Department at Hampton University. How you doing today, Ms. Livingston?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. I had something in my teeth earlier. They said some university in Shreveport. Neither here nor there. But I feel like you're always on the go, especially in the spring semester. How have things been going?
Man, it's tough. Right? It's a lot of work, and I don't think we ever end.
Yeah.
We start with Legacy Bowl Career Fair. We move on into our career fair, and then we move to senior clearance. And so that is the whole. And then we had a conference in between that with our Strata Scholars. So yeah.
What's the difference between the Legacy Career Fair and the Lonnie B. Smith Career Fair?
So the Legacy Bowl Career Fair is a career fair that was created to go along with the Legacy Bowl, the football tournament that they have at the end of the year. Our alums, including Doug Williams, are the founders of that. And so we're able to take 50 students and we have one intern. But it's a bigger career fair and more companies, more opportunities for our students.
And that's, I'm always impressed by the diversity in the employers at those career fairs, because just like we have students from all over the country, all over the world, really, we have that much diversity in what they want to do in the workforce post-graduation. So it's good that there's always a diverse range of employers there at each of those career fairs. I wanted to start off by getting into a little background information about yourself. Tell us a little something about yourself.
So you gave such a good introduction.
I know, I tried to.
And I'm gonna try to skip that word that you didn't like. So I won't say it out loud. I call them the blue and yellow people.
Right, the blue and yellow people.
So I got my start in career services there. I wasn't in career services. My boss was like, the person left. I need somebody to cover it for a little while. So I did it. Then she said, I want you to keep it. So I did it. Not understanding, I think, and not thinking about having come from being a professor of sociology and possibly thinking about going back into that. I wasn't so sure that I wanted to enter into this arena. But then you figure out how well it matches. It matches because we understand the students, we understand their needs, and so now we're able to almost merge academia with career and professional development. Because what we look at our kids, we look at the students' curriculum, we know what they need, we look at their skills, we try to make sure that they're building skills that are transferable. So like if a Mass Comm student comes into our office, we want to talk to them about everything somebody in Mass Comm can do. And that's not only be a reporter or be a journalist. They can write. They have a whole set of skills, and a lot of times our students they will leave those skills untapped, and they pigeonhole themselves into like one area. Like you have a kid who's a management student, and they think, well, all I can manage is a restaurant.
Right.
But you can even manage people now.
Yeah.
So we really ask them to stretch a lot and use their skills. I ask students when they go to the career fair, don't introduce yourself as I'm Antoinette Livingston, a Mass Comm major. Say I'm Antoinette Livingston and I can write, I can do research, I can collect data, because that expands what positions you're able to take.
Yeah, makes you more valuable to your potential employers at the end of the day. And then you can get finagled into other positions like you kind of have, because the more, that's the reason why you've been elevated to where you are, obviously, is because you're knowledgeable of that part of the job. So yeah, that's definitely the way we want to set our students up for success here. And all of that takes place here at the university with career services. So if we are talking about areas that you would specifically benefit from the Day of Giving, what would that look like for career services?
We're looking at Clifton Strengths. Clifton Strength Assessment is an assessment that, I won't say it tests students, but it investigates students to find out what their strengths are. After a series of probably about 50 to 60 questions over 40 minutes, what students get in the end is 5 top strengths. Those are the strengths that are, I call them their innate abilities. It's not something you learn in school. It's not something you learn. It's something you were almost born with. Like if I ask you, what is your biggest strength? It's not your major, right? It's what you do. Mine is strategic. I think the young lady sitting across from me, Ari's, hers is competitive. That's her number one strength, so try working with Ari, right? She's competitive in everything that she does. But knowing this, now we know who to put Ari with. We know that when we put a group together, Ari needs to be in the front of that group because she wants to be out front. We know we can't put Ari with another person whose number one strength is competitive, because they'll compete with each other. You know, but this takes you into the workplace too, because if my strength is, like I always tell people, my number 2 is responsibility, and Mr. Logan, one of his top 5 is responsibility too. So who's responsible for this? Me or him?
Right.
And his head him. And my head me.
So
he the boss, so you know he gotta be. But you understand, because you understand what that means. I understand how he carries responsibility, so I respect that. But he understands how I carry my responsibility.
Right.
So it's one of those things where you learn, and you can figure out who you want at the table with you, because you don't want somebody at the table who has the exact same strengths. You want somebody who, I wanted somebody who strengths were the opposite of mine.
Yeah.
And that's how I got Miss Tolliver.
So you can get someone complementing your skill set, right?
Right. We can be a full office if we had 2 people who have strengths that are complementary and not the same. But that is one of the things that we are really working on for our students, with the hopes of becoming the first HBCU to be a Clifton Strength campus. We currently have a sponsor who is sponsoring the seniors. We have most of our freshmen from last year who's done it. And so now we're really working on raising funds so we can fill the gap.
I know when I say we, I mean myself and a couple of my students with KGRM. We were tasked with broadcasting live from the Lonnie B. Smith Career Fair this year, and we had a time, and one of the things we talked about was the Clifton Strengths, because it was my first time seeing that prior to being there and engaging with the employers and with the students that we talked with. I'd love to get back into those strengths when we come back from this break, because I feel like something in those strengths will stand out with the supporters and alumni, because I'm pretty certain they have some of these same characteristics as well, as we all do. So we'll go into a quick break here. Remember, you can use the QR code that we have active. You can also go to gram.edu/givingday, and we'll be right back after this break.
When you come to Grambling State for an education, what you'll find is the strength to overcome any challenge. It's not just about bouncing back. It's about rising higher together to aim for excellence and lead from anywhere. When you're in the right place, you can rewrite your story to become something more, because you're building something special. Your future.
are back here on the campus of Grambling State University. I'm Charles Talbot, your co-host here for the Grambling 1901 Day of Giving. I am looking at the screen. We have numbers updated. The last time I was on screen, we were somewhere around the $175,000 mark. Now we are at a total of $383,793. Yeah, that's something to clap for. Looks like we have 9 hours left of giving, and I want to say that says 405 donors.
$495.
That's $495.
Yep.
These glasses are not glassesing today at all. But this is so cool that we get that live update on the screen, because it very much so gives you encouragement to keep going for the duration of the program. The longer we talk, the more money we're getting. So I think it's a good deal, even though some of us may be worried about sitting on the couch for that long. It's still a good deal that we're here. Now, before we went on break, we were mentioning the Clifton Strengths. And I have totally forgotten the Clifton Strengths since the career fair, and I need a refresher. So what exactly, what are the Clifton Strength tests all about?
It's 36 strengths, right?
Yes, we don't need to go through all
we will not go through all of them. So you get your top 5, and it ranges. It has been said in our coaching session, because about 10 of us went and we became certified coaches.
Okay.
Then very seldomly in this world will you come across 2 people with the exact same combination of strengths. They're all different. So you might find someone who has competitive, strategic, responsibility in their top 5, but that makes a very dominant person.
Yeah.
Right? That makes a very dominant person. You would never see a person who has the same 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, because it doesn't work like that.
So the test is basically to let us know what type of people work better together, like a team building assessment almost.
That's one thing it can be used for. And you know, just to throw it out there, if you want to give everybody in here one, and we come and coach you, so we can kind of explore how that works, that would be great. We would love to do that.
I think that would be an excellent idea, especially for mass media students, just because there are so many roles that go into a production like this one. You have writers, you have the floor producers, you have the host and the talent. So some students don't know what they like or don't like until they try it out. And I think that assessment would be a good way for us to determine, you know, who your natural leaders are within your students and stuff. So cool. Okay. So as we get into the giving and funding section of this interview, I wonder, can you provide some examples of programs or projects that could be funded through giving like this today that's associated with what you do here on campus?
So we had two things that are being funded. We have Clifton Strengths, which is, it goes under the Center for Career and Professional Development. That's one category. And then we have our clothing closet. Our clothing closet is a career and professional development closet where students can come and get anything from suits to dresses, shoes. We have jewelry, we have purses. We typically give away probably about 40 to 50 items a week, but we try to keep it stocked. So during career fair, graduation, I know that the choir does some things sometimes where they need jackets. So sometimes we know when people are coming over, and we try to track it and make sure that we go shopping and refill the closet before that event.
So is that something where does the student have to bring that stuff back once they wear it, or how does it work?
No. They get to keep it.
Get to keep it?
They get to keep it. We you know, we had a young lady come in. I want to say the first person I gave something to after we did a ribbon cutting, fall of maybe last year.
I'm assuming it had to be post-COVID.
She asked, she asked about if she had to bring the shoes back. And I told her no, and she asked me then, she said, well, how much do I owe you? I said, you don't owe me anything, and she didn't get it. She was like, why do you give away stuff like this?
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, because I asked her, I said, how did it feel for you to come in and ask for, it was shoes and a shirt, right? How did that make you feel? She said, it didn't make me feel good. I said, so why would I make you come back over and over and over again, right?
Yeah, that
when
makes
you
sense.
can keep it. We're trying to build a situation where our students are very competent in what they do, but very comfortable in who they are. One of the things that helps that is for students not to have to worry about what I'm going to wear.
Yeah.
If you got to get up and get ready to go to the career fair or to a job interview, the last thing you should have to worry about is shoes or a tie, right?
Literally,
When
yeah.
those things are already there, you can focus on what you're about to talk to the employer about. You can focus on a test. You can focus on a conference. You don't have to think about, where am I going to get a suit from?
Right. And that could mess up your whole vibe when you're going out for interviews, or not even interviews, when you're coming back for that second call back after the first initial interview. You just want to be prepared. And it messes with your confidence too if you're thinking about your stained shirt rather than the task at hand. Yeah, that could definitely impede on what a student has going on. Well, that's so cool that they don't have to give the stuff back, because that's where my mind went to, like, do I have to bring the stuff back? So how can students take advantage of the career closet? Like, we may have students or may have parents watching who want to let their student down here know how they can get these available resources. How do they do that?
So the closet is open Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of every week from 11 to 3. Students can come in during that time to get something, or they can come by our office. They come by the office, and if it's not open, we'll take them over, and they can set appointments. There's a QR code on our door. So if it's closed, when they go by, they can just hit the QR code and schedule an appointment to come in and see us.
That's awesome work, awesome work. So as we're wrapping up with our time here, which just flew by, I could have sworn we were just here talking about how long we have to be up here on stage, and now they're waving us off in a little bit. So if you had to give your elevator pitch, your last attempt at convincing someone out there who's on the fence about giving back today, what would you say?
I would say that our students are representative of us.
Yeah.
Right? What our students go out looking like, acting like, speaking like, talking like, it represents Grambling. So let's be the great donors that I know Gram Fam has.
Absolutely.
And make sure that, you know, our students have everything that we want our kids to have when they go to interviews.
Absolutely. Ms. Livingston, it's been a pleasure to sit with you.
It's always a pleasure.
Where did you say you were from again?
I'm from Mississippi.
From Mississippi,
Mississippi.
Okay. Are you related to any Livingstons around here in Louisiana?
No, I have one that I call my cousin, though, because her name is Andrea.
Okay. Look, I'm off. We'll talk
We
offset. So we will be right back after this. I don't know where we're right here. We'll be right back after this, and we're going to have Tisha coming on. All right. Right here on Grambling State University, 1901 Day of Giving.
When you come to Grambling State for an education, what you'll find is the strength to overcome any challenge. It's not just about bouncing back. It's about rising higher together to aim for excellence and lead from anywhere. When you're in the right place, you can rewrite your story to become something more, because you're building something special. Your future.
This is a burger run for Whataburger's Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger. 2 fresh all-beef patties with melty cheese, crispy bacon, and sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Good thing you picked up an extra. The all-time favorite Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger, just like you like it.
When you come to Grambling State for an education, what you'll find is the strength to overcome any challenge. It's not just about bouncing back. It's about rising higher together to aim for excellence and lead from anywhere. When you're in the right place, you can rewrite your story to become something more, because you're building something special. Your future.
Whataburger, bring back our mushroom Swiss burger. I heard corporate said it's never gonna happen.
Corporate here. We're aligned.
The mushroom Swiss burger is back.
We're bringing back the hits.
What a burger!
When you come to Grambling State for an education, what you'll find is the strength to overcome any challenge. It's not just about bouncing back. It's about rising higher together to aim for excellence and lead from anywhere. When you're in the right place, you can rewrite your story to become something more because you're building something special. Your future.
Students of Grambling State University, because for us, a dream deferred is not a dream denied.
As it's been mentioned, this is cutting edge. This is really something that others around the world are watching what's being done here today. So I want to encourage all of our students who are here today, take full advantage of what this library provides for you.
The students we have on this campus, they're the why. They not only deserve this, they need this. They are the leaders of tomorrow.
We fulfill that promise today as we open the doors to our new digital library and learning commons.
Welcome back. It's a pleasure to join you again. You know, graduate education at Grambling State University is growing. And with that growth comes a deeper commitment to excellence, opportunity, and academic integrity. At the forefront of that is Dr. Carolyn Jackson, Interim Dean of the School of Graduate Studies. She's also championing a national research ethics initiative that's putting Grambling State on the map in meaningful ways. We also are joined by Ms. Makisha Brumont, who is a student pursuing her PhD in Criminology and Justice Administration. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure to have you here. So let's talk through, for those that may not be familiar, let's talk through the different academic programs that are offered by the by Graduate Studies.
Yes. Here at Grambling State University, via the Office of Graduate Studies, we have a number of master's degree programs and two doctoral programs, and they are varied in discipline. We have programs in education, we have programs in criminal justice, public administration, and we also have two doctoral programs, an EDD in developmental education and a PhD in criminal justice and justice administration.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, the Criminology and Justice Administration PhD is the first PhD for Grambling State University, and Ms. Brumont is one of the cohort from the inaugural cohort. So, Makisha, can you tell me what drew you to the program, and then ultimately what would you like to do with that degree?
Okay, so initially when I came here in 2017, I always heard that the Criminal Justice Department was fighting to get a PhD program. Luckily, when I graduated from my master's, it came right on time. So what drew me to it is the fact that my initial goal, my end goal, is to become a penologist. And what that is to put programs in place to rehabilitate inmates. And when I looked at the program and what it offers, it literally lines up with exactly what I want to do in the future.
That's amazing. So I feel like there's a backstory there. What led you to criminal justice ultimately?
So ultimately, I grew up in the Caribbean and I witnessed a lot of injustice. I also witnessed how people, once they get incarcerated, they come out and it's like they continue the same behaviors. And I noticed too when I came up here and we visited Angola and I noticed different programs they had in place and heard the testimonies of the inmates, I realized that's something I could actually carry back home to my home island and actually implement it to give all our inmates a second chance.
Oh, wow. And so where are you from?
I'm from the Commonwealth of Dominica.
Oh, I know several people from Dominica. Awesome. Absolutely. Well, we're definitely glad that you chose Grambling State and that you chose this particular program in graduate studies. You mentioned, Dr. Jackson, having a focus on flexibility, support, and relevance when it comes to these programs, especially when we're talking about ambitious students. So these are typically non-traditional students or people who have completed a baccalaureate degree. So what are some of the ways your programs meet the needs of today's graduate students?
Yes, our programs are dynamic and they are offered in a format that can meet the needs of working professionals. We have both online and in-person offerings, and when students enter our program, we want to make sure that when they leave us, they can make an immediate change in their respective fields. We are training the next generation of leaders and change makers, and Grambling State University is the place to make that happen.
Absolutely. What trends are you seeing, I guess, in graduate studies as you think about the longevity and sustainability of not just modalities, but the subject matter? What are you seeing and what's kind of on the horizon when it comes to graduate programs?
Students want careers that they can go into and have an immediate impact. They want a program that's going to prepare them to go into today's workforce. And so what we are doing at Grambling State University is ensuring that our programs are constantly under review so that they can meet those needs. We work with industry partners to ensure that what we are doing is in line with what our industry partners need. And so that's the types of programs that we have. And again, it's going to ensure that our students are well prepared. We have some dynamic students at Grambling State University, and particularly in the Office of Graduate Studies. And those students are able to go out and, like I said, make immediate difference in their respective fields.
Absolutely. So I know that we're talking about academic support, but I want to pivot and talk a bit about just the student support. I imagine that looks different for a graduate student. Talk a little bit more about that.
It does. Graduate students typically, as you mentioned, are older. They have a degree, and they need different things. A lot of our students are non-traditional in the sense that they have families and they have other responsibilities outside of school. So we do want to offer support for those students in a manner that meets those needs. We have currently several programs that are offered online where students can take those programs and take their courses at a time that is convenient for them. And we have student services on campus that can be made available via online mechanisms. So with this fundraising event, we can enhance those offerings, and that is our goal, to enhance the academic support, but also the student support, professional development, providing for research opportunities. We have students who have done tremendous work in the area of research, and they are able to present that research around the country, and we want to be able to support those efforts.
Absolutely, absolutely. So Makisha, speak to that just a little bit. What does it mean for you to be pursuing this degree and then ultimately taking advantage of those opportunities that are available to you?
So to me, it means a lot, because when you look at graduate studies across the borders, sometimes we feel like we're alone. We feel like we don't have the support. And seeing that Grambling is making strides for us to have that support means not just for me, but across the board for all graduate students.
Absolutely. So you mentioned research, Dr. Jackson. So of course, definitely want to cover the research initiative. So tell us more about that and what that means when it comes to not just graduate programs, but just any research that someone wants to do at Grambling State.
So we recently received a grant from the National Science Foundation to develop a Department of Research Ethics and Integrity here at Grambling State University. And that's the first of its kind here at this institution. And our goal is to be a blueprint for other smaller institutions that wish to have such a department. And our goal is to foster a culture of research ethics and integrity at our university so that when our students go out, or our faculty, our staff, go out and report on their research findings, they can know that it was done with integrity, that they can count on those results, and that our students have been trained in the responsible conduct of research. We are very excited about what this means for our institution because, of course, more research means that we can generate more dollars. And that is why we really, really solicit the support of our investors to ensure that we can continue that trend.
Absolutely. So I imagine the Graduate Studies Excellence Fund is a direct beneficiary of that, and that's what some of those things go through. So definitely make sure that when you visit gram.edu/givingday, or if you can scan the QR code on the screen, you can also call 318-274-2333 to benefit programs like Graduate Studies, as well as all of our other 6 impact areas. And as we wrap this up, I just want to thank both of you for coming through, for everything that you're doing to just show everyone what's possible, and that we can show and be flexible and nimble when we talk about modalities and even subject matter. And for you, Makisha, for being part of a groundbreaking program. Stay with us. We'll come back with more when we return.
When you come to Grambling State for an education, what you'll find is the strength to overcome any challenge. It's not just about bouncing back. It's about rising higher together to aim for excellence and lead from anywhere. When you're in the right place, you can rewrite your story to become something more because you're building something special. Your future.
Of Grambling State University, because for us a dream deferred is not a dream denied.
As it's been mentioned, this is cutting edge. This is really something that others around the world are watching what's being done here today. So I want to encourage all of our students who are here today, take full advantage of what this library provides for you.
The students we have on this campus, they're the why. They not only deserve this, they need this. They are the leaders of tomorrow.
We fulfill that promise today as we open the doors to our new digital library and learning commons.
We are back here on the campus of Grambling State University for the 1901 Day of Giving. Listen, we know you've been with us all day and we are thrilled to have you here. If you are inspired by what you're hearing today, there are 3 easy ways to give. 1, online, go to gram.edu/givingday. 2, you can scan the QR code on your screen. 3, you could give us a call at 318-247-2333. So today, right now, we have the one, the only. It's Dean Weber. How you doing?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
I am doing fine. I feel like I've never interviewed you before.
I don't think you have.
But I hear so much about you.
What?
Your reputation precedes you, yes.
That's a good thing?
That's a great thing.
Okay,
It's a
good
great
deal.
thing. So, digital library.
What about it?
We waited so long, and now it's here. It's here. How are things going?
Everything's going really good with the library. We are just finding new ways to share with our students what we have, the information that we have in the library. It was a long time coming. Had a little break, little stumbles along the way. But the idea that we're in it, and we're the only HBCU to have a digital-born library, we're the only digital-born library in the state of Louisiana, it sets us apart.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure that we have what our students need. And that's the goal, to make sure that our students are information literate when they leave here.
So, for many people out there, myself included, when I first heard the news, I said, what is a digital library and do they still have books? So what can you, on a simple level, can you explain what the digital library is doing for our campus enhancement?
So the digital library provides an environment that students can come in and digitally access the information that they need. Sometimes with the physical book, it's written today, but 3 weeks later, it's obsolete.
Yes.
What the digital library gives us the opportunity to do is to provide time-relevant information to our students that would normally be in a physical book, but you'd have to upgrade that each time. We live in a time now that we just can't afford to buy the same book over and over every 6 months if it changes that way. In the digital world, if it changes today, tomorrow you see the instant changes if you
Right.
know what they are. And sometimes they're minute, but then there could be chapters that have been changed. There could be a new discovery in something that's going on in that particular field of study that's now included in this new information. What happened yesterday, what was there before, is either irrelevant, it could there could be some danger points in there. You never know.
Mhm.
But what this does is it gives us the opportunity to continuously have the updated information for our students and our users.
So if the in-between time, because I was a student here for the old library, the name is slipping my mind right now, and I can't believe
Lewis.
A.C. Lewis. So that in-between time, what type of challenges did you face with the in-between that library shutting down and the new library coming into fruition?
The idea that we did not have a library. A library, as we know it as a physical structure, is a building.
Right.
It's the information that's contained within the library that makes it relevant.
Right.
So we have the information available. We had the information available for our users. They just didn't come to Charles P. Adams to use it. When I got here, there were no computers readily available for students to use. We created a computer lab, information literacy classroom, and some study space. So those students who knew about that space, they would come in and take advantage of it. We also offered information literacy classes for those students who didn't quite know how to use the resources. So we had some uptime and some downtime. Students wanted a space, dedicated space in the physical structure of a building that they could go in and attain the information that's needed. What we are able to do now is to provide that environment that's conducive to learning and collaborative learning and some new trends that will be coming along. So that's what makes us different and apart. Just took a little time to get there, but what we have now, others want. And I
Right.
get calls all the time where librarians may call and say, my president wants me to come see your library. My president wants to know what this digital library is all about.
Trailblazing. That's awesome news. So what are you most excited about? Any projects or anything you guys are working on over there at the Digital Library and Commons?
Well, we have a number of things on deck. We're going to have a presentation interview room so that students can come in and see how they present to others. There'll be virtual interviews where an interviewer may sign up from around the world and give our students the opportunity to be able to interview and for a job. So we take them through this mock process so that they can grow into what they really need to have.
Absolutely. As everyone knows here, as we've been reiterating all day, we have 6 investment areas that we want you to basically flood your money to. One of them being access and opportunity. To me, that directly speaks to the library. We have access to this technology, and you're giving students the space and opportunity to go further than they could have previously without that digital technology. I do want to pick your brain a little more. When we come back from this break, what we'll do, we'll talk about funding and how the potential donations from the 1901 Day of Giving could assist what you all are doing over there at the Digital Library.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, so when we come back from this break, we'll have more with Dean Weber. You are here with the Grambling State University 1901 Day of Giving. One day, one gift, one Grambling.
Hold on, just a little while longer. Hold on, just a little while longer. Hold on, just a little while longer. And everything will be all right. Pray on.
rooted in legacy, rising into power. These are not just words. They are the heartbeat of Grambling State University. They are the rhythm of every footstep that walks this campus. They are the whispers of those who came before us and the roaring voices of those who lead us now. We gather here today during this Black History Expo with purpose.
All right. Fight on, fight on, fight on, just a little while.
In the spirit of our great President Lamel, we could not end without adding the lane gap. So, let's it, let bon temps roule. Let the good times roll, rap.
We are back here at the place where everybody is somebody. I'm Charles Talbot, your co-host for this day-long event, the Grambling State University 1901 Day of Giving. As you just saw on your screens, looked like they were having a little Mardi Gras celebration there in the digital library. And again, the spaces that we create for these students increase the probability of them doing something creative because they have the space or the canvas, if you will, to go ahead and fulfill any. It looked like a party over there.
Well, no, it's not a party.
Uh-huh.
That was a program that we had during Black History Month.
Mm-hmm.
And we had artists, the Arkesis danced and were performed. We had artwork, sculpture, some of the artifacts that we have in the library. There were orations, so and live singing in there. And there was a president's role. Mm-hmm. All of that to talk about the history of Grambling, what we're doing, how we're going through the process to make sure that students and faculty, staff, and the community are aware of the resources that we have in the library and how versatile that environment can become.
Absolutely. So earlier today, we were with the biology department, and they had like the digital table where you could see, I cannot remember the name of that device, but you all have a lot of fancy digital stuff over there too. I saw the little pods. Can you explain what those pods are that you have in there?
Those pods that we have are available for students to come in and study and not really be disturbed, this individualized studying.
Right.
Now we also have those big tall orange pods. That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Those are cell phone pods because we want to give students the opportunity, space, and place to have phone calls without disturbing other students. But more importantly, we have seen where students have had interviews in there. They've had Zoom meetings in there. So it gives them the opportunity to have that solitude, that quiet, intimate space that they can express themselves.
And that's what's needed sometimes. I know personally, I work with one of our students, Onaje Morris, where he had the Zoom call with the NBA for one of their meetings, and he needed a quiet space, and this was during our transition period, so I just let him come over to the radio station. But I could see how those pods would be beneficial, especially for situations like that. So I want to get down to the impact of funding. In what way do you envision funds that are raised during the 1901 Day of Giving? I'm getting a note here. Okay, so we got graphics on the screen. We have another update on our total here. It looks like we are up to $388,452 raised with 8 hours remaining to go, a total of 534 donors. So we definitely appreciate you here on the campus of Grambling State University, but we got a long way to go. I believe that goal is $500,000 this year. We did that and some last year, so I know we can get there this year. But if we pivot back to what would you envision the type of resources that could be added or utilized with donations given today for the digital library and the common spaces that you have there?
Well, we have some space that's dedicated to be makerspace. In that makerspace, it gives a student an opportunity to create, design, and develop an idea that may change some situations within the world. The impact can be so great, but they need that space and the opportunity to have the resources that's needed to do that. We hope to, at some point, become a patent and trade center. So just think, if a student was sitting in the makerspace and designed something, and that student also had the ability to go right next door to see if that has been done.
Yes.
Find out that it hasn't been done, and turn around,
and submit
fulfill their process, submit the paperwork, and get results in the affirmative, that they've created something that could make a difference in someone's life or livelihood.
And that could be a one-stop shop where you have all of that on one floor, everything pertaining to each other. I know I was over there during, I want to say it was homecoming, and I saw that the engineering department, I think they had the 3D printers out in a space over there. So
that's that maker space that we're talking about.
Yeah.
That space also allows students who are art majors, music majors will be able to go in and create and hone their craft. As you said, the engineering and science departments can come in and put drones together, create objects with a 3D printer. So the opportunities are endless because the access to information is also endless.
So if we are, because we don't have, well, okay, so if students are using pods for studying in quiet time, does that mean that they would also be able to use the pods maybe for digital media purposes like editing projects and things like that? Or have you experienced students utilizing the spaces in that way?
I think we have to grow into that. And that's what this funding leads to. Being able to provide opportunities for creating that digital space so that they will have the equipment that's needed. I think that oftentimes our students don't get the opportunity because they don't have the equipment that's needed. And this library is designed to be fluid, trending, and as things come into our spaces, we will see how a student can put those ideas together and leave here representing the institution and being competitive in the global marketplace. Right. So we give them that opportunity, that space, that time. And if a student has the opportunity, is looking for something and we're missing something, they can come to me. I have an open door policy and say, have you thought about acquiring this resource because it will help me complete a task that I'm working on?
Yeah.
So that's what happens in this space.
That's awesome. So as we're winding down here, this time really flew by. I really hate that I don't have more time to spend with you. Plus, I've been meaning to get you over to the radio station anyway. I have not spoken to you since we opened that up, the library up. But if you got this is your elevator pitch, your last plea to the listening, viewing audience, what do you say to encourage them to give today?
I say that students have the opportunity to learn at any given time. Students may not graduate from the library, but no student can graduate without using the resources within the library. I encourage them to take the time and use the library and come through at any time, and let's find out about this digital library.
All right. Spark your curiosity and come on over.
Come on over, because we can find the information you need.
All right. Thank you, Dean Weber. I'm getting the sign. We got to go to break here. When we come back, we will give you more from today's 1901 Day of Giving. I'm Charles. Thank you for joining us. We'll be right back. are back here at the place where everybody is somebody. I'm Charles Talbert, your operations manager at KGRM here on the campus of Grambling State University. I'm here with none other than Big Dog, Coach Coach Mickey Joseph. How you doing today, sir?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
Well, man. Just wrapping this day up. Out here trying to get this money, begging for this money all day. You know how it goes, Coach.
I've been on the phone texting people all night.
Yeah.
I get some people say, I hadn't talked to you in 2 months. Well, I don't have time to call you every day.
But
I need your help today, though.
Now. We need your
need your help today.
So, Coach, we've been following your time here at the university at KGRM with KGRM Sports. What excites you the most about what you're doing here at the university with the G-Men?
Well, you know, the one thing is just the family atmosphere.
Yeah.
You know, just folks welcoming you to here, you know, and you know, our Grambling people, they're good people. I love them. They blunt and they get straight to the point, but they family. They're about family. And if they're for you, they're for you. Yeah. And I have a good relationship with people in the community, with the administration. So it excites me that I get to come back here. You know, when I was here in 13 and 14, I get to come back and, you know, see some of those same faces. And they're the same folks. They're the same people. You know, just people that want to take care of you and make sure you're okay.
Yep. I was one of those students back in 2013, 2014. I remember I was a young buck at the radio station back then.
Back then.
All of my stuff was just in studio, just following the team. And it really makes you feel like a part of the team when you're traveling, you're commentating on what you guys are doing and what you're doing over there with the program. Yes. It's just it's a wonderful experience. So I'm wondering, what are some of your top experiences that you've had during your time coaching, whether it was in the past or now?
Well, you know, I always say, you know, one of my best coaching jobs was doing Katrina when I was at Desire Street Academy, and Katrina hit us, and my school was in the night ward, and and I remember telling my kids on Saturday, you know, I'll see y'all Tuesday, that thing's gonna turn.
Yeah.
You know,
everybody thought it was.
Yeah, so it was gonna turn, and then when I went in, my cousin Terry Joseph, who's at the Saints now, he was at Tennessee at the time. He said, "Turn the TV on." He says, "Coming straight at y'all," and I was like, "Whoa!" So then it was too late because I told my kids I was going to see them Tuesday. So most of my kids got out, some of them didn't, and I remember Danny Walford calling me and Mo Levitt calling me and saying, "Hey, we got to go find the boys."
Yeah.
You know, and we got the staff together. We had to go to Houston, went to Dallas. You know, you go to Tyler, Texas. Some was in Utah, some was in Nebraska. You know, we found those kids, and you know, and just to raise those kids from what, October? No, not October. Just October. You know, and all the way to May, and just be their parent. You know, we had 196 boys in the school. We was able to find 95 of them. We didn't lose any of them. You know, to any of them die. But it was just being with those boys the entire time. Kids from the night ward, you know, from New Orleans, probably never been out the city that far, and now they with me, a guy who just got hired there that they really didn't know, and it was stressful at the time, but it was one of my best coaching moments, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. I'm still in touch with those kids. Those kids are very successful, and we had a successful program for his football, but academics was good. It was a religious school, so that was my best moment, I would say. And then second best would also be, you know, winning the national championship at LSU. You know, that was good, but I trumped that with the Desire Street any day.
So if we stay on task and we're talking about helping students, and Grambling State University, we do have the motto, it's the place where everybody is somebody. What can we do to ensure that we are putting the best foot forward for our students as far as providing them with a lot of the coaches today? I've been hearing the word nutritionist a lot.
Yes.
So that and it's funny, every time they say it, I kind of look down like, I need nutritionists too. So,
okay.
But how crucial is that for the strengthening and conditioning of our guys and our gals out there, our athletes? That funding, I've been hearing what I'm putting together is that funding directly ties to the level of nutritional value that the program will have. Is that, you want to talk about that?
Well, yeah, you know, that's true, you know, because if you look at it, you know, the nutrition part is a big part. They all have talent. Now it's what you're putting in your body and what you're doing for working outside, and what are you doing to recover. And it's it's towards 2025 now, so science is really big in everything that I do. So one big thing that I changed from last year to this year is trying to get funding because I need vitamins. If you have a conversation with my players, you say, when's the last time you take vitamins? Some of them will say, probably when I was a kid.
Right.
So
Flintstones.
that's why we had Flintstones. We all had those, but they didn't get that castorol and the stuff that my mom used to get me, that nasty stuff. And so you get strains, and you get your immune system's weak when you don't take vitamins. So my big nutrition thing is, get some vitamins and start it when they get back here for summer school. Also protein, something that may help them recover and to keep the weight on. So you need that, and you also need just like Powerade. You need liquid IVs. You need things. You need everything to make sure that their body don't break down.
Right.
Because it's not. People just look at the 12 weeks. It's not 12 weeks. It's more than 12 weeks.
Right.
Like we're gonna start back. We had the spring game on Saturday. We had them in a weight room on Monday.
Right.
Okay, because I don't think we're a very strong football team. Everybody can see that. So we got back in the weight room.
Right.
But also they'll be back here May 19th after finals. They'll be back here May 19th starting for summer school. So it's more than 12 weeks. They put in what they do in the season. They put more time in to get ready for the season.
Yeah, kind of like iceberg effect. You always see that little
yes.
twist.
So you need supplements also because they don't eat like they should eat. And we have a wonderful menu in the cafeteria and nutritionists, and they're working with us right now, to try to guide the boys, okay, just what you need to eat. But our boy, if we don't watch them, they'll eat noodles, and that's it.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah,
because
so
that stuff is right there, readily available.
So my thing is trying to make them eat, make them get meal plans and make them eat. But as far as in the summer and during the season, you need the nutrition, you need the muscle milk, you need all of that stuff, and it costs. And so having a day like this and much money, if you're going to make some type of money that you can have that for them when they come back, because they deserve it. All these athletes in this program, in this athletic department, they bust their butts for everybody.
Right.
And they work extra. They do a whole bunch of extra stuff. People say, well, they're on scholarship. Well, they deserve it because
they're working for that.
They're working for it. They're working for it. So you got to make sure as a coach that you're helping them achieve their goal. And part of achieving your goal is having your body fit, ready to go. So nutrition is a big part of, I think, what we all do in the athletic department.
So what other, like, I know we know the things we can see ourselves, where the internet has the biggest opinion of them all.
Mm-hmm.
So the internet will have their opinion on the things they can see. But what are some projects other than nutritionists that are close to you that the team would benefit from with funds that potentially donors will give to?
Well, you also have to keep your facilities attractive.
Mm-hmm.
I always say that you got to keep your facilities so when people come in the building, oh wow, this is really neat. This is really nice. And it don't have to be the most expensive things, but it got to look nice.
Yeah.
So you want to have a nice weight room. You want to have a nice floor in the weight room. You want to have new lockers. You want to have new flooring in the locker room. You want to have your players' lounge. So you want to have that football building attractive, so when you do bring that transfer in from that transfer portal and say he's transferring, we had one transfer from Utah State.
Yeah.
So it's not that we're going to be Utah State, but our building is similar to might be as big, but it's clean, it's up to date, and it's attractive. And the kid also look at the training room, that they have whirlpools to help them get back the recovery part of it, and it goes back to nutrition, but it all works hand in hand when you look at it. That, okay, I go in the training room, okay, this is going to help me recover. So I want to see these cold whirlpool. I want to see a warm whirlpool. So, and that takes funding. And I always say this, and I said this when I took the job, winning's not cheap.
Yeah.
Winning's not cheap.
Right about that.
Ohio State probably had the biggest NIL roster, over $20 million. Well, who won the national championship?
So so I'm glad you brought up NIL, because I was going to pivot there eventually anyway. When you say 20 mil in NIL, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean that student athletes brought in $20 million worth of deals for themselves? Is that what
No,
that means?
it's called share revenue right now.
Okay.
Share revenue is what you do with inside your university.
Mhm.
You know, ticket sales, you know, things of that sort. And then Dr. Scott, he's the professional, and he takes care of that. It's just, you know, but I know it's, you know, it's like money that we use for TV money. So it's shared revenue right now, and everybody that's on scholarship, you just get a part of it. Like if you look at Georgia. I think Georgia had 22 million, but they're going to use 75% of that to football. So that means each kid at Georgia gets 150,000 a year.
That's crazy
Yes,
numbers, Coach.
that's not. It's the way it is.
Yeah.
But you and I know it's not very smart. They give a 19-year-old
I was
150,000.
just about to ask, how does that change the game?
Well, it
when
changed
you
the
have-
game. It changed the game because now because that's the first thing they ask.
Yeah.
You
they
know,
want the money.
what's the share revenue? And I always say, you know, hey, all money's not good money, and you know, you got to talk your way into it. But most of them, that's what they're looking for because that's the stage now.
When I hear comments like that, it kind of makes me think back to, like, you know, when you were little and your mom is like, well, you in grown folks' business. Like, I couldn't imagine coming into college, like, almost requesting. That's what it kind of seems like they're pushing us toward, is that they're making, when I say they, I don't mean particularly the students, but the powers that be, they're allowing it to, like you said, pay to play, like we were saying earlier.
I look at them, and I know the NCAA don't look at them like that. I said something recently about, you know, if you're going to take one of my kids on my roster, you need to pay a buyout. I look at them as professional athletes.
Right.
Because you pay them.
Yep.
You pay professionals.
That's
you pay.
the difference maker right there.
That's the difference. And so you gotta have that funding also. So if you're in the mix, and you're in the mix with, you know, kids between us and Alabama State or FAMU, anybody like that, the kid's gonna say who's gonna give me the most money.
Yep.
You know, and if the money's even, now that's when the recruiting kicks in. That's when the relationship kicks in.
Reminds me of that movie, came out in the 90s, Shaq was in it, Blue Chips.
Yeah.
Where the behind the scenes money is now dictating the on court, on field activities.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a slippery slope, Coach, that we're heading toward here.
Well, it's not safe for college athletics because eventually you're gonna have to treat them like professionals. Graduation and everything else that was important in college no longer exists.
Yeah.
It's all about a dollar, and I think we still talk to our boys about real life, like this NIL, this share revenue stuff. It's gonna stop when you finish your college career, you know. So what you're gonna do after if you don't get your degree? So you better try to see around that, and know all money ain't good money, but see around that and keep your focus.
All right. I wish I knew the percentage of players that make it to the league out of HBCUs, because
well, it's less than 3% nationwide. So, you know, I think last year, I don't know if we had any kids drafted, you know, and I think this year, you know, you got a couple of kids that's probably gonna get some free agent deals, but it's just around the country. You can't bet that you're gonna be an NFL guy. You can't say I'm guaranteed I'm going to the NFL. You can't say that. And like I said, I had some in my room at LSU with Jefferson and Chase. Well, you didn't know that their freshman year that they was going to be in the league. Like we didn't know Jefferson was going to go that high until that day.
Yeah.
You know, and they called in and said, okay, we're going to take Jefferson, and I thought he was going to go to Philly because I had a good relationship with Howie, and I thought he was going to go to Philly, and he didn't go to Philly, and then right when Philly didn't take him, he was a top 20 pick to Minnesota. But we didn't know that. Same thing with Chase. We didn't think Chase was going to be a top 10 pick his freshman year.
Yeah.
You know, you develop into that, but you know it happens. But you can't bet on that you're going to say I'm going to the league. You better go to school. You better do some schoolwork.
So right now, Coach, on the screen we do have the QR code. Just want to let everyone know that QR code is still active. You can also go to gram.edu/giving day. You can still make those donations. Oh, these glasses aren't glassing, but it looks like I see $439,319 raised. We are almost there at that goal. How many hours does it say we have left on there? 8 hours left, plenty of time for us to get
we
to
keep
that
it open
finish
after.
line.
We keep it open a little bit. Keep it.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah,
do
yeah.
New
This
Orleans
is running
style.
all
Keep it
day.
open all night.
24 hours.
Let's roll all night. Let's buck jump all night.
Look, Coach, if we're talking, okay, I'm thinking the SWAC as a conference, right? Where most of our schools down here in the South, HBCUs, how does the SWAC, how do we keep up with larger conferences who have more money to offer these players? Like, how do we combat that?
Well, I don't think the SWAC's the only conference
Yeah.
that's having this problem. I think, every FCS conference is going to have these problems. I don't think the boys up north, Montana and the Dakotas, I think they're probably going to be pretty secure what they're going to do with FCS. But I think when you come down south, we're going to have that problem. We won't be able to compete with the money LSU have.
Right.
We won't be able to compete with the money Tulane have. If you look at the American Conference, to stay in the American Conference, you had to opt in at $10 million.
Yeah.
So we kind of pay attention to what's going on in the SWAC. So, and I tell my coaches all the time, let's pay attention to what's going on in the SWAC because that's the only thing that count. We'll get with a MEAC opponent at the Celebration Bowl, but other than that, we concentrate what happens with the SWAC, and like you said, we mind our own business when it comes to that. We stay in our lane.
Yeah. So, Coach, we're winding down here. I see them showing me my cards. They've been flashing these cards at me all day here because sometimes I run over. But as we're winding down, if you had to give a final plea, maybe a person out there on the fence, they always like to say they bleed black and gold and everything. So what's your final plea to get somebody who may be on that hump, who we want to get them over to donating towards Tiger Athletics?
Well, I always say that, alumni, you wouldn't be where you were at today if it wasn't for Grambling.
That part.
So you're not giving to me, you're not giving back to Dr. Scott, you're not giving back to an individual, you're giving back to Grambling State who gave you a foundation. So let's not make excuses why not to give. Let's just go in and open up them pockets and give.
We'll bring every excuse out.
And let's stop making them excuses and let's just go in and give, because these students here at this school and these athletes at this school, they're here for a reason to get educated. Like I said, it's a wonderful university. You can see the trust that these students have for these faculty members, and if you can help them, give. I sent texts out to people in Nebraska who didn't go here, that turned around and gave something to me. But if you're on the fence about giving, think about the kids. Think about when you were in school, that that you can make it better for them, just like your parents made it better for you when they were raising you. So my thing is, I always want to make it better for them, and I appreciate that these kids at school doing something with their life, because they can be doing anything else. But these kids love Grambling. That's why they're here at Grambling. So if you love Grambling, that's what you say you're going to do. Let's go.
Hey,
let's
Coach,
give.
I know you know it already. These kids love you too. Side note, they telling me I got 30 seconds. I had Blake Davis in one of my classes.
Yes.
Great kid, man. Like you raising these boys right, Coach.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. They're mine. They're mine, and I treat them as such. And they know I come down on them, but I love my kids. I love my players, and Blake's a kid from San Jose. Blake had been at San Jose State. His mom and dad came up and said, "Hey, we want Blake to come to Grambling." No way we thought we was getting Blake, because he was such a good player coming from California. And next thing you know, they drove him up and they left him.
Yeah.
They left him with us. They drove him, they dropped him off, and they left, and he's been here ever since, and we love it.
So that's he's a Portal kid then, right?
He's a Portal kid, yes.
Hey, we'll take it.
Yes,
we'll
you're a
take
Portal
it.
kid.
All right, Coach, thank you so much.
I appreciate you.
When we come back, we will have more with the 1901 Day of Giving. I'm Charles Talbert, one of your co-hosts here. Thank you for joining us. We'll be right back after this break.
Today, you've heard from faculty, staff, students, and administrators, each one united by a vision to position Grambling State University as the epicenter for pathways and possibilities. Achieving that kind of future doesn't happen by accident. It takes intention, it takes investment, and it takes a legacy-forward approach. Because legacy isn't just about what we leave behind, it's about what we lead today. That's what this day is all about, being the difference one day can make. Joining us now is District Attorney John Belton, a dedicated public servant, accomplished entrepreneur, and a steadfast advocate for equity, education, and opportunity. Belton, thank you for being with us today. I want to start today by talking about your journey. What made you choose law?
I was raised by a man by the name of Willie Belton, and my mother was Marty Belton, who was a school teacher. My father was very involved in the civil rights movement. He marched with Dr. King in Selma, Alabama, in Memphis, and also in Washington, D.C. Attended his funeral in 1968. And so he was president of the local NAACP chapter. And so he's very involved in civil rights. My eyes as a child saw fear. My father was shot at. A number of things happened when I was a child. A lot of bomb threats to our home, things of that nature. So I was encouraged to go into law to make a difference. I did not know it would lead me into the prosecutorial arena, but it did. And even as a prosecutor, even as the local district attorney, I know that I've helped make a big difference in the lives of young adults here at Grambling State University as well as Louisiana Tech.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. That's it's unfortunate. I'm sorry you had to deal with that growing up, but obviously it sounded like it inspired what you do today. Can you tell me more about, what ways has your role allowed you to advocate for the community and for students like the ones here at Grambling State and at Tech?
I believe in second chances. I believe in third chances. Our Lord and Savior forgives us many, many times, but the criminal justice system is not very forgiving. And so it's incumbent upon me in my office to make sure that we put these young people back on track to become productive citizens so they can pay their taxes and enjoy life like all of us, to be very competitive in life as well. And so we meaning my office, have established diversion programs, mentorship programs like the Boys and Girls Club, which I'm one of the original founders. It's over 20 years old. Coach Ellis is on the board as well. And so we have seen a number of testimonies over the years. In fact, I'll give you one in particular. Bruce Russian, who is my banker at Origin Bank, he's a graduate of the Boys and Girls Club. Wow. And he's doing very well for himself. But that's just one of many, many stories that are untold that should be told. And with the mentoring program called Teach One to Lead One, I started it here in Ruston. We're now in 9 parishes. We reach over 2,000 kids a year. And why it's so important? Because we're all product of mentorship. And I would not be here without mentorship, whether it's my parents, my coach, my preacher, deacon, college coach, or college professor. They all made me who I am today. You've heard the old saying that if you ever see a turtle on a fence post, indeed, you know that somebody helped them to get there. I'm that turtle. I'm on the fence post because a number of people have helped me get there. And so in my role as district attorney, it is important for me not to forget that and to help young men and women get back on the right track to become productive citizens so they can benefit not only themselves and their families, but benefit the community, the state, and the country in which we live.
Absolutely, absolutely. All wonderful programs for sure. So you talked a little bit about being competitive and helping students become competitive. Let's transition to the ways you've kind of positioned yourself, because you're not just a district attorney, you're also an entrepreneur. So between the boardroom and the courtroom, you own multiple wing stops in this area, as well as some commercial and residential properties. So how does that dissection work, and how does it inspire how you lead today?
My father told me years ago, never put your eggs in one basket.
Indeed.
He said, if that one faucet cuts off, at least you have another faucet flowing. And I took that at heart. And I went to law school, became an attorney, became a prosecutor, became the district attorney with the help of citizens all over both districts, black and white, to help me win the election in 2014, only by 211 votes.
Wow.
But I always remember what he said, is to never have all your eggs in one basket. And so from there, my wife is an entrepreneur. She, her background is in finance from SMU, and then she went to law school at LSU, where we met in Baton Rouge. She wanted to do more business type work versus law, and I said, sure. So we got into real estate and restaurants, and it has done very well for us. We're getting older now. We're looking to scale down and maybe sell a few entities. But the Bible says there's a season for everything.
Right.
And so we have to look at this season and determine what's in our best interest at this point in time.
Absolutely. Well, I love that you make the transition from success to significance. I think that's so important. And when you think about what that means for you professionally and personally, what does it really mean? You mentioned that you not just like what you do, you love what you do. So how important is that to make sure that students have that same opportunity to pursue what they love to do?
I was in college at one time.
Yeah.
And I made boneheaded decisions. I can't forget that. And so when I'm looking at a student or here at Grambling or at Tech, I can't forget the fact that I was in school at one time. And I made decisions that I know my parents would not be proud of. And so I have to put on that parent hat sometime or that college student hat sometime and view the world from their perspective and make sure that we put them on the right track. Again, we do frown on certain crimes like sexual assault crimes and violent crimes. Yeah, we need to make sure our community is safe. But most of the crimes are drug related. And so we want to make sure that we put them in certain programs so they can be rehabilitated and become productive citizens. I was told I wasn't college material.
I was too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And I always tell students, never let man define who you are. Let God's word define who you are. And he says you're victorious.
That's right.
You're made in his image. You can do all things through Christ who strengthens you.
That's right.
So I don't listen to man. I'm criticized all the time for decisions I make. So be it. I slept well last night.
Gotcha. Understood. So, obviously you're a very proud supporter of Grambling State University. Help our viewers understand why you want to align yourself with this institution. Why have you supported Grambling State for so long?
So Grambling State University is an asset not only just to my family, but this community, this state, and this nation in so many ways. I was fortunate to meet Coach Robinson, to visit him in his home.
Nice.
I was fortunate to have him be a part of my leadership when I was chairman of Southern University. I went to his house and I brought 20 footballs with me.
Oh, wow.
And I had him sign each ball. And he signed each ball to every board member at Southern University.
Wow.
And he was very smart too, by the way. And I had 2 extra balls. And he said, "What are you doing with all this?" I said, "Well, Coach, you've led the example of leadership. And I want to lead Southern University based upon what I've learned from you." And he says, "Well, great." And he named every board member. He knew every board member. Wow. And then there was 2 balls left. I have one of them in my office. And I said, "Coach, could you just sign your name on this, not to me or to anybody, just your name?" He said, "Oh, these are the money balls." He knew they had value with his name on it. But not only that, but I was fortunate enough and still the chairman of the Eddie Robinson Museum. And Coach Ellis and I led the campaign to raise $3.5 million of public and private funding to make that a reality. And the grand opening was in 2010. I'm proud of that. And I'm proud of my commitment to the baseball team, where I raised over $15,000 maybe 10 or 15 years ago to improve the facilities. I'm proud of contributing to the football team on numerous occasions. And I don't talk about it. It's just no need. God gets all the glory. But yeah, that's why my wife and I both, and will continue to give to Grambling State University. It is part of this community in which I live. And it's an asset to this community, an asset to me. And no, I may not have graduated from Grambling State University. And yes, I was chairman of the board at Southern University at one time. But I'll tell you the story of President Jones, one of the greatest presidents Grambling State University has ever had. He said this when he was asked about the Bayou Classic. He said, "Who do you pull for?" He said, "First half all Southern, second half all Grambling." So I'll take that quote and apply it to my beliefs. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I certainly appreciate your support. And when we come back from the break, we'll talk a little bit more.
All right, thank you.
We've heard about what shaped Mr. Belton's path and the values that guides his work every day. After the break, we'll continue the conversation and begin to explore how legacy shows up in the lives of others.
When you come to Grambling State for an education, what you'll find is the strength to overcome any challenge. It's not just about bouncing back. It's about rising higher together to aim for excellence and lead from anywhere. When you're in the right place, you can rewrite your story to become something more because you're building something special. Your future.
Mr. Belton, we've been spending the entire day talking about legacy and how it doesn't just live in institutions, it lives in people. So what does it mean today to talk about someone that means so very much to you?
It means a lot. The term legacy is a mouthful. You know, I've heard someone say that it is the best things in life are not things. It's not material things.
Right.
It's things like legacies.
Yeah.
And legacies like Coach Robinson, legacies like Dr. Martin Luther King, legacies like Harriet Tubman and Rosa Parks. They left a history of legacy for us to look at and look up to so we can become like them. Bill Smith is one of them. No, he's not on the national scene, but he's local. But he's done so much and here he is, Bill Smith.
Mr. Smith.
He's done so much in this community that a lot of people don't know. Not just this community, but this state.
Yeah.
From a personal standpoint, a friend of mine and a mentor by the name of Randy Ewing, who was a former senator, Senate president, and ran a former candidate for governor. And he always said to me, he said, John, never forget your friends. Never forget your friends. And as you well know, when you count in friends, they're pretty much on one hand.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I'm also reminded of a picture, and you've seen it, I'm sure, at the Civil Rights Museum in Memphis, Tennessee. And you walk in there, and there's a picture with men holding hands, and they're standing, and they're forming this huge line, and they're having each other's back. The sanitation workers, you know, striking for a better wage because they were paid less than their counterparts. And they were holding signs that said, these signs said, I am a man.
Yeah.
But one thing that stuck to me is that they had each other's back. This man has my back. Bill Smith has my back no matter what. When I ran for district attorney in 2014, he was there.
Yeah.
He encouraged me to run. He never asked me for $1, not one dime. He was there for me. And I didn't know this man's story. But this man's story is amazing. You know, playing golf here, golf, not even the other sport, but golf, which is unheard of in the African American community, here at Grambling State University, breaking records, becoming the first champion of the SWAC tournament for Grambling State University. Qualified for the national tournament, gave Coach Robinson his first all-athletic award here at Grambling State University. One of the first legislative aides in the state of Louisiana, particularly here in this area. And I can go on. I'll let him talk about his story, but he and I have talked many, many times. When I was on the campaign trail, he would check on me every night. Where are you going, young man? Sometimes he'd call me boy, but he has a right to do that. If I was in a very rural area, he was concerned. He would call me and say, where you at, man? And he wanted to know about the story. If there was a car following me at night, and I would call him and say, hey, this car is following me, and I'm uncomfortable about it. He said, well, just stay on the line with me.
Yeah.
If I got home at 11:30 midnight, I'd call him and say I made it home safe. That's the kind of friend that we all need.
Absolutely.
That's the kind of person that looks out for your six, you know? And
Yes.
and he did that. He's always done it, and he will continue to do it. I know that.
Yeah.
Now, as friends, you know, we have that those friction moments, right?
Indeed.
And I'm wearing a wristband that says "Iron sharpens iron," with a quote, and he sharpens my iron all the time. He makes sure that I stay straight. I call him for advice from time to time, and I'll take 99% of it. Yeah, 1% I won't. But no, I tell you, God has truly, truly blessed me with him in my life. And I'll tell you this: there's some people. I use the analogy of salt and pepper. You know, some are salt of the earth, and then some are pepper.
Indeed.
But yet you need both.
Yes, you
He's
do.
pepper. He brings that spice.
brings the
You know,
spice.
he tells it like it is. He doesn't bite his tongue, and I need that. And then I need a quieter voice sometimes.
Yeah.
And so my point is, he provides a void for me in my life that's no longer there. My dad, right? And so I look at him as a father figure. I look up to him as a mentor, and it's important that you bless them while they're here. It's important that you give them their flowers while they're here. It's important that you show your appreciation for them while they're here. It's too late when they're gone and says, I forgot to tell Bill I love him. Or I forgot to tell Bill thank you. I forgot to tell Bill I'm going to do this for him. So this is why we're here today. So I want to be able to give something to him. And also that not only will he be the name of it, but so many kids coming through Grambling State University that he will never see will benefit from what we're about to do.
Well, before you talk about that any further, Mr. Smith, I am honored just to meet you and so happy that you're able to be with us today. So before we really hear more from you, I do want him to continue what he's saying, because it sounds like you have something else you want to tell your mentor, father figure, friend, Pepper.
So I'd like to establish an endowment in your name. I'm donating $10,000, and the university will match that for a $20,000 endowment. Your name will never be forgotten. It would be a legacy, and that legacy will continue. And it will be there to give scholarships to young people that will come through this university and benefit from that endowment. So, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you.
Appreciate you, my brother.
Wow. So from welcome to congratulations. I mean, just to be able to sit here and witness this moment is truly my honor. Can I ask you what you feel right now? I mean,
I don't know that I could tell you, not having any idea that something like this would ever happen in my lifetime, that I would be around at least to see and hear and enjoy some of the fruits of it. But John Belton is really, really a dear friend of mine. I could go on and on all day about some of the little crooks and turns we've made. But for he and his family to do something like this, I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think I really just have one more question for you. Obviously you've done some historic things in your life, and it's made a profound impact. So my question is, did you intend to make the kind of history that you did?
No. I couldn't even think that, more or less see that far. But I was surrounded from the time I can remember about older women and men at the church who started real early putting things in my mind and in my heart. And I guess a lot of it stuck. And I found myself trying to emulate and do the things that I had seen them do, and not receiving awards or this kind of thing, but to try and be helpful. And that's the thing that while I was at work, I would always say, don't worry about who gets the credit, just get something done. And that was the premise that I worked on.
Absolutely. Well, you definitely got it done. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Again, congratulations. It's been a pleasure to have you here with us. And I continue to follow you and look after you. It looks like I need to call you to make sure you're okay as well. Well, thank you. And we'll continue after the break. A legacy like Bill Smith's doesn't fade. It fuels the future. After the break, we'll continue this celebration of impact through the story of another leader whose mentorship has shaped generations. Wow, you almost had me for a second there with that one. Such a heartfelt just dedication to Mr. Smith and everything that he's done and the way that he's just promoted the institution's legacy and history and just tradition of excellence. But we're not done.
No.
Do you have someone else that you would like to talk about?
Yes.
In our conversation, you mentioned your grandfather being someone that gave you some memories. So I think this next person is someone that's equally important.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to tell me a little bit more about who else you'd like to talk about today?
Coach Wilbert Ellis. There's not enough to say about him. There's not enough words in the dictionary to describe him.
Mm-hmm.
There's not enough time in a day or in a month or in a year to describe him and what he means to me. What he means to this community, what he means to this state, and what he means to this country.
Indeed.
The best way to describe him is this way. My goal in life is to be a person worth respecting, a father worth imitating, and a leader worth following.
Wow.
He's all three. Coach Wilbert Ellis is all three. He's already there. A husband worth respecting, a father worth imitating, and a leader worth following, and a friend worth following. One of the disciples asked Jesus Christ, who's the greatest among us? Mm-hmm. And by the way, he was a lawyer.
Indeed. Indeed.
And Jesus answered, the one who serves is the greatest. If you know anything about Coach Wilbert Ellis, you know he's about service.
Indeed.
He's not about himself, he's about giving. And what is giving? Love. Mm. God gave the greatest, his son, his only son, and he showed us love. Jesus Christ gave his life. He showed us love. When my father passed away in 2020, by my side was Coach Wilbert Ellis. He's my father figure now, and he's always been a mentor. He's always been there for me. He's always had my back. And God has truly, truly blessed me with Coach Wilbert Ellis being in my life. And I thank God for him every day.
Coach Ellis, so happy to have you with us today, to have him by your side once again.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes.
So today, though, is this conversation is particularly important to you, just as you introduced him. So why don't you tell us more about why today's conversation is so deeply moving for you?
Well, one of the things that you spoke of earlier and that Grambling State is big on is legacy.
That's right.
When we talk about legacy, again, like I mentioned earlier, the first thing comes to mind here on Grambling State University's campus is Coach Robinson. Well, guess what? In that same conversation, you have to include Wilbert Ellis.
Indeed.
And so what a legacy that God has blessed me with. Like I said, I got to know Coach Robinson. But God has blessed me with this man. He's put him in my life and my path, and I've never been the same since. He tells me to stay in my lane. That one of his famous quotes, and I try my best to remember that, to stay in my lane, to do what I do best, and if I need to hire someone who knows what to do in another category, allow them to be in their lane to help me.
Indeed.
And he's always been there for me. We pray together quite a bit, and we talk to each other almost every day. When I don't hear from him, I call him and check on him. He calls on me and check on me. And but he is a absolute blessing to me, without a doubt. And just thank God every day for him.
Absolutely. Well, Coach, again, thank you and welcome to having you here today. Just so happy to see you again. It's always a pleasure to see you. So before I really talk with you directly, I do want to just give him one more opportunity to share a little bit more about you and just the reason behind today's visit today.
Well, it's easy. This is not hard. Coach and I were side by side with respect to the Eddie Robinson Museum, making sure that was a reality. We were there for the grand opening in 2010. I served as chairman. He served as president of the Friends of the Eddie Robinson Museum, so we served together even today. with respect to the Eddie Robinson Museum. When he went into the Hall of Fame in Natchitoches, I was there. Kansas City, I was there. And he was honored some years back by the SWAC. I was there. And I will be there in May when he's honored again by the SWAC. So I must say that this man here is an integral part of my life in every way. Every way. And when it comes to the legacy, I was surprised that based upon all your accomplishments, Coach, that you have all the Hall of Fames. The most important Hall of Fame to you is when you meet your Maker.
Yes.
And he has said that to me numerous times. I'm glad about this Hall of Fame. I'm glad about that Hall of Fame, but I can't wait for the greatest Hall of Fame. And legacies are important. And I was shocked to hear that you did not have an endowment in your name here. And so today, I'm donating $10,000 to Grambling State University. They're going to match it with another $10,000 so that there's an endowment here in your name, and young children coming in the future will have a scholarship with your name on it. I love you, Coach.
Love you, John.
Love you, Coach.
Love you. Love you. Always will, until our last breath. A bond.
Yes, sir.
It's just an honor to be able to witness these types of moments. And, congratulations, Coach Ellis. Can you tell us, to the best of your ability, what that felt like? How do you feel now that you know you have an endowment for all perpetuity in the name of Coach Wilbert Ellis?
Well, thank you. And it's a great honor. I give all my honors to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Amen.
And I thank God for the people that He put in my life, like John Belton and my pastor, Reverend White, and there are others. But to hear words coming from someone that we've been together through a lot of toil and to make things happen. And John is that type of person that always want to do what is best to make a difference in the lives of others. I love him for that. And the way he does it through his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And today, to get this from my friend and my child, and my son, because his dad said that's the way he wanted to be. I don't know, I'm just so cheerful and so thankful that these things are happening while I'm yet live.
Amen.
And through the grace of God, couldn't have happened from a better person to our Lord and Savior. It's John Belton, the man among many men.
Indeed.
Who respond like this. Such a loving way, such a kind way, such a way that says, this is the fruit. This is the fruit He has planted through God, through his family, to his father, mother, and all sisters, and all the family. And when we walk out together, we are able to step high because we know where our steps come from.
Absolutely.
And today, I say, thank you, John.
Thank you, Coach. Love you too. Thank you for who you are.
And I just can't say enough about what you have done in my name to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Amen.
I'll never forget you.
Amen. Likewise, Coach. And if I can say one thing,
sure.
The endowment's going to be greater. This is just a seed. So we're going to have a banquet, and we're going to raise more money, and we're going to get your other friends involved. James Davison, Johnny Maxwell, Aaron James, everybody. We're going to get everybody involved and make sure that Valencia, make sure this thing is a success and make that endowment even greater, Coach.
Let me just say this. You know, Grambling State University is the motto where everybody is somebody. No matter what happens, when she's up, when she's down, or in between, it has made persons. All that I am today is because of community people in my community and Grambling State University. God has put people in my life. And somebody asked me the other day, Coach, you got 9 or 10 Hall of Fames. And they said, well, why you hadn't got them before now? And I said, read Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter. It talks about a time and a place for all things.
Yeah.
Now's my time. And as my friend John says, my biggest Hall of Fame will be one day when I receive it in the kingdom of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Yes.
Amen.
Thank you, and God bless you.
Awesome. Well, you summed it up, Coach.
Amen.
You summed it up. Gosh, so I think about some of my first interactions with you and just hearing you talk to the different teams. And you don't just do baseball. You talk to the football teams, all of the athletic teams, and you motivate them to do well, to make sure that they go with purpose. And so obviously you're clearly very faith-based. When you talk about that final Hall of Fame, what do you ultimately want people to say when they think of?
Well, I think the more I be taught, and I hear daily, Wednesdays, Sundays, and throughout the week, the telephone calls in the little meeting place with my spiritual leader on earth, as well as John, our Pastor White. And then I'm stronger now than I was yesterday because I've accepted. And when you accept, no matter what the critics will say, you accept it and God will honor it.
Absolutely.
And that's where I want to go and see some of the things that happened to him on the day they crucified him. I just want to see some of that.
Yeah.
And then I want to see my family, my mother and father and all of them. But I want to stop with Jesus first.
Yeah, indeed.
I want to see him.
Yeah.
And then I want to encourage the youth as well as others. This is the right away for you. No one is perfect. God gives forgiveness for our sins. Thank God for forgiveness.
Absolutely.
And that's what I want to do. And that's when I talk about the other Hall of Fame.
Yep.
There's some things that you have to do.
Absolutely.
To try to get there.
Absolutely. So as we talk through, now that you have an endowment in your name, and Mr. Belton and I talked a lot about what it means to go from success to significance. How significant is it for you now to have this endowment, knowing that you now have something that will benefit Grambling State students for generations to come?
Well, first of all, I think about this little light of mine.
Yeah.
I want it to shine now, where others may see it bright enough through the grace of God, through John and others that's going to come in. I know John, he's a go-getter. When he says things, he don't want to say it. He prayed about it, he planned it, and now he's ready to execute it on the field and off the field in life. And so now I just feel rejoiced that it's going to be a light that's going to help some students to be able to look back and say, yes, it was Wilbert Ellis. Yes, other people were involved. And I hope that they want to do better through hard work and discipline, and never let nobody tell you you can't do something.
That's right.
I always thought I could coach, because I always wanted to be a coach ever since I was 9 years old. But under others, like Dr. Ralph Waldo Emerson Jones, the second president and the first baseball coach at Grambling, first football, and I could go on down the line. I was around those guys, and I wanted to be like Eddie Robinson, Hobden, Colin Nicholson, Dr. Cole. I just wanted to be like them. And not because they were so beyond, but what they were doing on an average base to elevate the elevation of athletics and life.
Absolutely. Well, I tell you, we're at our time, but it has been just my absolute pleasure to have both of you. Congratulations to you again, Coach, and you're truly an inspiration, both of you, for what it really means to be a beacon of success and just purpose when it comes to your life legacy.
Word?
Yes, sir.
Lord God, please let John Belton live, and all my other friends and enemies, so the light will shine and they'll participate.
Amen. And I like to say this. I describe Bill Smith as pepper. He's salt. He's salt of the earth. And so to have salt and pepper, that makes a good gumbo. And so they're a reason where I am today. They're the reason why I am who I am today, because of them. So
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Legacy lives in what we build and who we lift. Through these Welcome back to the 1901 Day of Giving broadcast. One of the most powerful parts of today's experience is that what you're seeing before you, from camera work to graphics to live studio production, is being brought to life by our students. Joining me now is the person guiding that effort, Alan Blakeney, Director of GSU TV. He's not just leading a department, he's mentoring the next generation of media professionals through real-time hands-on learning. Alan, thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you know, is it hard to believe we're almost at the end of today's broadcast? Is that weird for you?
Yeah, the wind down is
it's surreal.
Yeah, it's real.
So let's talk about today. This broadcast is a big lift, but it's also a big moment. Can you tell me more about your decision to take this day as a hands-on learning opportunity for your mass communication students?
Well, I mean, our whole purpose in being here is the students that are running this equipment. So whatever we're going to do, we're going to utilize as many of them as we can for whatever roles we can put them in, and we're going to train them to that task. The only other professional that we had on set today, and the students are very professional, but the only outside employee that we had today was the man that runs the jib. And the only reason that we didn't have a student running a jib is because we don't have one. If we owned a jib, I'd have my students running the jib. these students are really quick on the uptake. They're eager to learn. They want to do this business. And so when you show them how to do it, it's hands-on. This is a very labor-intensive field. Once I show them how to do it, they get it. And so it's pretty much a natch just to let the students use the equipment here, let the students do what we ask them to do, and make a show with the students. I mean, what else? There was no other thought than that. That was it. We're going to do it. We're going to use students. So.
Well, that's one of the things I really appreciate about Grambling State University. It is one of those, it's the place where, because everybody is somebody, you definitely are going to come here and learn. You're going to learn it hands-on, real time, while we're doing it. And I don't know any other way than to apply some good pressure, and that is having to deal with a live broadcast. So it's not an easy thing. And you know, in choosing to use production as a classroom, using the show as a classroom, what other kind of real-world skills are students getting through their work on this production or any others?
So a lot of the skills that they're learning are actually skills under pressure. A live television environment, we teach them how to do packages, and we teach them how to edit, we teach them how to do B-roll, and we actually involve them in outside productions whenever we have the opportunity. I heard one of the other people being interviewed today saying how they sent people to interviews. I actually took a student to the Super Bowl as a worker on one of the first Super Bowls I went to. I've taken students to the NBA Finals. I've taken students to playoff games. Everything that we do, it's all student driven. So it only makes sense to take them to those outside locations. And what happens is when they get there, they realize that what we're training them here is what's actually happening in the outside world. It's really happening. So a lot of times they'll get on a job and they'll go, well, that wasn't that bad, Mr. B, because I already knew everything that we were supposed to be doing, because that's what we do every day. And that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make it to where when they do leave here, nothing is a surprise to them. The only thing I want to be surprised by is a paycheck when they get a big one. But the actual task and the jobs and the I call them positions, the different positions, the work positions, camera, editor, audio, money, which is replay or tape, TD. We have floor director. We had 2 floor directors, 2 different locations. The teleprompter, all of those are real positions. Replay, when we do a live sporting event, replay. All of those are real positions that they will find when they leave this institution. And I know it's working because I have students that have gone through this program. They're scattered all over the world, not just all over the U.S. I have students working in Europe, England, in the Far East. So it's all working. So I know what we're doing is the right path, or they wouldn't be getting jobs doing it. So that's all I can do is train them to the situation that I know they're going to end up in. And I'm fortunate in that I've worked in most of those positions, so I can come back and I can tell them what it's really like. That's what it is. So.
Yeah. Well, I think it speaks to your commitment to making sure that they're prepared to go into the world of work, and just your level of expertise. Give me a rundown. Like, how many years are we talking here that you have been in this industry?
That I've been in this business?
Yes.
When people ask me for my resume, I tell them it's 52 pages long, single-spaced, and my mom is really proud. No one else would want to read it.
Oh, wow.
I've been doing this professionally since somewhere in the neighborhood of 1986, 87.
Oh, wow.
I started out just like these students. I started out as a utility at a football game, and that was my first exposure to this. My next job, I was actually a still photographer at a music video that was being shot in New Orleans. So I started out at the very bottom, and I listened, I watched, I would ask people questions, and I worked my way up to where I was eventually directing shows for the Outdoor Channel. So when I got to that was the job I had just before I came here.
Yeah.
I actually produced 64 live broadcasts in 1 year, live 1 hour broadcasts,
Wow.
which if you do the math, there's still only 52 weeks in the year.
Right.
So we were over that.
Yeah.
So that sort of pressure environment is where I came from. That's where I learned how to do all this stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, I am impressed with the preparedness level and just the professionalism that the students that are working on this very broadcast have shown. So obviously you're a very positive influence on them, but I want to know who influenced Alan Blakeney when he was in school.
Who? Well, the problem with that was I didn't pay a lot of attention when I was in school, like I probably should have. You know, it's really funny. I never thought about being in this business. I never thought about being an instructor. So I kind of fell into, I tell everybody I was very fortunate in my career. I was in a good place a lot of the time. I actually, my training was, I was an electrician in the oil fields. That's my background.
Yeah.
So I did go to, it was ULM at the time in Monroe. I went for 2 years to college. And then I found out that they were paying really well in the oil fields. So I went to the oil fields and I learned how to be an electrician by working with electricians. Then my first couple of jobs in the film industry was actually a grip electric. So that got me into the field, and then from there I started doing utility work and eventually camera work, and then producing, directing. I've done audio work. I've done every position that I'm training these kids to do, I've done.
Yeah.
So that's my background. There's really no one person. Actually, it's kind of funny. The gentleman that was running the Jib today, Mark Hutto, is my first business partner. He's the Mar in Alamar.
Oh, okay. That makes
we were
a lot of
partners for a
sense.
long time, and we worked together in the film industry. And then I got real heavy into sports production.
Nice.
And I kept the company and the name, and he went on and did some other things. So,
nice.
But yeah, we've known each other for a long time. So, and actually, Mark brought me along and taught me a lot of stuff. So, that's my baptism by fire into the industry. So.
But you said you fell into instruction. So how did you ultimately end up becoming an educator?
I actually got a call one day. I was still producing for the Outdoor Channel. And someone from here, I think it was Dr. Martin Edu, called me. They had the television center, but they had some pretty major problems. And I'm not sure, I think he had a student that had worked at a tech game with me. I brought in as utility. Anyway, he called and asked if I could make it work. And I told him I'd come look at it. So I came over here and looked at it. I walked around upstairs in the same place the control room is now, a completely different set of equipment. And I called him a few minutes later. I said, hey, turn your television on in your office. We had a transponder. I said, turn it on channel 8. He said, what are you talking about? I said, well, I got you an image from the studio. And he said, well, you're crazy. They told us it'd take 6 months and $50,000. I said, well, I don't know what to tell you, but if you'll turn your TV on, it's there. So I did that for them. And then a couple months later, they actually called. They were without a director, and they called and offered me a job. I was still working for the Outdoor Channel. So I came back and fixed some more stuff for them, got them off the ground again. I think they had an interim. A couple months later he called me again and asked me if I would come to work for him. And it just so happened that about 2 days before he called, somebody bought the Outdoor Channel.
Wow.
And they informed us then that, I had a contract, but they informed us then that I was their longest freelance producer. I've been with them 13 years.
Wow.
And they informed me that at the end of that contract period, they would not be renewing it. And so that contract period ended on June 1st. And Dr. Edu offered me a job starting on June 1st.
Wow.
So
that's
I
amazing.
told him, I said, well, it sounds like I'm about out of excuses. I probably better come to work. So I did. And then it just kind of migrated into teaching some of the classes. I actually did lectures. And then we had this operational. So it just kind of morphed into what it is now with all the different things that we do. So
that's awesome. Well, that was the Outdoor Channel's loss. And we appreciate Dr. Edu for making that call and you for answering it. So real quickly, how many years have you been here?
I started in 2008, so I think that's about 17 years.
Yeah.
Come June 1, it's a long time. That's longer than I've ever been anywhere. So I was pretty much a gypsy my whole adult life. I go from one job to the other. I worked at the Outdoor Channel, like I said, 13 years.
Yeah.
And then came here. So, and I still freelance work for ESPN, CBS Sports, Fox Sports, all the ones that call.
Yeah.
When I'm not here or on the weekends, I go work for them. And I still take students with me whenever I have the opportunity to do so. So I'm still learning stuff when I go on some of those jobs. I'll go in the truck and I'll look at some of the new stuff they got and figure out how to implement that. We look at their graphics. I'll come back, Des and I will work to bring some of those graphics in. So a lot of the graphics that you see that Grambling is doing, Des and I are learning how to do that from the major sports and bringing them into our show. So.
Well, it's hard to believe we are at the end of this segment, but I want to give you 30 seconds to really tell me, you've been here 17 years, you've seen several students. What are you most proud of when it comes to their development, creativity, and just ingenuity?
When I see them succeed.
Yeah.
That's it in a nutshell. When I see one of them succeed, it's great.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for this segment, for agreeing to be on this set with me.
Yeah, this is rare, getting me to sit down. I hope all y'all know that. So, one, I'm not idle often, and I don't sit in front of cameras. I work behind the camera. I know that's where I'm supposed to be. So.
Well, we're not done yet. When we come back, we'll wrap up this broadcast. Stay with us. Well, welcome back, everybody, to the 4th annual 1901 Day of Giving. It has been an absolute pleasure. I cannot believe I'm joined back on set with Mr. Logan, the Vice President for University Advancement and Innovation. It's hard to believe we have come to the end of this broadcast. It feels a little surreal.
It does, and I tell you what a difference 7 to nearly 8 hours can make. And today is just a reminder how strong the brand is and the people behind it that mobilize it to be what it is today, and also the position that we're placing the university for the future.
Absolutely. Talk about your inspiration to want to do this particular type of modality.
Yeah, I think, when you think about innovation in the division's name, it's always thinking about a forward posture and creating something that may not exist today.
Indeed.
And that's what we accomplished. Based on, the extensive research, no one has ever done a live 8-hour segment associated with its Day of Giving. And so Grambling State University historically has been known from leading from the front and we want to continue that standard today. But what's really important was knowing that this was all accomplished off of the talent in our student population.
Absolutely.
And a lot of people have been working behind the scenes, and I just want to pause and see if we can get everyone that was working on production
Absolutely.
to work their way from upstairs to down and come join us on the floor, because earlier I talked about what our student population makeup is from a demographic standpoint. 44 states,
Yeah.
32 countries.
Yes.
But oftentimes that just becomes a data point. Today I really want to underscore that point by allowing people to see the faces
Absolutely.
behind the production,
Mhm.
and hopefully people can celebrate and realize why we endeavor to do just this.
Absolutely.
So we'll give everyone time to donate the full crew.
Yeah. I think
this is what makes Grambling State University so special.
Absolutely. And it's important to see this, contextualize what it takes to pull off a production like this. And I can tell you from personal experience, when I was at the CASE conference, we had a roundtable discussion about Giving Day. There was a topic for one of those tables. And we really should have been the ones leading that conversation, because I think they were maybe raising a certain amount of money. It was nowhere near what we raised last year. And then when I told them what we were doing, they were like, "You're doing what now?" And they could not believe that an institution of this size could pull off something like this. But I think it speaks to not only the expertise that's here, but the work and the real world application that happens every single day, and especially within this department. And so, my previous guest, he's kind of conservative, but, I think he should really pop his collar just a little bit today for the work that happened.
And I do want to give Mr. B a shout out. And, usually I don't try to use positional authority, but I had to make sure that he sat down in this chair to be
Absolutely.
celebrated. And, I think everyone in this room today can give Mr. B a thumbs up and a round of applause to say thank you for what he is doing.
Absolutely. Kudos. And definitely kudos to this group. I mean, it just, he's the general, but someone has to carry out the orders. So I applaud each of you for everything that you do.
And I think what's really exciting is just to see from, we'll have some that will graduate in May, and then just look over the horizon of the next 2 to 3 years of where everyone goes.
Yes,
right?
yes.
We had students last year get hired on local news stations that are here on set as well. Not sure why she didn't join us, but nevertheless, it's a
She's
great
supposed to be at
opportunity
work.
to showcase current students, but also alums that are still connected to this GSU TV Center. And as you're looking at an aerial view, you get a chance to see a renovated TV center. The amount of money that was poured in through Title III investments and other private dollars lets you know that our production capabilities are on the rise, and you should expect this level of quality moving forward from today's 1901 Day of Giving.
Absolutely. So tell us more about, can you talk about where we are right now as far as where the site is, how much has been raised?
Well, let's see if someone can give us a cue. Where we've been. I just know that when I got here,
Oh my God!
Awesome.
So let's read this. So as of 4:55 p.m., so we've been doing this a little less than 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Grand Fam, we have raised $553,000, exceeding our goal by 10%, and we still have 7 hours to go
That's
in the giving
amazing.
cycle. So
Amazing.
give yourselves a hand.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So if you could reiterate, how long do people have to continue to give? Because just because we've reached that goal does not mean we end here.
Yeah, so today was, obviously we wanted to drive giving into our system, but today was really about a celebration of all of the programs and the people behind them within the enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
And, our giving opportunities are 365 days a year. We're not in the transaction business, we're in the transformational business. We want to be in a relationship with everyone that invests in Grambling State University. So if you happen to feel inspired, but it's after 12, there's still an opportunity to give. And we want people to get familiar with Grambling State University, visiting gram.edu, and learning about our academic programs and learning about ways that you can contribute your time and resources into this brand, because we are ascending and we'll continue to lead from the front.
And just to recap, give us a rundown of all of the 6 impact areas that are available for people to invest in.
So number one, our cornerstone is academic excellence. So you have a chance to invest in one of our 4 colleges on campus.
Number 2 was the GAP Scholarship Fund, so a specific scholarship that is designed to fill literally the gap between what a student has and what a student owes to the institution. The third one is our student engagement experience. So there's several initiatives within that umbrella, but it's centered to improving the experiences for students on campus. Number 4 is presidential priorities. We have, I guess President LaMelle is on his 13th month. He was once the youngest president.
He was, yeah.
But now he's the second youngest HBCU president. But he's just established an extraordinary vision for Grambling State University, and he has specific priorities that he likes to see get advanced. And so there's an opportunity to invest in there. And then lastly, the front porch to our story is Tiger Athletics. And so people have a chance to invest in each individual sport and to make their voice heard through their investment.
Absolutely. So there's definitely still time to give. It does not end today. But for this particular campaign, you can visit gram.edu/givingday, or you can scan the code on the screen, or you can call the call center at 318-274-2333. So every gift, no matter the size, definitely puts you in a position to be the difference that one day can make.
And now you get a chance to be a part of history. So
Yes.
history was done with this 8-hour live segment, but also the most money we've ever raised in one day is happening now. So
Right
we're
now.
at $553,000, and we still have 7 hours left to go. So let's continue to invest, Graham fam, friends of the university, those individuals that are interested in becoming part of the Graham family. We are one family, one legacy. And I can assure you, you will feel that immediately upon investing in this institution.
Absolutely.
And there's one other person, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why our coordinator of our annual giving has not
Yes.
stepped in here.
Yes.
And he's going to have to sit down now. And I just want to commend him for his vision and his leadership. Oftentimes, I do try to bring the most out of everyone that I encounter. Maximizer is one of my top 5 strengths. I know
Indeed.
that is something that our director for the Center in Career Professional Development, Antoinette Livingston, came and spoke about. And my hope is that every student behind us has taken their assessment. If not, within the next 2 weeks, they'll take their assessment after spring break, because it's really confirmation when you know who you are and you have self-mastery. And
Absolutely.
Maximizers is mine, so proceed always with caution when you come to me with an idea, because we are going to stretch
Indeed.
that to the boundaries.
Yep.
But I want to say personally thank you to Tim, but also want to say thank you to you for your
pleasure.
leadership in organizing today and leading the conversations.
My
And
pleasure.
oftentimes, like Mr. B's comments about him being behind the camera, you're necessarily always behind the screens of some
Yeah.
sort,
Yeah.
leading our strategic marketing communications. But today you got in the seat and you led great conversations, very thought-provoking conversations. I think more people have left with greater understanding and wisdom. So I know we're getting close to time,
Yes.
and want to close this out appropriately. But just by saying thank you to everyone, from our faculty, our staff, our alums, our students, because we had a nice percentage of students that gave.
Nice.
And we'll say so long, and we'll see you in the 5th annual 1901 Day of Giving in 2026.
And that's a wrap. Thank you for joining us.